Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Camp What Hustle back with another live stream. Good to see you guys all again. Let's get all of this started. Welcome back, welcome back. All right, guys. So we are back with another one. I do want to I guess let you guys all know that tonight's topic was brought to you guys again by Sonic Mindscape. You guys go support his channel. He gave me a little bit of something to think about in terms of what's going on with our boy Sneeko. He's made another arc, guys. He's starting. He shed his skin, and now he's moving on to something else. Kavos, what's up, bud? Camp, you're not gonna believe me, but Fresh actually made a good quotable yesterday. No way, I'm a mod. Thank you, bro. Yeah, actually, I made you a mod, and I need to make Coke Benny a mod as well. I'm gonna basically make all the hustlers a mod. I figured out how to do that, so I guess at some point after this stream ends, I'll go ahead and make you guys mods. I don't know if can I do that right now. Let me see. Oh, here we go. All right, so I just made Coke Benny a moderator. There we go. So yeah, I guess as all the other hustlers start pouring in here, I'll make sure to go ahead and give you guys your wrenches. We are on our way to 1,000 subscribers, and I'm just going to keep cranking out this weekly content for you guys. And you know, as long as I have a topic, I can do my research on it, and as long as the only contention I had with tonight's subject was the majority of the content is going to be pulled from Rumble, so I can't really tell you if tonight's stream is going to be chopped up like the other one. I don't know if you guys saw the Myron Gaines like would rather live with his boys than live with his woman. That there was a certain portion of that stream that got chopped up because a lot of it got copyright claims. So in order for me to keep that stream up and also be able to make clips, I wanted to, you know, just either mute it or chop it out completely. And important, you know, and most important is that, you know, the segments where I'm talking is still there, but the portion where the video kicks in is when it gets cut out. So it might be a little hard to follow, but anyway, Coke May says, thank you, brother. It's an honor. I'm stoked for your future content, brother. Hey, man, I appreciate both you guys, man. You guys have been here from the beginning, man. And I really just appreciate all the support and, you know, just all the new people that are following me on Instagram. You guys are also reaching out to me on Reddit and stuff. And I'm getting people every day that are finding the content, finding the shorts and, you know, meeting me and talking to me and, you know, like, hey, this is like, I think what you're doing in terms of not really like debunking the red pill, but just kind of adding a little bit of common sense, a little dose of reality to which could be considered separate from this whole internet thing. Because I think people on the internet, they're a little bit more what's the word? I guess drastic in their approach, a little heavy-handed, a little extreme. And I think it's all for views. I think it's all for you know, just to get people talking. Whereas, you know, if you were to implement some of this red pill stuff in the real world, I don't know if it would work. You know, I think, you know, it's kind of like when you leave with your wallet. You leave with your wallet, you're only going to have a certain amount of, you're going to have a certain type of woman that you're going to attract if you do that. Let's see. Coke Face says, Cavos, I know there's a future Gohan, but it still looks like Yuji Idori from JJ. To me, I'm not a big anime guy, so I don't know. Kawa says, Cook Video, I need to look that up because I have no idea what that is. Hey, it's a good anime. I recommend it. Yeah, see, both of you guys have you know, your animes and your profiles and stuff. But like I said, man, I'm very my anime knowledge is very base level. So Dragon Ball Z, Attack on Titan. Not even that much of Attack on Titan, you know, Akira and Sailor Moon. that's really all I know. I don't know anything else. But yeah, so the first thing I'm going to show you guys is kind of a little thing I threw together because I know that any stuff that's going to deal with Sneeko is probably going to come from Rumble, and I know Rumble loves to copyright claim, you know, anything coming from that site. Anything that comes from like Fresh and Fit or Sneeko or even Tate, it's going to get copyright claimed almost immediately. So what I did was I took the audio sample from it, and then I kind of created my own little visualizer. So hopefully this will work. Let's jump into it. All right, so this is the visualizer I have I've set up for you guys, and Cook Bay says, "Hey Camp, have you ever thought about doing a gaming stream?" You know, I have plenty of gaming streams on the channel, and I was literally having this conversation earlier with someone at work, because they were asking me if I had tuned into this latest game, and I can't remember the game he was talking about, but I was like, no, you know, I don't really have time to play games anymore, unfortunately. You know, like, I work so much now, and you know, now that any free time that I have, I'm either sleeping, spending time with my wife, or spending time with my 2 kids, you know. And you know, I got a little one, so they take up the majority of my time, and if they see me sleeping, they wake me up. But yeah, I literally don't have any time to play games. I really don't. This is like, if I can focus on just, you know, producing, making money, and then coming home once a week to do these weekly streams for you guys, I can definitely do this. But I don't know. I've tried the gaming that's how I got my start in YouTube, you know, doing a bunch of gaming videos, and I just have not had the time to really dedicate any time to a video game. It just not it's not in the cards, unfortunately. But you know, I hope you guys are enjoying this current stream and the current, you know, angle, the way I do things now, because I do find a lot of enjoyment in adding commentary, and a lot of people seem to resonate with this rather than the gaming. I think a lot of the games I chose to play with in my early YouTube game days were kind of obscure. You know, like, of course, I always started out with Call of Duty, which is, you know, oversaturated. But then when I started doing more niche games, I noticed that it was only a few people that knew the game that I was playing, or it was a, you know, small community of people that like would appreciate it. And at least if I'm doing something that's a little bit more current, you know, where it's a little bit more digestible, because honestly, man, I can't watch anybody else play games anymore. Like, I think I might have just aged out of that type of content. And you know, it is what it is, man. It was good for a time, but I think I'm ready to just move forward with the type of content I do now. You know, maybe if something happens where I get injured and I'm home, you know, and maybe I have like all this extra time, maybe. But I don't know, even when I'm home and I have at least like an hour or two before going into work, sometimes I'll work on a spine for a Switch case. The latest one I did, which I haven't done a video for it yet, is for this one. It's called Dragon Age. This is for a client. He sent me this, and Dragon Age 11 Echoes, 11S Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition. I like the art because it's done by the same guy that did Dragon Ball Z and Chrono Trigger. So it was pretty sweet. But yeah, I went ahead and did a spine for that. And I think I have like 3 more games I got to do for that guy. And then after that, he'll send me more. But so that's how that's going. Any free time that I have, you know, I just... I'm always constantly trying to think of the next video, the next project. And if I have any freelance design jobs, I'm doing that in my free time. So yeah, unfortunately, games, man, they just don't take up any time anymore, unfortunately. Cook Benny says, let's hope that doesn't happen. We don't want you to get injured, Camp. Hey, man, for the most part, I'm very healthy. You know, I get plenty of sleep. You know, I try to get at least 8 hours. I won't get 8 hours tonight. Actually, no, I probably will. I mean, after this stream ends, I probably will get about 8 hours of sleep, but you know, it is what it is, guys. Saturday nights are the hustlers reuniting, man. And, you know, I feel like this is just something that we need to, you know, really, keep it going. You know, as long as you guys are down for it, I'm down for it. So let's go ahead and get to this visualizer that I put together. I'm pretty excited for it. So you guys enjoy this. Let me know. I think the audio, I cranked it up to 300 prior to starting this, so it should be good. And then after that, we can go with the rest of the stuff. I have everything written down of what we're going to do today. I don't know if you guys can't read that. There you go. But yeah, so this is the first one. This is Sneako. He's starting a new arc. He's starting to appreciate art now, and maybe this is going to be a new way for him. But here we go.
I think the ultimate challenge for my 20s is going to be shifting away from social media and all the politics that I've got myself involved in to be able to make what I really want to make. I think we've yet to see an artist come directly out of the social media world, and I want to be the one to do it. When I was streaming the other night, my community started saying that art is liberal and gay. In streaming, I've cultivated an audience that shares little to no interest with me besides UFC and all the dude activities that are popular in media. Most of the people that watch my streams only like movies like The Joker, Fight Club, The Matrix. I spend so much time in galleries and museums because nothing else instantly gives me so much inspiration. As I get older, I come to realize that there's really nothing more uninteresting than talking about than money, business. Many men are afraid to discuss anything else or step foot in a place like this because art is supposed to expose and highlight our vulnerabilities. I love streaming, but part of the reason I hate it is because you end up becoming a jukebox for people who want to hear the same talking points over and over again. Especially when your audience is 98% male. They want to hear discussions about women and self-improvement so that listening to you feels like they're progressing, but most of them never apply any of it. They just like hearing the greatest hits. Sometimes streaming now feels like being a 7-year-old rock star who's playing hits from the 80s. I'm beginning to understand why bands like Radiohead refuse to play their most famous songs like Creep. I'm a widow.
All right, so that was the little segment that came from Rumble that I went ahead to, take the audio from and make my own little visualizer, because what I wanted to do was just highlight the main point of his whole video, because everything else was just kind of visual stuff, the typical like visual I guess visionary artistry that Sneako does. And it wasn't only until he got to this segment where he was actually speaking about appreciating art and being inspired, kind of being inspired and going back to kind of his own ways. I mean, he's gone back and forth from New York to Miami, and I think what I think he's definitely, like, I don't know if he's fully left the red pill, but he has definitely, I think, grown from the red pill. I think that's a good thing. I think it's good that he goes back to having his creative voice and doing these more introspective videos, and just really carving a path of his own way. I think that's always a good thing. It's what made him unique in the beginning, and what I was really drawn to him in the beginning. But then after he started getting into these red pill debates, he just, I don't know, for some reason his extreme views and just kind of all over the place. For me, it was something that I was like, I couldn't really attach myself to him anymore. Like, in terms of, like, I didn't find him like creatively satisfying anymore. He was just kind of a repeater, and he just sounded like everybody else, like he was just absorbing everybody else that was coming along and had these strong views, whether it was Andrew Tate, Zerka, Myron, and then it just, I don't know, and then all the different grifts he was doing, from the red pill grift, the IRL streaming, the UFC, the red pill rage, all that stuff, and now he, he's a Muslim, and now he's like starting to grift into this like like appreciating art again, where that's where he was again. So it's almost like we've come full circle with Sneako, and hopefully it's for the best. So I know Sonic wanted me to kind of give my commentary about Sneako, and honestly, I haven't really given much thought to it. I think someone who is that much of a genre changer, he changes a lot, and then also he flip-flops a lot on his views. It's kind of hard for me to really like pin him down, like sometimes, he'll say something and then maybe even 3 months later, he'll contradict himself and go the complete other way. But he, one thing you can always say about him is that he thinks he's honest. He thinks he's being honest. And I don't think he's been deceiving his audience Every view that he's had that's, you know, has changed and evolved over time, it has been his true self. So that's at least one thing I can say about that. The next thing that we're going to talk about, we're still going to be talking mainly about Sneeko, but I wanted to at least get this visualizer out of the way because I was not able to export this in the way that I wanted to, so I had to kind of, you know, rig it a little bit so I can still show it to you guys, but not actually export the project. So let me get back to what I was doing here. Let me see. 1 second. I'm going to have to... Where's my video here? Yeah, okay, here we go. I'm going to have to do some quick adjustments here. Do it like that. Oh, actually, let's go back. Okay, so the next one we're going to talk about Johnny Somali. Let me pause this real quick. Yeah, because I don't know if you guys have been following this, but yeah, Johnny Somali was out. Oops.
Nah.
He was out in, I believe it was South Korea, but he was also in Japan, I believe. And yeah, he got into a lot of trouble. Let me see if I can shrink this down a bit. You know, he's that prankster, you know. I'm sure you guys have heard of him. Let me see, make sure this is good. Okay. There we go. Got to get it back on the TV. All right, there. And there we go. Now I don't have to worry about it. So yeah, this is an update on Mr. Johnny Somali. He's he has now pled guilty to his case out in South Korea, and he's going to be facing some serious jail time. But yeah, so here we go. You guys enjoy.
Take your hood off? Nah, I'm keeping that shit on. I'm not gonna lower my. That's gonna what?
Let's get into the shadows.
So with the shadows, you don't like the shadows?
You wear your hood like
There's
that.
a motherfucker that looks like Kenny half the time at some
But
point.
that's because I don't put it over like this. It's
I
not
won't put it.
If you put it like that,
I won't
then
put
you're
it. I won't put it like that.
like that. That's fine. You know what? We should
Say
trigger
it.
them. Let's switch spots again. All right, today's topic. We got a good little update.
We got an update.
Well, you know, in the Abba and Preach cinematic universe, we always want to find out.
I don't know if it. Hold on.
Little mini.
I don't know if it's you guys or if it's me, but when Abba is on the side he's on right now and Preach is on the other side, it makes sense to me. When Preach is on the left side, I guess it would be the right side of Abba, but when he's on the left side of the screen, it doesn't feel right to me. I might be the only one who thinks that, but it just makes sense with also the channel name as well, Abba and Preach, for them to be in this configuration right now. But when they're flip-flopped, it doesn't seem right.
They're getting up to.
Calling them the mini villain is so disrespectful.
I mean, this guy's definitely a mini villain.
So I just got out of the Johnny Somali trial, and it's safe to say things went
Okay, so it's taking place in Korea, Seoul, Korea, and yeah, apparently there was a few other YouTubers that went there to witness it, and so yeah, apparently this has been going on for a while.
terribly for him. Like, from the start, he walked in, he started making faces at us for being there, and of course he walked in with a MAGA hat on.
All right.
He got in trouble for wearing the hat.
So, for those of you who are not caught up, Johnny Somali, the nuisance streamer who's been to Japan and banned from Japan for all kinds of acts such as this.
Nagasaki, you know Hiroshima, Nagasaki. We're gonna do it again.
What?
And that. Was in Korea and decided to try to run the same kind of game. Except the Koreans were not having it. They started tracking him down, beating his ass everywhere they got a chance, and they showed him we don't play that shit. But people said that's not enough, and the Korean government agreed, so they started pressing charges. Now, he's been in Korea stuck, not allowed to leave, not allowed to travel, not really allowed to work, even though he's been defying that order in streaming anyways. He's been charged with many, many different things. And what they basically said is, we're not going to put you in prison. We're going to put you on trial. We're going to delay the trial, and you're going to pay your own rent, and do all this stuff, and we say good luck to you. So that's been his situation.
We're going to do worse than that, because ain't no...
And I'm not sure if the if Johnny Somali is demonetized off of YouTube, that's something I probably should have done some research on. I'm not really I'm not a watcher of Johnny Somali. I only know about him through other streamers like keeping me updated about him. But for him to be earning money from his YouTube channel, like that's really his only source of revenue. And because he can't work a job because of his status, being, a foreign national in South Korea. So for them to delay the trial, that's basically making him bleed through his funds of whatever, money that he has. And it's like, it's crazy, man. Like, I'm wondering how is this guy sustaining himself out there? I know he can't get a place, maybe he's paying for like a extended stay, like hotel or something like that. But yeah, I don't know how you're going to sustain yourself if you can't work, you can't earn money. And they're saying he could possibly be serving like 10 years jail time, which that's pretty serious. They basically took his passport. He can't like travel back to the United States. And yeah, bro, it's like it's a wrap, bro. It's a wrap. Coke Mini says it makes me happy to see these morons facing consequences for the action. No, dude, absolutely. Like nuisance streamers, like Jack Doherty, Johnny Somali. There's a bunch of them. Like I think I might have said this on one of Sonic's videos. I think that they should make a reality TV show where they gather all of the they should gather all of the nuisance streamers along with like hackers and people that like to scam people. They should gather all those people, put them on a private island, somewhere in the Pacific with nothing, just let them try to survive. I would watch them then. Like Scammer Survivor or whatever you want to call it, Prank Survivor, Prankster Survivor, I don't care. I would like to see like how they would deal with that. And, literally, like, I think that would be entertainment for me. That would be the only way I'd watch them. K5 says, I strongly believe he's demonetized on YouTube. Well, then, dude, it's a wrap then. Like, how is this guy surviving, man? I'm really wondering. Like if he's just like selling his clothes, selling whatever he has, camera equipment, whatever. Because I do remember hearing a story about his equipment. Like every time he gets a new camera, it gets stolen from him. Because he's actually made a bad name for himself out in South Korea. So like, whenever he goes outside, yeah, it's basically just open season on this kid. People recognize him. They're either going to beat his ass, take his stuff, and he's back at square one. Cook May says, it's just a prank, bro. Oh, dude, call it just a prank. Dude, that would be awesome. I think Sonic said something similar in reply to my message when I said, yeah, they should put them all on an island and just have them like try to survive. And he's like, yeah, it's just a prank, bro. I think that'd be great. Like like the first episode, they start pranking each other and then they realize, oh shit, like, this is what are we doing here? We need to set up a camp, but you guys keep like messing with us each other. I think it would be funny. Like the first day they look at it like a vacation, and then like by the end of the day they're like, okay, wait a minute, we don't have food, we don't have water, we don't really have anything that we need to survive now. Like we need to stop playing around. And honestly, I think it would kind of like, you put somebody in that survivor situation, they're gonna have to grow up. Like all the games are gonna have to come to an end, man. And the maturity level, it's just like it's gonna shoot through the roof. And I think it would change them probably in the best way possible. And no help, none of this like, oh, we're gonna put like a little pig in the forest for you to find. No, like literally let them super survive on their own. If they get injured, like let them get injured, like all this stuff. Because it's just like, look, if these guys are going to go to jail anyways, for whatever their crimes and stuff, especially Johnny Somali, dude, he'd be the perfect candidate to throw on an island for Survivor, you know? I mean, yeah, it would be for our entertainment. Maybe it's a little sick. Maybe we're like, oh, there's something wrong with you if you want to see people suffer. But I'm like, look what this guy has done, you know? Look what, you know, how he's made his name, you know, through pranking people. And, you know, some people will be like, well, he didn't hurt anybody. Well, you know, I can honestly say that he hurt a lot of businesses. You know, I mean, when just throwing ramen noodles in the middle of a gas station, yeah, you're going to hurt somebody's business, dude. So, yeah, I think that's it's warranted. All of it's warranted. K5 said the Korean government took his camera and stuff. He's not allowed to have a camera while being investigated. It's a prank, bro, is a good name. Yeah. Well, you know, I don't know, man. Like, I'm really wondering, how is he sustaining himself? What is he doing, you know, to keep himself going? I mean, jail might be the best thing for him. At least he'll have housing, you know, at least he'll be out of the elements, and, you know, maybe he'll have some crappy food or stuff like that. And, you know, but I mean, at least it's a meal. Better than nothing, I guess.
We are government going to pay for your ass in prison?
Not yet.
Nope. Not yet. You're going to suffer first. Ooh, that's genius.
He started suffering. It's been about 6 months. Finally, the trial date comes. He goes into court. He pleads guilty to a bunch of the charges, only to find out, wait.
But I'm not done yet.
There's more charges coming, and there's a new trial date a month from now. So not only is he going to do jail time for what he pled guilty to, because he thought it was only going to be maybe 1 to 5 years. Oh, no. Korean government said, there's more.
Fuck you.
And there's more.
Oh, well, definition to fuck around and find out.
And I want to say,
what you want to
Yeah, the South Korean government dragging this out is going to be the ultimate lesson for this kid, you know? All of this, you know, oh, I'm untouchable, you can't mess with me, I'm an American. Dude, you find out real quick how that American status really does not help you when you're in a foreign country, man. Like, you mess around, man, yeah, this is the result of it.
As somebody who hates Fresh and Fit, I want to say these guys who traveled all the way to Korea to go witness this trial in person, that's a level of hate I respect. That's a level of hate I respect.
You wouldn't do that trip?
To where?
To Korea just to watch the trial?
Johnny Somali? Nah.
I would.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, fuck
You just want to go to Korea?
Yeah, and watch a good ass trial. That is entertainment on top of entertainment.
I do like Korea.
So it's entertainment. You got so what? Good food. You got a trial, and you get to be there doing some content. Nah,
I did have a good time in South Korea. So I you know what? That sounds pretty decent. Maybe in April.
Maybe in April.
Yo, listen, if this gets to 50K likes, y'all really want us to go to Korea?
Because I've never been to Korea. And if I get to go to Korea to watch that trial, I would.
All right.
But the level of petty, man. I would probably, if there was a defamation case that Daisy Chen did against Fresh and Fit, and they actually took it to court and stuff, and they went through with it. Yeah, I'd definitely go check that out. If it's not televised, I'd probably pay for a ticket to go see that.
A ticket.
All right. Let's keep watching.
Immediately, he got in trouble for wearing the hat. He took off the hat, and then he put it back on again and got in trouble for it again. On top of that, he was also carrying a massive water bottle. That's not allowed in court either. He got in trouble for that. And the reason he had that water bottle was presumably because he decided to go live last night at 3 in the morning, and he drank a bunch on the stream, so he was too drunk to make it to court on time. So that water bottle was most likely to sober himself up, because he showed up to court more than an hour late.
Damn, dude. So he was on CP time going to court, man. Like, that's probably going to earn you another contempt from the judge, man. Like, you're not... Like, you show up in a hat, you're wearing a hat. It's definitely not supposed to be wearing a hat in courtroom. I mean, I know in America, you're not allowed to wear, like, headgear or anything like that. So I'm pretty sure the judicial system out in South Korea is pretty similar. So, yeah, dude. And then not being able to have water, you know, because you're out drinking, trying to sober up. It's like, dude, how far are you going to push this, man? It's like, when are you gonna start taking this shit serious, man? I mean, maybe that's how he was coping, you know? He's like, dude, I'm fucked, man. I'm fucked. So he's like, I'm just gonna get blasted, wasted, whatever. And then he wakes up in a drunken stupor and he's like, fuck, I'm supposed to be in court, you know? I mean, at least he dragged himself to court, but still, you know? Coke Bay says, I've been preach go to Korea. Dude, I'd watch, man. I would watch. So
Then, he had a massive smile on his face until the judge started reading all of his charges. So the people who witnessed this, they're believing that he's looking at about 3 to 5 years in prison at least for all of this. And then also they announced a new case. Then finally, on top of all of that, there's new charges being dropped on him as well. So it's safe to say he's going to be here for a long time. And
I mean, just the charges I can already think about: destruction of property, trespassing, possibly like endangering people, like harming people and stuff, or just damages to business. I mean, I think it all falls under trespassing anyway, but causing a disturbance, so much stuff, man.
he's not going to have a good time here.
All right, so let's go and take a look at some of the bigger details. Johnny pled guilty to all the other charges. He pled guilty to one count of obstruction.
Ryder Ramsey faces a total of 4 charges, 2 counts of obstruction of businesses. That's why I said 2 violations of a Minor Crimes Act. Today he pled guilty to 1 count of obstruction, convenience store, and 2 counts of the Minor Crimes Act, dead fish harassment and disrupting subway/bus. Okay. F&F go to Thailand. I can see Fresh paying for a ladyboy box. Dude, he would be like, hey, I just wanted to try it. That would be Fresh. That would be Fresh's little defense, and Myron would be like, oh, I didn't know, she looked like a chick, I could see him say, it's not gay. It's not gay. Okay. She wore makeup, or he wore makeup.
That's the convenience store incident. 2 charges of Minor Crimes Act, the dead fish and harassment in the subway.
The news is that Johnny is getting 5 years in jail for the crime he committed in his first trial. It was reported that if not 5 years, he will get...
Dude, can you imagine being an outsider in a foreign country in jail? You got nobody you can click up with, man. Yeah, he's gonna be a target, man. I don't know how violent jails are in other countries, man, but in terms of like the living conditions, it probably nothing like America. So
at least 1 year in prison. His next trial will be in April, and it is expected that with all charges combined, Johnny Somali could face up to...
Wait, hold on. Johnny Somali is supposed to go to the courthouse for trial. He gets shit-faced drunk and vomits all over Hank Yu's apartment. What an idiot. Can't make this up. Wow.
10 to 15 years in prison if South Korean law delivers justice for what he has done to Koreans.
When I go to the judge tomorrow and say, oh, I'm sorry, oh, I'm mentally ill, and they say, okay, go home with a fine of $500.
Yeah, you would pray for that. You would pray for that type of judgment, but we all know that Asian countries don't play, bro. They're a lot more stricter, than our American justice system, dude. I wouldn't be surprised if they would have him work out, picking rice or whatever vegetation and just not feeding him at all, just having him just work, and especially because he's a foreigner, doesn't have respect for, the country and stuff like that, dude, they would treat him like absolute garbage.
This guy is every lawyer's nightmare.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh, 100%.
Well, I say nightmare. Most lawyers would be like, I'm not representing you. You don't listen to my counsel. You don't know to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
So before trial, he's snubbing his nose at the justice system that's going to decide his fate.
And also the video that he just did where he posted like how he's just going to be like, look, I'm just going to claim insanity and they're going to send me home with a $500 fine. It's like, no, we just saw that. And, they're going to be like, dude, you really are not taking this serious, man. We're going to charge you to the fullest extent of the law. Like you're going to be a man by the time you get out of jail. You're going to be a full grown, possibly old man by the time you get out.
Pikachu face, bitch, you gonna be locked up. Yo, you gonna be picking cabbages, my guy. That's what they do over there.
They pick cabbages?
They pick cabbages.
Okay, so I said pick rice, pick cabbages, same thing.
And that shit's hard work. Yeah, imagine leaving America, the land of the free, so you could go to Asia and spend the next 7 years locked up and behaving like an illegal immigrant on a farm in
and
the
you
States.
think Trump's gonna try to save you?
Hey, what
He
you
ain't
mean?
gonna do shit for your ass.
You got the wrong complexion, brother.
You got the wrong complexion.
Tomorrow, the plan is we're gonna hit the courtroom live. We're gonna see a bunch of the ops. We're gonna see possibly Udalgoon is gonna pull up. You know what I mean? I don't want to say his name. Lolly Mindset, Pedo Mindset, Atozi the rug seller, a bunch of that have made their careers and made their YouTube names based on me. A bunch of motherfuckers that without me, they would not have any kind of clout or any type of entertainment value if it was not for me.
I mean, listen, man, that's life, man. You know, some people are lions, some people are gazelles, and some people are vultures. And you know, we need vultures because we don't want your dumbass carcass just lying around stinking up the fucking joint. So thank you. Yo,
He might not make it to those 7 years, guys. He might be freaking shanked within like the first couple interactions of, you know, being like, look, does anybody else speak English in here? And then they all, like 3 or 4 guys jump on him, and then that's it, man. That'll be the end of him.
pick apart his fucking corpse. All right, we're all enjoying. Are we enjoying it? Have you ever watched a vulture work?
Yeah.
It's interesting.
It's pretty impressive.
It is.
It's pretty impressive. It's just going there, very macabre. And you know, I really like my macabre thing. You know?
Yeah.
Like, you know, different macabre birds.
Yeah.
Are fucking, you know, great.
Yeah.
Have you seen a vampire parrot?
Oh, what?
A vampire parrot?
Did you just make that up?
Nope.
Okay.
It's macabre as fuck. Anyways, all that.
A vampire parrot.
It's worth for you to just. It's beautiful to see them pick out and do their work. It's impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, Priest's the type of person to watch Discovery Channel have a notebook beside him.
Ain't that macabre and majestic at the same damn time?
That shit look like something out of my D&D campaign. Yeah. This could be coming out with the Demigorgon. I'd be like, wow.
That's a Negromancer's pet.
That shit fire. Dracula's parrot.
Yeah, they're Dracula's parrot. My bad. Dracula's parrot.
All right.
Yeah. No, that's great.
That should do look cool though.
That's cool. Anyways, a vulture's a bit the same thing. It's so cool and macabre, and then it just does their thing, and it's part of the ecosystem. And it's very inspiring.
Vultures are like the janitors of the animal kingdom. You know, they just clean up the mess, man.
You know what's fascinating about vultures?
Taking out the trash.
Watching them circle something that's not dead yet, but they know is gonna die soon.
Yeah.
Like, they can see the omen of death on some things, and they just wait. And they're like, "Yo, you know what? If you think about vultures are some of the coolest animals on the planet because they eat meat, but they wait for the bitch to be dead. They come and clean up.
I'm not gonna.
If you think about it, vultures are the first recyclers.
Yeah, they are. They are.
They're the first ones to compost.
No, you don't want to take that motherfucker out, but I'll take the garbage out.
Yeah. So, I mean, listen, if you want to compost your ass into something positive, then hey, I support him.
He literally exposed his entire plan and all his acting. Guys, is
Okay, March 7th, approximately 6 a.m. In South Korea, Johnny Somali admitted publicly that he would make a false plea of mental insanity in court. Will South Korea fall for this? Someone tell the prosecution about this video. That's what I'm saying. It's like, this is what happens, man, when like your entire life is online and you just don't know when to turn the camera off because you just want to make everything into content. You know, like you want to keep your fan base up to date with every minute of what's going on. And guess what, man? Now you've shown your hand. It's like, what an idiot.
Does this Johnny idiot really think that Koreans don't understand English? Does he believe that in the entire country of South Korea no one would know what he says on his streams? Even after so many months, I still don't understand why Johnny Somali keeps talking, knowing that everything he says is bringing him more serious and bigger trouble. Despite knowing all this, why does he intentionally keep saying these things against South Korea? Does he not fear for his life? Please let me know if anyone has an answer to this
I
question.
think he's too stupid to realize the situation he's actually in. I think he still thinks he has that American protection. You know, that he's an American and they can't do this. There's human rights laws and all this stuff. And I'm like, dude, you kind of need to understand the gravity of your situation, man. It's like you're under their jurisdiction. You're a long way from home. And there's nobody that's going to be sending out any planes or any military to come get you know, like this is all your fault, man.
Question of mine.
Because for a lot of people, their compulsion for attention is a lot stronger than their sense of self-preservation. I mean, it's the same reason why people who are in very hostile environments will act and be a fucking idiot. Why? because their inability to control their impulses is much stronger than their self-preservation. So it's not that surprising.
And honestly, I think pranksters are like a different cut of human when you think about it, man. They have almost like zero fear of consequences. You know, they're like, look, I'm going to do it because either it hasn't been done before, or I can't wait to see what the people are going to react to this. You know, like it's crazy. Like their mind just does like a flip switch, you know, where they're like, dude, there's not going to be any consequences, man, because I'm going to get away with this. You know, it hasn't been done before. There's a reason why it hasn't been done before. And yeah, dude, the dude got caught, man. Getting people like all these what's it called? The guy that, I know you guys probably saw this, but the guy that was spraying like roach spray on like bananas and other fruits and vegetables and stuff. They caught that guy. You know, and then there was a few other. There was one guy recently that like he was at a mall. He grabbed like one of those little chairs that you see like on the 3rd floor, and he just like chucked it over, you know, the balcony, and you know, onto the 1st floor where people were walking and stuff. And luckily, you know, nobody was hit by the chair. You know, it was a big chair, but you know, anything falling from like the 3rd floor, you know, that had a little bit of weight to it, could have killed somebody. You know. And luckily they caught him as well. So it's you know, the chase for clout, man, it really is a terrible drug, man, because people just leave all their inhibitions to the side and they're not even thinking about the consequences, man. They're like, dude, I'm gonna catch this on video and I'm gonna hopefully get away with this. And yeah, I'm just glad that these people are being held accountable for their actions. And idiots, man, they post this stuff online. It's like, dude, you know, your face wasn't blurred out, right? You know, there's a record now. Good job.
I think I've seen so many people who are dealing with like a UFC fighter and they talk crazy, and I'm like, don't you know he could fold your clothes with you in them?
Why would you lay your hands on me? I know GSP is stronger than me. He could probably fold my clothes with me in it.
You like that? A little callback. Like, don't you know this guy's trained to kill people? Like
fold your clothes with you in them.
That's you, Bar.
But it's what they do.
Yeah. So it's just like, but you realize because they're impulse. So it's the same thing with a lot of these attention. Like, it's why in front of the cops they'll have their camera out and they'll be doing all this stuff. It's like, yo, this cop's about to arrest you. Like, you might get shot in this altercation. What are you doing?
Kava says, I also saw this guy in the UK who was going into random people's houses. I think I might have caught that as well. And I don't know, I don't remember following up with that story. I just remember it was like, it made the news for some reason, because I think there was like security camera footage of it. I don't remember if the guy got caught or not, but I think I do remember that. Yeah, he was just like walking up in people's houses, dude. And that's the stupidest thing, man. You don't know who's packing. I mean, of course it's the UK, so, you know, they have like very strict gun laws and stuff. So people are just out knifing people to kind of, you know, deal with that law. But yeah, I'm not trying to get stabbed either. Okay. Or get hit with a blunt object. You know, it doesn't have to be a knife. It could be a freaking sledgehammer. Yeah, you never want to walk into somebody's house, man. You never know like what's going to happen, man. And I don't know, man. It's really wild, the extremes that people will go to get attention, you know, and that's all it is. It's just like this dopamine hit, you know. It's like, you know, when people steal, you know, it's like, oh, I got away with it, you know, and they got a little bit of a rush from it and stuff. So they do it again. They do it again and again. And, you know, eventually you're going to get caught, man, because you're not, I mean, it's like, there's no way that someone just keeps doing bad stuff and doesn't get, eventually it catches up to you. And, yeah, dude, these extreme streamers, man, the ones that are like, you know, just like they do something that's so like they're breaking the law basically. Now they're like, okay, I got a huge boost from the algorithm for this because everybody was tuning in because they're just like they wanted to see something happen. Now you got to follow that up, man. You got to keep going. You got to sometimes even go worse. You got to go more extreme. And, you know, that's just, it's a vicious cycle that you get into when you do stuff like this. And yeah, man, it's pretty wild, man. I know, was it even Aiden Ross, man, he's guilty of this, man. He was telling people that he would give them 10K if they would destroy their television, like on stream and stuff. And, you know, some people would do it. Some people were like, nah, man, but still, you know, the fact that, you know, somebody just for money, attention, clout, It just makes people do crazy things, man.
A lot of people don't have that self-preservation as like the top thing in their brain.
And that's what we call them. We say that they're doing the most.
Yes, yeah.
Because out of everything that you chose to do, you chose to go up there.
Right.
Everything that you don't have to do, you went and did it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I'm mentally ill.
Yeah, this guy's got them Buddhist ears. That's crazy.
The what?
Good lesson.
Them Buddhist ears.
What's that?
You never seen like those like Buddha statues with the earlobe that just come like, I don't know why, but every time I look at this dude's ears, I just think of Buddha.
Bro, I got Korean investigation documents. He's been interrogating me for months.
South Korea National Intelligence Service visited Johnny Somali, told him he was under investigation for National Security Violation Act. Gee, was it because Johnny Somali supports North Korea communism and wants South Korea nuked? Oh, wow. Yeah, dude. There's just some things you just don't say. You just don't say shit like this. The tension between North Korea and South Korea is palatable, and yeah, they don't fuck around with that. Cookman says, like the kids that say these days, he's gonna get touched by Koreans. I see what you did there, man. Good callback, man. For those of you that have been following the streams, episodes, whatever, that's a good one. Good one. Good job keeping it alive, my friend.
For days, he's been on my ass. I hope some of y'all got Google Translate, because I do shit. They writing this shit in Google language. I don't even know how to understand it. The detective looked me in the eye, and he said, Johnny, do you know where North Korea is? I said, it's the dumbass guy. Like, north of here? Like, straight north of here? Like, this is a stupid-ass question. And then he asked me, what's your relationship with North Korean communists? I said, right to remain silent. These are saying you have a national intelligence security charge. National intelligence security charge. Does anybody know what the that means?
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't have answered him when he says, do you know anything about about North Korea, man? He shouldn't have answered that. He should have said, no, I don't. But because he gave him an answer, I mean, now they have reasonable doubt now. Good job. Shit. Man, like, you really need to just, if you're going to plead the fifth, man, you need to really just plead the fifth. Don't give an answer. When someone asks you about that, you got to know where you're at, man. But I don't think he understands. He does not understand.
Turns out that South Koreans don't like it when you play North Korean propaganda in their country. And look, a lot of people say this is overzealous, this is too much. Guys, not everyone lives in a North American context, right? Some people, like South Korea has a very hostile situation with their neighbors just to the north. They don't play that shit. So when you play like North Korean music propaganda, all that other shit in their country, they take it incredibly serious. You might think it's a joke because in your country, y'all can do whatever the fuck you want, but you're not dealing with a neighbor right beside you.
That is that problematic.
Who's talking about nuking you all the time?
North Korea's Kim Jong-un threatens to destroy South Korea with nuclear weapons if provoked.
Who's talking about all kinds of, like, they have an insane situation over there. So
yeah, him saying that thing to that guy, the guy on the subway, like, you know, talking about blowing up the country, blowing up South Korea, man. It's like, yeah, dude, people are gonna talk, man. You're gonna basically paint yourself as a freaking terrorist, and yeah, man, it's like this guy deserves everything, man. He deserves everything he's getting.
Went over there, and you're like, well, how could I get this charge? Is because you was playing with fire,
and now you wonder why you got burnt. Why do I smell like smoke? She was standing next to the fire pit.
Motherfuckers put their stove on, put their hand on top and be like, oh my God, consequences, that hurts.
He said, do you know the situation that's going on between North Korea and South Korea? I told him, I'm from America. I don't care.
Yeah, you gonna care when you picking them cabbages. I like my lettuce extra beefy.
It's cabbage. It's not lettuce. It's not the same thing.
It's not the same thing? Does lettuce not come from cabbage?
Cabbage is
K5 says, when the cell door locks, he will realize it's real. Absolutely, dude. Like once he's still in the courtroom and he gets that sentence, that, you know, the ruling of him, you know, and it's like, look, we're not playing games, dude. You're gonna serve the full 10 years, and yeah, you're not going to get this whole like phone call or anything like that. It's going to be like you're just going to be in straight solitude. You know, you're going to be begging to be away from everybody because everybody's going to like, they're going to know. They're probably going to know why he's there and stuff. You're like, okay, you know, like he's going to have a huge target on his back when he goes to jail, dude.
It's not the same thing as lettuce.
See, I'm a vulture, so I only prey on carcasses. Wait. You tell me lettuce don't come from cabbage?
No, it's two different things.
So, wait, do people put cabbage on burgers?
I they could, but I highly doubt it. They put lettuce.
These motherfuckers for a burger, these motherfuckers gave me a goddamn lily pad. God damn.
Do cabbages look like lettuce, though?
I can understand the resemblance between an iceberg lettuce and a cabbage, but it's not the same.
Hold up. Nah, I'm 33. This is mind-blowing. Yo, that shit look like lettuce, nigga.
It's not lettuce. That's a cabbage. You know when we say cabbage patch, that's that. That's not.
But when
lettuce.
you okay, when you break off a piece of a cabbage,
yeah,
and you put it on a burger.
No, you don't put it on the burger. You don't.
You don't?
No, that's lettuce. That's iceberg. See what I have to deal with?
Hey, man.
See what I have to deal with?
Hey, man, don't be disrespectful, bro.
See what I have to deal with?
Some things I don't know. I admit
it's okay, but sometimes you say it with so much intensity.
Oh, hold up. I said I don't know. I didn't even fight you on that one. When you said they weren't the same, I'm like, I don't know why, but he sounds right. I was like, yeah, you know what? I thought I knew, but I don't think so right now. But to be fair, they look.
That's exactly what I said.
Okay.
Maybe a iceberg, because that's iceberg. That's different time. That's an iceberg.
Yeah,
so
because I felt like I've definitely bought one of these.
Iceberg is gonna look like a cabbage patch.
Okay,
yes, but it's not.
Yo, editor, put that in so I don't look too stupid.
Either way, man, Johnny Somali's going to be picking cabbages, bro. It's not going to be no iceberg lettuce.
Yeah, I don't mind looking a little dumb, but I can't look dumb. Who says it like that? Oh, Tekashi 69. Yeah. Are you dumb?
Are you stupid or are you dumb?
Sorry.
Charging him under the National Security Violation Act. If you watch this video,
You didn't have to Google it. I believed you. I just said they look alike. That's all I was saying. Them leaves look alike. I'm not gonna lie.
But they look alike, just like I look like Whoopi Goldberg.
Nah.
You're the racist version for cabbage.
For vegetables?
For cabbage.
Listen, leave us vultures alone. But that shit, nah. I will not. This only how that cabbage did look like that iceberg lettuce. But
you sound exactly like these motherfuckers saying, "Hey yo, Abba, is this you?" And it's just another fucking Ethiopian nigga that.
I mean, I do look like some Ethiopian. Well, I know what you mean.
But sometimes you don't look like that person.
Yeah,
you like you're brown and you got a big ass forehead.
That's fair.
It's like these motherfuckers sometimes to drop in your DMs and be like sending you a picture of Squidward because he has a big ass forehead and they're like, "Is that you?"
My forehead is not even that big.
The forehead is not even that big.
No, I don't. But I mean, I don't mind the jokes.
You'll see how he said all these things against South Korea a couple of months ago.
They say the National Intelligence Service is gonna come get me. Tell them, come find me. I ain't scared of them.
See, it's the youthful confidence that these guys have, man. They think they're invincible. Can anybody let me know how old is Johnny Somali? I know he's probably in his like mid, maybe early 20s, because he has like this like untouchable, invincible like persona about himself. He's not afraid of anything. Yeah, somebody just let me know.
Shout out North Korea. Shout out Pyongyang. Shout out Kim Jong-un. That's my till the day I die.
You idiot. You idiot. Why would you say something like that, man? Like just this false sense of security that this guy has, man. It's like he hasn't read the country. He hasn't read the room, but he hasn't read the country. He doesn't know where he's at to be saying these things. It's wild.
Yeah, that's enough.
That's when you don't have like any like masculine guidance in your life. You know, you just kind of been winging it this whole time and you've had a modicum of success. So you're just going full in on this whole like troll aspect, troll, prankster, whatever you want to call it. It's been working for him, you know, like even though he's infamous, you know, he's like, no, I can't, I'm too too far gone, too deep, you know, to switch it up, you know. because he's like, if I switch it up, everybody's gonna leave.
I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that in America.
That's enough, man. There's certain things that some countries don't play with. They don't play with, like, especially for South Korea, they don't play with two things. One,
K5 is 24 September. Okay, so he's 24 years old. That's yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. Mid to early 20s. I mean, I think every guy goes through that like phase of thinking that, oh, I'm invincible, you know. You have like all this stamina, you have all this, you know, energy and everything, and can nobody tell me nothing, you know, at that age. So, yeah, he comes out of jail within 10 years, you know, he'll know. He'll know the error of his ways after that, man. If he makes it out of those conditions, man. I'm not even gonna pretend to know like how foreign prisons are, you know, but I can honestly tell you just from, you know, hearing other people that have been locked up in foreign countries and stuff and what they had to experience, you know, I'm pretty sure South Korea is on par with, you know, conditions that, you know, people from America probably never have to worry about, you know, bugs and stuff like that, or, you know, food that's not safe. Who knows, you know, but I don't think the bugs or the food is what Johnny Somali's gonna have to worry about. I think he's gonna have to actually worry about watching his back, you know. So
propaganda from North Korea, okay. And secondly,
I was gonna say, yeah, any of the words that like spread as far as like why he's in there to the rest of the inmates, dude. Yeah, dude, it's gonna be a wrap for him. You know, because even people that are in jail in South Korea or in prison or whatever, they're not going to take lightly to that North Korean talk. It's dude, he's got a huge target on his back.
Drugs. If you get caught with either of these two things, you're pretty much fucked. They're gonna come for that ass. I had some people who were telling me before this case that he may do 1 year max. Now it's looking that he's gonna be doing 5 to 6 years. And like, guys.
And it's going to be 5 to 6 horrible years.
Horrible. And that's on the low end. If this fucking national security thing comes through, he might be doing way more than that. And let me tell you, what do you think the local Koreans are going to think when they see this foreigner and they find out what he's in for? Oh, he was disrespectful.
I said the same thing. And after he, I guess, serves his time, they have a whole nother, you know, case set up for him to where, you know, it can be another 5 to 6, 7 years. Yeah, dude, it's like he's going to be done, dude.
Respecting our national monuments. Oh, he was talking shit about South Korea. Oh, he was spitting on old ladies. He was walking around trolling people. He was harassed. What do you think them fucking Koreans gonna do to him?
They're gonna be like, yo, and you mean the ones in prison? Oh, his butt is gone.
Bro, it's gotten so crazy for streamers right now that they literally have an app in Japan and Korea where they put bounties. Okay, they put like little Mario coins. They put the amount of coins beside the person's face. And if you do it, they crowdsource the funds necessary for whoever beat your ass so they get a good legal team. Or just a flat reward in case you don't go to jail for it. Imagine that. They got a bounty hunting system for streamers. And you know what? I'm with it.
I'm with it.
Yeah, you guys want to fuck around with people, assault them, grab them, do all this stuff? I don't mind if people revolt back.
Only in a foreign country could that thing take place. That app. I don't. There's definitely some human rights violations in America that would definitely violate. But in a foreign country, man, I mean, it's a little bit more lenient.
Okay. You know what? Yeah, I think a lot of people need to do some more finding out. I want a streamer to be live streaming and then have the stream end permanently. Forever. Just so it sets an example for other ones. Because we can't keep going like this.
And then that's exactly what I think the South Korean government is going to do. They're going to make an example of Johnny Somali. And, you know, it's going to be like a cautionary tale of, yeah, man, you got to take your life a little bit more serious, man. You're going to go over this foreign country and, you know, act a fool, you know, thinking that, you know, just because you're American, you know, you got that American protection. No, dude. No, everything has its context.
Streamers every day are assaulting, throwing snowballs with ice in people's faces, grabbing girls from behind, doing all this other weird stuff. That shit needs to end. That's what I think. Anything else?
I want to be a bounty hunter now.
Dog?
Maybe not dog.
Okay.
Because dog is a bit, you know.
He's sketchy. Anything else?
No.
All right, let's know what you guys think in the comments.
Are we going to fucking South Korea?
That'll be up to the audience.
Yeah, man. So that was some pretty good coverage on the whole Johnny Somali thing, because I remember, I don't remember who did a video on him. Maybe it was Sonic. I'm not sure. But oops.
Nah.
Maybe it was Sonic. I'm not sure. But yeah, there was definitely something I wanted to at least follow up on, because I didn't get a chance to actually talk about Johnny Somali. But yeah, we're gonna go back to Sneeko. So that's what this stream is mainly about. So in terms of like his new direction, it always happens that, you know, Sneeko is talking about the type of audience that he is, you know, that is watching him. He will say that, yeah, you know, I have fans that are only watching me for the UFC stuff, for the Red Pill Rage stuff, you know, and it's like he's now changed his mind on certain things, and now he wants to be able to, you know, grow up from that, but then people just keep bringing him back and wanting to watch him for that stuff. And you know, when he lost all of his platforms, and then I think he went to Kick for a little while. He was streaming on Kick doing like Black Ops 6, and he was like completely like a neutered streamer, like not even reacting to this chat, just, you know, just playing video games, you know. And it was just like, wow, this is a really I've said this, like, this is a very neutered Sneeko, you know. And then I think he ended up still losing his Kick, so then he went back to Rumble after all of that. And you know, I think it was a smart move for him moving out of Miami, going back to New York and stuff, getting away from all of that bad influence and stuff and all of that, and going back to his roots. And I think it was good because it helped him, you know, at least kind of realign. So the first one we're going to watch, let me make sure. Yeah, we're going to watch this one first. It's going to be the horrifying downfall of Sneeko, Red Pill Gone Wrong. Let me make sure this is all the way back. All right, here we go.
Apple platforms him where he disagrees with almost everything
Whoop.
he says.
Why is it all the way there? There we go.
You're a program bot. That's why you don't put your face in the videos. Can't get nothing. People keep saying they want the old Sneeko back, and I want to address this. You don't have to be a fan to understand this video. Look at my comments. You'll see half the people watching want to fight. Fans say they want the old sound because fans don't.
Fake it till you make it. That's a that's a pretty good advice there. Or I guess, you know, take someone else's views until you make it. You know, he's been doing that too.
Progress. It's unsettling to see someone you relate to become unrelatable.
I'm consciously making the wrong decision and talking about hating women. You know what I mean? It's.
Do you really hate women though?
Yeah.
You need to talk about me for content. You need to talk about how I'm problematic and disgusting. I feed your family.
After watching some of Sneeko's old videos for the first time, I think he had the potential to become one of the greatest content creators of all time. In case you didn't know, the manic and illogical version of Sneeko that we see today is not who Sneeko always was.
You are so stupid!
He used to make introspective, thought-provoking, and creative video essays where he shared his outlook on life as a struggling teenager growing up in New York City, and he had a unique editing style that really made his videos stand out, and most importantly, he was logical and reasonable for the most part.
You blew up because you were unique and original and funny and interesting, and you were doing something that other people weren't doing, and now you're making content that it's just feeding the narrative.
But unfortunately, in that clip, he was just describing himself.
Shut up and clean and stay home and don't do anything. Just be an object in the crib.
Because in 2022,
This was back when he was monetized, before they got him. And yeah, he was talking all this big talk, man. I remember the Red Pill Rage version of Sneeko, and how he used to react to clips of, I guess, like in the street interviews of like women and stuff, and he would play the clip. The girls I guess they would ask him like, what are you looking for in a guy? And then, or, you know, whatever. And then he would like pause the video, and then he would just kind of finish the sentence for her. And yeah, I would say like almost every time he would be spot on. And I remember that's when I was kind of tuned into Sneeko. But I mean, I watched him also when he was younger as well. He was a lot more introspective. He had a lot more to say, and he was actually a lot more mature when he was younger. And it just seemed like he became more of a parrot as he got older.
Sneeko decided to start grifting and essentially lost his mind in the culture war and the red pill, and he made a lot of terrible decisions with his career that I believe ruined his long-term ability to succeed as a content creator. So today we're going to be taking a deep dive into Sneeko and how he ruined his own career.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
Yo, a lot of you need to wake up! Wake up!
First things first, I want to establish the fact that Sneeko is a grifter. What I mean by that is that the version of Sneeko that we see nowadays is not who Sneeko actually is. Now, I will admit, he did speak out against topics like feminism back when he was a kid.
I am not a feminist, and for some reason that means I'm against gender equality. Whenever I tell people that I don't consider myself a feminist, I get the same response.
Read the date.
But the radicalization and extremism...
It's funny when Sneeko will watch himself from 4 to 5 years back and have a completely different view, and it's like he's watching a completely different person, and it's kind of wild to see like how much change that he has, and how he was a lot more optimistic, a lot more positive when he was younger, which it kind of makes sense. And then as he got older, he got a little bit more tainted and ended up watching his girl get fucked in front of him, and I mean that could mess up anybody's psyche. And his whole like mistrust of women and just everything, man. It's just wild how he's changed a lot within 3 to 4 years, as far as grifting to every different type of genre, and then parroting other people's views. It almost, for a while, you were just like, dude, what are his own views? Like, what does he think? Because it just seems like he just likes to repeat other people.
That Sneeko exhibits on a day-to-day basis is absolutely a grift. I'm not saying he doesn't believe in anything he says, because he definitely does, but he is intentionally leaning into his more extreme views, and I can say that with 100% confidence. Here is Sneeko's initial reaction to Andrew and Tristan Tate when they first started to blow up on social media.
I got the Bugatti, I got the jet.
It's true, but no.
Of course he hates us.
Of course, but it's just an amazing. I got a jet. I got a. See this on. I don't know, man. Like these self-help dudes are just are too full of themselves. Like, why are you yelling about your jet on a podcast?
A few moments later.
People will text me like, "Oh, so you just think like you just have money and you think you're so good looking and smart and fun. You think you're the man, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, bruh. Yeah, I do."
Lack of self-awareness, somebody like that. It's actually almost an impressive lack of self-awareness. Someone like that. Look at someone like me, who's as accomplished as I am, with every genetic gift.
All right, bro. Like, as accomplished I am with the genetic gifts of a man and the physical superiority of my body. So why are you like, bro? You're wearing a shiny fucking bomber gold jacket with open and sunglasses on?
I got you right where I want you, little nigga. Go ahead, say cheese.
You look like a video game character. You look like what a 12-year-old would pick as his GTA character. Don't. All right, there's self-help for men, and then there's also this jerk.
And then the GTA videos of Andrew Tate in the video game started coming out, and then so I mean it became a reality.
Yourself off to other men, because right now you're like, I'm a high-value, genetically superior man. Like, bro, button up your fucking jacket, B.
I think it's pretty obvious at that time that's actually how he felt about them. But here's Sneeko less than a year later.
Yeah, he started imitating Tate. He started wearing sunglasses everywhere, indoors, and started, sitting, all the time like this, just like doing everything like Tate, man. And I was just like, dude, you have no identity whatsoever, bro.
What color's your Hellcat?
I don't know, man. It looks an awful lot like this, Sneeko.
Well, what color's your Bugatti?
And look, that's clearly a joke, but what's not a joke is the fact that Sneeko intentionally became a Walmart version of Andrew Tate.
Yeah, he became Taco Tate. That's what everybody kept calling him, and he did not like that at all. Like, Taco Tate was like crazy because he wasn't Mexican or had any type of Spanish descent whatsoever, And I think it was Myron that coined the term chopstick Tate, which is a little bit more accurate.
Obviously, he changed as time went on, but I don't think anyone would change their opinions to the extent that Sneako did in such a short period of time without having a monetary incentive to do so. It's not a coincidence that he only started wearing these sunglasses indoors after Tate blew up. It's not a coincidence that he started smoking cigars right after Tate.
I forgot about the smoking cigars thing. That was another thing that he adopted. He just wanted to like just take everything, that the whole image of Andrew Tate, because he was just like, first he was a hater, and then he was just like, no, dude, like this guy has a lot of good points, man. And I think it was Andrew Tate that said smoking cigars, the nicotine that you get from smoking cigars is actually, it boosts testosterone. So that was something that he picked up, and he's just like, yeah, I'm gonna smoke cigars now.
Blew up. It's not a coincidence that they both sell a $50 a month course on how to make money online, despite this being Sneako's initial take on Hustlers University.
You don't need Hustlers Academy, you don't need this. If you join my course, don't join a course and expect to learn everything. They're not gonna solve your problems. You need to seek out that information for yourself.
5 minutes later.
I want to teach you everything I know about how to make money online.
The creativity kit. Who could forget, man? He was pushing this around the same time as Andrew Tate's Hustlers University, which eventually became the Real World. And yeah, it was like, dude, like he priced it the exact same way. And yeah, he was like, look, man, I can help you make money and be successful and all this stuff. And I was like, dude, who's going to take advice from somebody who's completely like kicked off of everything? I mean, at the time, he still had his monetization and stuff, but I think after he went to Rumble, I think he was still pushing the creativity kit. And I was like, dude, what can you teach us? Like, nobody wants to end up like you know, in your current standing where you have to like crawl to Rumble and get paid, you know, pennies on the dollar and stuff to what you were making before.
Back end from the editing side, from Photoshop, how to freelance.
I make a lot of videos on scammers and fake gurus, but even my take on courses in general isn't even close to as extreme as his take before his grift started. Even if you're Sneako's biggest fan, you should still be able to admit Sneako is essentially just Taco Tate.
Yeah, bro, stop calling me Taco Tate. Stop calling me Taco Tate. That's offensive. That's racist, actually. Bro, anyone who says that, you cannot be in my stream anymore. I don't fuck with you. Opie, thanks for the 10.
Chopstick Tate.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
I forgot this clip was actually in there. That's funny.
Should be Chopstick Tate.
Same thing.
And obviously I can't stop anyone from selling out, but my main issue with him grifting is that I think Sneako could have delivered the exact same message as Tate, but actually 10 times better if he had just kept doing what he was already doing before he started these manic live streams. The street interviews he was doing were awesome looking back on it. He was asking New Yorkers about interesting and thought-provoking topics, showing people what was going on in society at the time, and I think that same 1-minute podcast format would have been successful anywhere in the world, not just New York City.
Do you think it's okay to be fat?
Oh yeah, I love fat women. Yeah.
That's your preference?
No. My preference is women who like me back, but
that tends to be fat women.
9 out of 18 times, yeah.
9 out of 18 times?
Yeah.
How'd you choose that fraction?
Because that's my body count.
All right.
The video essays he was making, where he talked about topics like ego, how people view you, and quality versus quantity, are amazing. And Sneako is one of the best video editors I've ever seen, and when you combine that with his well thought out and rational perspective on things, almost all of these videos are still good years later. I'm not saying he should have stuck to just these 2 video formats. He could have done vlogs, podcasts, live streams where he wasn't just mindlessly screaming into his fisheye lens camera, whatever he wanted. If he had just kept getting better and better, there would have eventually been millions of people who would have watched Sneako's videos solely because they liked Sneako, not because of the topic of the video or the questions he was asking.
And that's the thing. Sneako was all about seeking truth through funny, which after he was on the red pill grift, it wasn't funny anymore. You know, I don't even think he was informative. You know, he was just trying to just scream and try to make, I guess, just trying to force everybody's like way into being more masculine, not caring about, you know, what women think and just focusing on making money and stuff. Like, it's like he was kind of bastardizing the whole message that the red pill was basically saying, hey, don't simp for women, you know, seek excellence, you know, get out here and make yourself attractive by taking care of your body, taking care of your finances, you know, reading a book, you know, keeping yourself educated, teaching yourself new skills. But yeah, I think Sneeko took a little bit to the extreme, just telling people to wake up, and he focused more on the negative aspects of what people thought of certain thought leaders in the red pill. And yeah, he was just like, you know, you guys will say all this stuff about Andrew Tate, but then when someone asks you like, hey, what is something that Andrew Tate says that you don't agree with, he would always put people on the spot, and then they wouldn't be able to say anything. And he's just like, oh, you're a bot. And then when he just like, that was his favorite word for like years. He just would call everybody a bot. And yeah, it was pretty annoying, man. Like, it wasn't really it wasn't truthful, it wasn't insightful. It was just kind of like, okay, this is a guy that possibly should be on medication, man, because he's having a manic moment right now.
Nowadays, I know for a fact this dude hasn't even opened up Premiere Pro in months. He basically just talks out of his ass for a living now.
Everything you've been told is a lie.
It's probably not everything, Sneeko. So him becoming Taco Tate is only bad because I think Sneeko would have eventually gotten to 10 million subscribers given how good his videos were. We have to keep in mind, just a year and a half ago, Sneeko was 10 times more popular and well known than Andrew Tate. And let's not forget, his extreme idolization of Andrew Tate is a complete contradiction to what he said just a few years ago about worshipping celebrities.
But don't go full fanboy and refuse to believe your favorite artists aren't angels. Don't blindly justify their shitty behavior and never worship celebrities. The best way to treat these people is like you would anyone else. Flawed humans with consistent questionable behavior.
I swear, he was like more he was more wise and concise in all of his thoughts when he was younger, man. And it was only until he got around all these other influences, man, he just completely threw all that to the side. And he's just like, yeah, man, it's like, I'm just gonna follow who inspires me, man. And yeah, he lost his identity with that approach.
That is a totally rational perspective in my opinion, but nowadays Sneeko has become incredibly predictable because Sneeko reacted to my video about Andrew Tate's arrest, and guess what he had to say? Assuming this is a smear campaign without them ever having any sort of concrete and solid evidence.
That's exactly what it is.
See, I would have bet $1,000 that's exactly what you would have said about this situation, which actually brings me to my next point.
Yo, a lot of you need to wake up! Wake up!
I think Sneeko is a programmed bot. Now, there's two sides to being a bot. There's those who believe everything that the media says, and there are those who take everything that the media says and just instantly believe the polar opposite.
We'll do a concrete example then.
Yeah, and that's what got him into hot water with YouTube. You know, he did all of the, I think it was the election misinformation and also the jab information and how that was all, you know, a scam. And yeah, man, at the time it was like, yeah, it was super offensive and yeah, I mean, it got him kicked off the platform, and his whole channel that he had worked for, I think over like 14 years for, was completely like wiped off the planet. And yeah, it was and then I think eventually it became like, yeah, the election misinformation and even talking about the jab and stuff like that, it became like, oh, it's not it's, you can talk about it now, it's not a big deal. So the stuff that he got banned for is okay now.
When it comes to wearing masks, how do you know if that's a good idea or not?
Because if people more powerful than me are telling me to do it, I instantly don't believe them.
Okay, do you understand that just makes you a sheep of the other herd, right?
Okay, well, that's my answer. It makes me uncomfortable, and it makes me sweat weird, and it fogs up my glasses, and
yeah,
it's just dumb.
Seatbelts do too. Do you wear a seatbelt when you drive, or do you not give a fuck with it?
I have this thing where you could put a seatbelt like thing you could buy on Amazon. This is like advice for the chat. You can get like a seatbelt thing on Amazon that clicks in, and then it gets rid of the beeping sound.
As you could probably tell, Sneeko is part of the latter half of that.
Cookmany said, remember that after hour stream with Sneeko when he put Myron and Fresh on the spot, asking them if sleeping around was a conquest, making Myron and Fresh look stupid for not answering the question. I do remember that, and Sneako's actually done this a few times on Fresh and Fit in terms of like calling into question like their motives and stuff, and just the red pill in general. I remember he said to I think he was talking either directly to Myron or maybe talking to Fresh, whatever. It was like the whole vision of the red pill, and like, what is the red pill really about? Is it about being successful for women, or is it about flexing for other men? I remember he said it like that. And it kind of really put the whole picture into perspective. Like, yeah, it's like, why are we pushing women away and making them more tools, and just, I guess focusing more on our grind and, being around other men because iron sharpens iron, and, women are just like these subordinates, whatever. They're only good for, cooking, cleaning, making sandwiches, and giving us sex in silence and stuff. It was like, he was saying, I remember he pushed back. I don't remember like the entire episode, who else was on it, but I remember him saying that, yeah, he's like, I think it's about, settling down with a wife, getting married, having kids and all this stuff. And he's like, what are we making all this money for if we can't spend time with our families? And he had a lot of good points, man. And I think I can't remember Fresh and Fit's response to it. If anything, they probably dodged it or whatever, or kept moving on or whatever, but like, oh, good thought or whatever. But yeah, I do remember, I mean, he had a lot of good points, and I also remember the whole conflict he had with Rollo Tomasi, and, the whole, avoiding family creation, get a vasectomy and stuff. And that, I think that's what triggered the whole conversation point where he said, what is this all for? Like, why are we trying to become high value men, but we can't like have families? It's like, isn't the point of being successful being able to, attract someone that would want to spend the rest of their life with you, so you can like have a family and have a legacy and all this stuff? And I think these guys were just the other guys in the room were just like, no, man, it's about getting money and disregarding these hoes, man, because women are just going to be hoes, and you got to treat them accordingly. And I'm just like, dude, these guys, it's like, I think that was like one of the first times that Sneeko was just like, he really kind of took a step back and he realized, hey, maybe this red pill thing isn't for me, man. Cook May says, yeah, it was a rare Sneeko W, bro. Well, I mean, he had a few in there, but they were spread out, because he would have these moments of just like repeating Andrew Tate, repeating Myron and stuff, and then, even repeating Zerka and stuff. I remember when Zerka got him on that whole flat earth thing, he was calling people, he's like, are you like a flat earth believer, or are you a globetard? And I was like, come on, Sneeko, come on, man. It's like, that's how easily like swayed he was. And yeah, man, it was crazy. Cook Benny came back. He says, one thing I noticed, whenever Sneeko challenges Fresh and Fit's logic, Fresh always tries to retaliate on him. One example is that stream when Fresh kept attacking him and saying he made a mistake by getting demonetized. Bro, that is probably one of the most memorable streams that I can think of Sneeko standing up for what he believed in, standing up for the truth and stuff, regardless of the consequences. And, if you lose money and everything like that, where Fresh had the whole thing like, no, you need to play the game. You need to don't step out of line. Don't really talk about issues that aren't safe for YouTube. It's like, just stay within the lines and you can still make money. But because you chose to tell the truth, look where you're at now. And Sneeko was like, yeah, whether it caused me to be in this place or not, I think it's still the right thing to do. And he said, if I had a chance to do it all over again, I still would do the same thing. And yeah, Fresh was like, I think he made a mistake. I'm just like, Fresh, come on, man. We know that you're all about money and you're all about like whatever your principles and stuff like that. You don't have any principles, man. It's like you're willing to just play the game, try to keep, it's unfortunate that you're a sidekick to a guy that just does not care about money. Just wants to tell the truth and stuff. He's basically just like Sneeko. He just wants to tell the truth and damn the consequences. And yeah, it sucks that, Fresh has to be, tied to that, but he made the decision to stay. And Yeah, it's really funny, man. You know, I think everything that happened to Fresh and Fit, they completely deserved. But yeah.
That statement. Watch out there, buddy. You might short circuit. Now, there's a fine line between
Everyone else is bots and asleep, and I am the only one awake and knows the truth. Everyone else is bots and asleep, and I'm the only one awake and knows the truth. Everyone else is bots and asleep, and I am the only one who knows the truth. And yeah, it's like, it's yeah, man. It was really just like this red pill rage that Sneeko he was in for a good amount of time, and just calling everybody a bot who didn't agree with him, or like if you weren't going along with his red pill ideas, you were automatically blue pill, you were a simp, you were a cuck, whatever. And yeah, like he was so like rigid in his thinking, and yeah, that lasted for quite a while.
questioning things and doing proper research and doing what Sneeko does, which is just mindlessly believing every single conspiracy theory that he hears from people who have a financial incentive for him to believe in conspiracy theories. I understand both of these perspectives. They're both very good at what they do, but the truth is somewhere in the middle. These issues are usually not just black and white, but Sneeko has gotten so sucked in to his red pill grift that he called me a bot for simply saying I'm not a fan of conspiracy theories. Now, I'm not a very conspiratorial type of guy. In fact, I hate conspiracy theories.
Stupid. You're a program bot. That's why you don't put your face in the videos, king of nothing. If you don't believe in any conspiracy theories, then you're just an actual NPC.
No, Sneeko, I don't like conspiracy theories because a lot of the people who get addicted to conspiracy theories like you end up with self-inflicted schizophrenia.
I'd go home, do so much blow, just flat earth arguments, and I just master them. Every conspiracy I mastered, because I don't want to turn into this.
I genuinely believe this is what Sneeko thinks would happen to him if he got vaccinated. In my opinion, Sneeko is just an anti-establishment bot. There's no nuance to his views. He doesn't think before he speaks, even though he used to when he was younger. He just takes whatever the mainstream media wants you to believe and then instantly believes the opposite. But what he fails to realize is that propaganda exists in both the mainstream narratives and the conspiracy narratives.
Me, like, not wanting to have kids have to do with my vaccination status.
Because people like you, the girl boss queens who don't want to have children, who don't believe in masculinity and femininity, it's because they are all brainwashed to believe this. Like, I knew you were boosted before you said that because of everything else you believe in. Because
you know, it's easy to say the same about you. Like, based on like 3 sentences, you can guess like almost every single political position you have. That you think the Holocaust numbers are suspect, you wouldn't support the war in Ukraine, you probably don't support any foreign intervention at all, you probably want to abolish the Fed, you probably think cryptocurrency is the future, you probably think Donald Trump would be a better president than Biden, you probably will never get another vaccine in your life, you probably think Big Pharma is out to get you. Like, I could probably rattle off like 50 things you believe based on like 2 sentences you
the difference is all those things are true.
Okay,
he just proved his point, man. It's like, oh, when you're that easy to read, man, that's never good, man. It just means that you've just become like just the antithesis of a free thinker. You know, you just go opposite of whatever the status quo is, and then you paint yourself into a corner. Everybody knows what you're all about, man.
It's hilarious, I'm not gonna lie, but what Destiny said is true. He basically thinks that everyone that even slightly dislikes him is boxed into these specific categories that he's personally defined as bad, but Sneeko is literally programmed to scream bot every single time someone disagrees with him.
We know how many fucking shots you took. We know who you voted for. We know you got your gender pronouns in your bio.
And I get that he hates bots. I would never be friends with a bot like these people who hate Sneeko and don't even know why.
You don't have anything to say to him?
I don't agree with what you say sometimes.
What's one thing I've said that you disagree with?
I forgot what you said, but you're...
Exactly.
There's tens of
The
thousands.
same thing would happen with Andrew Tate as well. People that didn't like Andrew Tate at the time, they'd go to college campuses and they would say, hey, what do you think about Andrew Tate? and people will be like, oh, he's a misogynist. He's he hates women or all this stuff. And they're like, what's the one thing that he's ever said to make you believe that? And nobody could ever say anything. And, I think it's just the fact that, yeah, a lot of people would scroll on TikTok and they would see like all the videos and stuff, and they would just add it all up in their minds. But then it would just be so much that they couldn't just like pick out one phrase that he said, because there's a lot of stuff that was being pushed out there.
Thousands of people out there just like that. So I will admit there are a lot of bots out there, sure. But to call other people bots while repeating the same 3 things over and over and over again is being a bot.
You a bot? Bots! You're a bot! You're a program bot. Bots! I became a bot.
In my opinion, Sneako is just as predictable and bot-like as Ethan Decline when it comes to politics. It's just, my side is unconditionally right and never wrong, and anyone who disagrees with me is a fascist or a communist.
He's obviously transphobic, and
But in reality, all these guys do is grift and just constantly react to dumb people from the opposing side for quick and easy content so they can make a lot of money with 0 effort.
People type in and shit.
Yeah.
Because I am all over the map, though, I get shit like I get shit that I'm a Trumpster. I get shit that I'm a socialist. I mean, it's literally all over the map.
But you make both sides angry.
I guess that's what I do. I never looked at it that way.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing.
All right.
No one's happy when you're talking.
It's the quantity over quality approach, and the day that Sneako decided to go for quantity over quality is the day that he ruined his own career, and it is the polar opposite of his previous take on this same topic.
Right now, with the amount of eyes I have on me, I could fart out 7 videos a week, make them all 10 minutes long so YouTube would let me spam the mid-roll ads for shitty mobile games. But what's the fun in that? I would hate my own videos.
And nowadays, Sneako has become so deluded in his red pill grift that he thinks people who don't agree with everything that him and the red pill have to say are just brainwashed.
Is it not possible that Playback agrees with certain things within the red pill community, but not everything?
Maybe, I think a lot of people are brainwashed and people don't want to fully agree with someone because it's provocative and because you come off aggressive. So this is a general take I hear from a lot of people who watch my videos or watch Fresh and Fit or the Manosphere stuff. Andrew Tate, any of that, they'll say like, oh, I agree with some things, but not everything.
In my 23 years on this earth, I've still never once met or seen a person where I agree with everything they say. If someone is heavily opinionated and you agree with everything they say, you are the brainwashed one, Sneako. Even if you're someone's...
Yeah, I think it's actually healthy to have people that have a difference of opinion and keep those people around you, because, I mean, I think when people have a different opinion, they can offer you a different perspective, maybe something that you never even thought about. So, yeah, absolutely. Have many friends with many different points of views, and I don't push these people away that disagree with you, because yeah, you're going to have more of a dynamic conversation with them, and you might learn some things, and they might learn some things from you too. And, I think that's, yeah. But yeah, this whole like, oh, I have the right opinion. No, man, I don't even think like that, because whatever beliefs that I have, I know that's just what it is. It's just my beliefs. And whether you guys want to agree with me or not, that's fine. But you guys are more than welcome to disagree and maybe even offer me a perspective that I haven't even thought of. I'm completely open to that. And, that's why I think, like Sonic, when he spoke up against my disdain for Fresh and how I thought he was useless on the show, Sonic was able to articulate that, that's just the appeal of Fresh. That's how he functions on the show, to make it look like he doesn't do anything. And then I was just like, well, okay, by Sonic saying that made me have more questions for him. And yeah, I mean, we're still we're still trolling him to this day about how he thinks about Fresh, but still, I welcome everybody that has a different opinion than what I have.
Biggest fan, I don't think it makes sense at all to just mindlessly agree with everything that anyone says, especially Sneako.
I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good.
Oh my god. No, I've never seen Cuties, but I know about it. I know that it's, underage girls that were, put in sexual positions and like situations, whatever. And yeah, I'm just not a big I'm like, okay, if that's all it is, I don't really, I mean, I'm sure maybe it has a through line of morality to it, but I think I can live my entire life and never see cuties for all the backlash and all that stuff that I know about it. K5 says, I don't know much about Sneeko. I just know about the him and Tariq Nasheed debate. Well, that's the thing. That's debating is not Sneeko's strong suit. He is a repeater. You know, he will repeat other people's points in debates, and that's what makes him a weak thinker. He doesn't really have his own thoughts, and yeah, he gets wiped every time in a debate because he just doesn't know how to have a calm disagreement with someone. You know, it becomes a shouting match, and yeah, a lot of name calling and everything, and it resorts down to like a middle school argument. And yeah, I mean, hopefully with time, you know, maturity will set in. He'll be able to be a little bit more measured in his responses. But as of what we've seen so far, he has not been able to hold his own in any debate in any form. Coke Bay says that debate was amazing. It was pretty much Tariq playing tetherball with Myron and Sneeko as the balls. Yeah, that was funny. It was good, man. And I like how Tariq kept telling Myron that, you know, he came from a failed homeland, you know, so I mean, you need to go back and fix your homeland, you know, before you want to come over here and try to tell us that, you know, that black people need to get their act together. It's like, you got a whole failed homeland you came from. And it was just like, Myron had nothing for that. It was just like, damn, dude, that was the ball drop on him. And yeah, no, I think Tariq definitely won that debate. And it's a sadness that we never got around to. I know Myron definitely wanted to host it on his grounds and his platform and stuff, but he didn't want to break bread. He didn't want to pay Tariq Nasheed to come back on the show. He's just like, no, man, we could do this on my show for free. And that was when Tariq was like, nah, man, I gave you the ass whooping. The first one's free, but now the second one you got to pay for. And I was like, dude, that was great. That was good shit. So yeah, and if you ask my opinion, Tariq Nasheed wiped the floor with those guys.
Pretty good movie. The reason that I uninstalled TikTok was because every time I go on, there would be a probably a 13-year-old girl dancing to WAP.
Check his hard drive.
Yo, a lot of you need to wake up. Wake up!
Despite the switch up from his previous views,
I was this angry internet dude for a long time. I was reading The Red Pill, an online advice forum for men. You can't really stoop lower than that.
Sneeko has now stooped as low as it gets, and he's one of the main advocates for the Red Pill movement nowadays. Now, there are things that Sneeko and the Red Pill advocates for that I'm fully on board with, and I do appreciate the fact that Sneeko has a positive impact on some of the young men that watch him. For example, he encourages young men to get off their cell phones and actually talk to women. He has a strong anti-prawn stance, anti-gambling, and he encourages exercise and being healthy, and entrepreneurship and getting wealthy. And these are all great things. I have a lot of respect for the fact that he goes out of his way to encourage these things and speak out against some of the bad things to the people that watch him. But there's also things about the Red Pill that are harmful to young men, and the issue here is not only is the Red Pill flawed, Sneeko is a Red Pill extremist. For example, he has some undeniably hateful views towards women.
You can't have
Cook Manny came back. He says, I like how Myron is getting desperate, that he ran to the whole Nigerians are more successful than FBA's argument. And Tariq dismantled that argument by saying all they do is drive Uber. That's true. Oh, man. No, I remember that. Yeah, like, he was like, no, it was good. I think Tariq Nasheed, you know, being on that debate, he was really able to take all of his talking points, because I mean that's all Myron ever does. He talks in talking points, stuff that he said before on past debates. He brought it to that one, even though I think he even tried to say that whole 1 + 1 is 2 argument, whatever. It doesn't matter if I'm not a mathematician. 1 + 1 is still 2. I'm like, dude, come on now. You can't say shit like that. Like it means absolutely nothing. And Tariq Nasheed said just that. He's like, that has no relevance to what we're talking about. And, it was just a talking point that went absolutely nowhere. And I was like, I'm so glad there was someone to really let Myron know, like, hey, you can't try to beat me with talking points, man. You need to actually know what you're saying and have a valid argument to put up. So yeah, that was good, man. It was great. I don't think Myron's ever really dealt with anybody that was able to really hold his own like that in a debate before. Most of the times, whenever he gets around people that, maybe disagree and stuff, it's usually always one-sided. It's either on the other guy's side or it's on Myron's side, and Myron ends up, crashing out or something. But no, it was good. It was very good. Tariq Nasheed, he held his own. He never got loud. He just hit him with facts and points, and yeah, man, it was good. It was good to watch Myron struggle a bit. It's always good.
Many good women.
Yeah, you can.
Somebody that gives you more than just pussy. Like some sort of like deeper fulfillment. I don't think so.
Deeper fulfillment is some Matrix shit, bro. Women don't provide that much. Like, what do you really do with your girl? Like, okay, you watch a movie, you talk.
It's a Myron talking point right here.
Like, but mostly you talk online. Like, what are you really talking about?
Deeper fulfillment with a human of the opposite sex is some Matrix stuff. I can't make this up, guys. There's 4 billion women out there. To pretend like none of them provide that much value.
That is blasphemy. That is blasphemy. Okay? Blasphemy.
I would assume Sneako's own mother provided him with some sort of value growing up, but this is exactly what I mean in terms.
Cook Benny came back. He says, and deluded Myron still says he won the debate. Yeah, dude, he has delusions of grandeur, bro. Like the way that things played out, and he'll never ever take it from the outside perspective of like how he really showed up to that debate. He won't listen to any other. He just thinks like, no, I got the right opinion, man. I got the right perspective, and everybody else is just like brainwashed, man. Or you're just you're an FBA that's just too lazy to get up and do your own thing. I'm just like, God damn, Myron, you really are just close. He is like open-minded or level-headed that he thinks he is, dude. He's like super closed-minded, bro. Super judgmental, and he likes to just use like words that are offensive and just he uses these words to basically, he thinks that they have power, when really it's just like, bro, just come on, man. Just I don't know. I want to give Myron like a few years to maybe get a little bit more perspective, maybe calm down, maybe realize that, hey, maybe I was wrong about some things, I mean, right now he's still like in his mid to late 30s. We're gonna have to wait probably a few more years to hopefully he'll make it. He'll make it out, and he'll be able to like really address like his views and how wrong he was all this time. Cabo asks, Camp, are you still writing that book on Fresh? I was just curious if you're still working on it. I haven't really touched it. I can tell you that. I will. The thing is, man, it's one of those things, man. You put it in the back burner, and I'm always like trying to, I guess, gather my information on the current situation between Fresh and Myron, and I want to say sometimes it grows contentious, and the other days you see them, they're working together as a unit. It's almost like nothing ever happened. I haven't really seen Fresh stand up to Myron lately. He's kind of just been regressing back into his old role of being on the B mic, saying awkward shit, cringing everybody out, and yeah, I mean, I'm still. I mean, I guess I could work more on it, but it's just not something that I'm really concerned about. I guess I'll let you guys know. I only let Sonic know this actually the other day. But when Friday rolled around, they did a call-in show, and I was on the line. Like ready to, I called from the very beginning of the show to have all my notes. I had all my notes on my phone ready to talk to Myron. And all that approach that I think I've told you guys, like what I'm going to do, it was all ready to go. And at one point in the stream, I think their call thing, it went down. So then I was talking to Sonic at the time on Instagram, because I think he was saying like, hey man, you needed to talk about the Sneeko thing right now, whatever. And I was like, I'm actually on the line right now with Myron. I'm hoping to like because they're supposed to get on the call-in show, whatever. And he's just like, oh shit, for real? And I'm like, yeah, man, you should tune in. He's like, dude, I'm definitely gonna tune in. I'm gonna see if they get you on there. I'm like, dude, I'm going for the clip. And he's like, dude, you'll definitely get the clip if they put you on. And I remember when I called in, I was like, hey, because you have to leave like your name and then your reason for calling. And I said my name was Camp. And I said, I have a couple t-shirt designs ideas that I want to give to Myron. Because I think even in that stream, they were talking about adding more merch or revamping their merch for 2025. Because a lot of their stuff, it's just kind of old, you know? And I was like, oh, this is going to be perfect, man. Like I had already called, left a message and told them like the reason why I was calling and stuff. And hopefully Big Mo puts me on. And then like I just noticed that they started anybody that said that they were a hater, you know, they were putting those guys on, and I was like, oh shit, I was like, I should have said I was a hater, and then I wouldn't have to say all that stuff, and then I could have like really come on. And for those of you that didn't watch the episode, it was pretty lame. There was an 18-year-old kid on there that, you know, wanted to get some car advice. And then I think, you know, Myron handed it over to Fresh, and Fresh was just like, yeah, man, depending on, you know, what connections I can work out for you and stuff, you know, like you're so young, but you know, if you really want to take this serious, man, like I can hook you up with some connections and everything. And the kid was like, the 18-year-old kid was just like, hold on, why am I taking advice from Fresh? Like, can anybody else give me some advice? I remember I was like cracking up because I was like, oh shit, this is a troll. And then of course, you know, Myron, he put his head back. He's just like, oh, like, dude, he was just about to hook you up with like a connection and stuff because he thought you were being genuine. But then when you said that, you just completely fumbled the bag. And I think they ended up titling the whole video after that whole situation. And I was just like, oh man, well, I mean, I was like, that was an okay slight at Fresh, but I don't know. Like I said before, Fresh is low hanging fruit. He's very easy to dunk on. I don't think that was a good enough dunk. And then they had a few other people that called in. There was actually a guy that called in as a hater, that he had called in as a hater before, but he got cut off. And I want to say that Big Mo disconnected his call as well. And yeah, after I got disconnected, I called back and I really wanted to, like, hopefully they would freaking put me on, but. And then I even spammed in the chat. I was like, hater 9944, and yeah, it just they never got to me, unfortunately. And but yeah, so I got my notes ready in my phone for any time I won't have to like I'll be ready, you know. I definitely want to get on the call-in show. And I was like, dude, if I get on the call-in show and I get the clip, then I can show you guys it on the Saturday stream. But it didn't work out, unfortunately. So there's always next week though. Cook Benny says he reminds me of a Wimp Lo from Kung Pao. Dude, I forgot about Wimp Lo. I remember watching that movie Kung Pao. I think it was like Kung Pao Fist of Fury or something like that. I remember that. It was a comedy martial arts movie. I remember it. But yeah. Cabos came back and says Big Mo has been doing that a lot lately. He'll just drop the callers and act like they just hung up. It's so annoying. Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm pretty sure that's what he did. That's what he did before when I called in. And then, yeah, this time, I mean, they said it was something with the call-in thing went down, whatever. Because even when I messaged Sonic, I told him, I was like, dude, I just got disconnected after being on. I think I was on for like 52 minutes or something. And then then I heard like the dial tone. And I was like, oh, fuck. So then Sonic messaged me back, and he's like, oh, yeah, it's like everybody got kicked from the call and stuff. So like they're waiting for people to call back. And I was like, all right, well, I'm going to keep calling. So I called back, and then like I got like a busy tone. I was like, what the fuck is this, man? And then I kept calling, and I finally got back on, and I was like, all right, sweet. You know, and then they ended the show, and I was like, son of a bitch, man. So I'm going to get back on that call-in show, man. But I'm definitely not going to pay, because they're like, hey, if you want to pay, drop a super chat, you can cut the line. I'm like, nah, bro. What I have to give you is going to be for free.
terms of the harmful red pill stuff. And I think he takes it even a step further than Andrew Tate. And it is not the type of message that a young man ever needs to hear, but he says stuff like this all the time.
That's just the truth. Like any man who's honest and like sees things clearly, you become a red pill misogynist piece of shit. It just is what it is.
And I get that he gets this from Andrew Tate, and I think that's equally as dumb. Just like I'm gonna throw up every single time a woman says some BS like, oh, all men are cheaters, or all men are dumb. I have the same reaction to this.
If society
dumb liberal bullshit, society's not gonna change. Only fucking soy boys like you change. Men objectify women. That's the point of going out, and women live in a lie. We go out so that women can look like objects, and then we give them attention.
Thank you, Coke Benny. Camp, I'm willing to pay for you to cut the line. Nah, bro. That's not what I stand for. I will not do it. I will not give those guys money, bro. Those guys are scammers. And the fact is, man, like I always look to Eventual Warlord. Eventual Warlord, you know, did his thing on the same episode that I did my thing. And ever since he tried to get back on the show, they never let him back on. He did like a couple $20 super chats. They wouldn't even read that shit out. You know, they would put it on screen, but they wouldn't read it out. And then whenever they would, I'm pretty sure like he paid him a few times, whatever, and tried to call in and didn't work, didn't get through. They just took his money. So I'm like, no, we are against that over here. I will get on there. Even if I have to be like, if I have to spam in the chat, then I'm a hater. I'm a super hater. You know, just like really let him at, like, please, like, let me at Myron. Like, I got this, you know? Hell, I'll throw Reddit hater on there just because they can be like, oh, okay, well, let's definitely get this Reddit hater on her because we hate those guys. I will do what I can. I want to get on there, and I don't want to give them a dime for it because I think that's what made my first interaction with them so great is that, no, they got all that for free, man. And I think, you know, what has happened is that a lot of time has passed. You know, it's been over a year. They've had time to really kind of lick their wounds and give this false sense of security. I'm ready to make my comeback. I'm ready to make my comeback and focus 100% on Myron, completely bypass Fresh. I won't even say hi to Fresh, just completely go straight in on Myron. And hopefully I can give you guys a good show, man. That's going to be the that's basically what I want to do. I definitely don't want to give these guys money. Absolutely not. I think Kava says, I think a lot of people would be stoked to hear your call in again, bro. That's, you know what the thing is, man. Every hater that I've seen that came after me, I don't even want to like sound like an asshole or anything like that, but these haters have had some seriously like weak arguments. I even wanted to say that, like, if I was to get on the show last night, I was gonna be like, just wanted to let you guys know, man, you guys got to get some better haters, man. These haters are weak as fuck. Or just say something to kind of like lead them into like, hey, I'm not gonna be a hater, but yeah, I'm just kind of taking notice to this show that these guys are kind of weak in their argument style. They're not prepared, you know, like these guys, you need to get some better haters. I was basically going to lead with that. And then I was going to kind of like let them know what I was going to say. And yeah, it would have been great. Cabo says even the majority of their viewers. Oh yeah. Yeah, dude. I remember that when I called in, dude. It happened to be on Rumble. If you guys look at that chat when I got on, that whole Rumble chat, not the whole Rumble chat, there was still a percentage of people who are just like, this is an L caller, you know, or this guy's a loser or whatever. But then it would swiftly be counteracted by W caller, like this guy is fucking funny as fuck. And everyone, it'd be peppered in, you know, like people would be like, oh, this guy's a troll, you know, like why are we still listening to this guy? And yeah, it was good. So Cookman says understandable. Yeah, we're not giving money to these guys. No sir. K5 says say you're a hater and say your name is Rachel. Why Rachel? I'm trying to figure out why Rachel. I mean, honestly, I think if I say I'm Rachel, man, they might not even let me talk. Because you know how they are with women, dude. They shut up when it's men, though. They will let a man talk. Especially if I come on with my professional voice, they're like, oh, you know, like this is a white man. Let's let him say his piece. And yeah, Kokobe says, are they still pushing Castle Club down the fans' throats? Absolutely. The Castle Club, I don't even know what the price is anymore, but I do know that, yeah, it's still a thing. And that was actually one of my points. I wanted to create a fake point and say, hey, I gave Jocasta like $500 something to put into the Castle Club, and I haven't heard from him. I was gonna like kind of bring that up because I already know that Jocasta was one of the generals out in New York that, you know, got mixed up with in a chat with a 15-year-old girl, and he was also part of the generals that were handling the money and stuff, the funds, and he was one of the people that got swept up in that, and they got rid of him. They got rid of DL Saint. They got a few other generals that were handling the funds for Castle Club, and they completely cleaned house. But I thought it'd be funny to kind of reopen that wound again. Oh, dude, I had everything was in my notes, bro. Everything. The Fresh and Fit ferry boat cruise. That was a middle school dance. I was going to bring that up. So much, you know. I had I had probably like 7 t-shirt ideas. Each more sus than the next. And I was also going to call him out on the whole, you know, Angie living with him, even after he preached to men like, hey, don't live with your girl. You know, your girl's going to make you soft. You know, that's why you got to hang around your boys, because your boys are going to keep you hard. I'm like, well, the boys keep you hard. But, you know, I like being around women. Coke Bay says the only Rachel I know is Andrew Wilson's wife. Oh, you know what? That might be a good one. But does Rachel Wilson, does she hate Fresh and Fit? I don't think so. I think, I don't know if they're in good standing or not. I mean, I know they love Andrew Wilson. And I think his wife actually has like similar views and stuff. So maybe, but no, if I'm going to go on there, dude, I'm going to make a name for myself, man. They already know who I am. So I didn't want to give them my full name. I would just be like, I'm just call me Camp. And they were like, oh shit, it's Camp Hustle. He's back. So yeah, that would have been a nice little Trojan horse, you know, just let me in. I got a couple things to say, and that would have been it. So
that's what it is. And you're like, but women are queens. It should be looked at for their personality. No, you need to be a woman needs to be an object of beauty, you fucking idiot. Society's not going to change. This is evolution.
He's either lost all of his brain cells or he's grifting. There's no in between, because here's what Sneeko had to say about this exact same subject at the end of his video, How to View Women.
Instead of approaching women as a projection of your desires, it's better to see them as just other people. Usually people are more interesting than they seem.
He also pushes this idea of one-sided open relationships, and he wants to put other people down for being in monogamous relationships.
I'm not gonna say names. Someone texted me. He's in a monogamous relationship. So there you go. I mean, I told you, like, I could hear it in your voice. The fact that someone doesn't have to abide by those rules. Someone could go and fuck a lot of bitches. That it's so foreign to a lot of people's ideas, because when you get brainwashed, when you get told that monogamy is the answer,
what the fuck are you even talking about?
I remember this whole conflict he had with Charlie. Oh man. And then the whole watch my clips thing where he was swinging around the gun, and yeah, I thought it was kind of it was messed up. This is a low point for Sneeko, going after Charlie's girlfriend, and you know, just kind of berating him for being in a monogamous relationship. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a little low, man, when you go after, you know, people's relationships and children and stuff like that. So
what does this have to do with anything?
When in reality, there's really nothing wrong with standard monogamy. But Sneeko wants to pretend like his way of
why monogamy is for broke people. All right, that's definitely a perspective.
Having these one-sided open relationships is the ultimate solution to all relationship problems, while simultaneously preaching traditional and conservative values. But Sneeko admitted to allowing other men to have intercourse with his girlfriend right in front of him.
That's a good point, actually. When you think about it, you know, he was the one that actually pushed for families. But then he was like, yeah, monogamy is stupid. And I think that was like, I guess he was taking that from Andrew Tate and also Myron. You know, that was like a point that he took from them. And he's just like, yeah, he's like, open relationships are the way to go. And then this happened, this bomb that's about to drop right here. Yeah.
Seeing the girl you love, like, get fucked. Love her? Yeah, I do. I love it. Yeah, love her.
What position?
No. It was missionary. Missionary
no.
legs up. Like
Missionary legs up?
Legs up, yeah.
Oh no!
Was
That's such a
Was he staring at her, like, in her eyes?
Yeah, like deep eye contact.
Oh no!
Deep eye contact. Yeah.
Deep.
Yeah.
Side and blue.
And she grabbed it. She's like, I want you to fuck me. I was like, whoa.
I'm not gonna say he's a cuck. He gets cyberbullied more than enough for that one clip on Twitter, and to be
Yeah, that is a permanent name for himself. That happened, and he'll never ever get to shake that. It doesn't matter how artistic he gets now. That's always gonna come with him. Everybody's gonna know him for that.
To be honest, I'm holding back a lot of punches here because he's one of the best YouTubers ever in my opinion, and he said my video is pretty good.
And nothing against you. Like, I don't know who you are. This video's pretty good.
But at the very least, I don't think watching your girlfriend get dogged is an alpha male move. And I do think promoting stuff like these delusional one-sided relationships...
Yeah, Sneeko said every man should do it. That's what he said on that podcast where he opened up and was talking about the whole swingers party. He says every man should go to a swingers party with their girl. And I'm like, bro, you have lost the plot, my friend.
And saying stuff like you hate women is not exactly a healthy message to be passing along to the young men that watch you. Individuals are exactly that, individuals, and they should be treated as such.
What do you think about the Jews?
Nothing, Sneeko. You're 24 years old. Shut up. He's also fallen heavily into something called audience capture, which is essentially when the creator becomes trapped by the demands of their audience.
Like when we watch a video of men dunking on women for 10 minutes, the viewers go up. And then I'm watching a video of a blind date or a truth or kiss, and like a man and a woman are vibing and we're not here yelling at women, views go down.
And his audience at this point expects him to be some sort of red pill super alpha male misogynist at all times, but from what I can tell, he's a creative genius just pretending to be someone that he's not for money. So for example, if Sneeko found out there was concrete and solid evidence of Andrew Tate that he did do the crimes that he's being accused of, and that evidence was made public, I guarantee that Sneeko would just say, all the evidence is fake, and dismiss it and just say...
That's got to be Andrew Tate. That's like a perfect little caricature of Andrew Tate.
The Matrix is attacking him, and I don't even think he himself would actually believe that, but he'd say it, and that's sad because I think 2 years ago he would have given his real opinion. And I will admit that part of Sneeko's extreme stances on things are heavily influenced by the increased amount of radical feminism that we've seen in the last few years, and I totally get that. If you look up the definition of feminism, it is a very reasonable thing, but I think a big reason why Tate and Sneeko blew up as quickly as they did is because for years,
because they had polarizing points of view. That's what will get you a lot of views, a lot of people talking about you, whether it is, against the narrative, against the status quo. If you can say outlandish things, you walk the line of, possibly getting, demonetized or kicked off a platform. Yeah, people are all going to be here to see it, man.
We've seen a meteoric rise in radical feminism.
She said men are only worth their wallet. And you know what this bitch also has? She has a podcast called the Kill All Men Podcast.
What?
And we reacted to it on the stream. She has a podcast called the Kill All Men Podcast. This is her podcast. Kill All Men, the Jane Way. Ready?
Hello, and welcome back to Cam, aka Kill All Men.
But I just don't think you have to fight fire with fire. Although fire will make you more money in the short term, I think if you fight radical anything with rational messaging over an extended period of time, you'll eventually win. And Sneeko was better prepared to do that than anyone else on this entire...
I was thinking that too, huh? Coke Betty says the guy next to him looks like a Twink Myron. Dude, I was... The way he was sitting, it was the way he was sitting, hold on. The way he was sitting in this part right here. It was, yeah, definitely reminded me of somebody familiar. Absolutely. Glad you caught that too, man.
It's a podcast called the Kill All Men Podcast. This is our podcast. Kill All Men, the Jane Way. Ready?
Hello, and welcome back to Cam, aka Kill All Men.
But I just don't think you have to fight fire with fire. Although fire will make you more money.
He's got the highlights too in his hair. That's another yeah. Possibly could be of that persuasion.
In the short term, I think if you fight radical anything with rational messaging over an extended period of time, you'll eventually win. And Sneeko was better prepared to do that than anyone else on this entire planet, given the quality of videos that he was making in the past and the skills that he had. But he sold out and became a red pill extremist. If you ever go on one of Sneeko's Rumble streams, just look at his chat for 3 seconds. It is embarrassing. Every other comment is Whitler, kill all F-words, Wallaban. When he was reacting to my video, some guy said R-word his girlfriend for retaliation. That is not cool, and Sneeko knows this. And I get that some of them are trolling.
Yeah, he has a pretty toxic fandom. Kind of similar to like Hassan. It kind of rivals Hassan's fandom. I don't know if you guys have ever watched that train wreck of a chat room. It's scrolling pretty fast, but if you actually read what's being said, it's pretty bad. You know, a lot of haters, a lot of toxic people, probably a lot of kids too. You know.
But as a content creator, you attract what you are for the most part.
Bro, she's 12.
How old are you?
I'm 13.
Well, you were wrong. I mean, anything after 12 is lunch.
Yo, Gideon.
I'm banned, bro. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, well...
Yeah, he's banned, but is Gideon banned? Jesus.
Now it all makes sense. So all I'm saying is there's a way to do...
Whoa, hold on. What was that about Willow Smith? Let's go back. Hold on.
Now it all makes sense. So...
Oh, okay, that wasn't from him. It says, how old is Willow Smith? Because anything after 12 is lunch. Dude, you gotta watch what you say on the internet, man, because people will clip that and then it's forever, bro.
All I'm saying is there's a way to do the red pill stuff that won't get you banned like I would assume Hamza won't, and there's a way to do it like Sneeko and Andrew Tate, where it was essentially just the all press is good press strategy, which obviously works, but you can't deny that it often leads to an eventual crash and burn. So although I personally disagree with it,
Yo, a lot of you need to wake up! Wake up!
as you're all probably aware, Sneeko
Oh, there's the Twink Myron. There's the real Myron in there for you.
got completely deplatformed. As some would
It's so weird seeing Myron with no hair after like he got the hair transplant, then he went back to having, you know, he got rid of the waves. So yeah. K5 says Hassan Piker. Hassan, yeah, his chat room is pretty it's pretty immature, toxic, just as bad as like Sneeko's, you know, in terms of like, you know, racist, misogynistic, you know, whatever you could call it, man. It's pretty bad for the most part.
say he got attacked by the Matrix.
The Matrix has attacked me.
Now, despite the fact that he called me a bot, in my opinion, I don't think he should have gotten banned. It is not debatable that there are people on this website with far bigger followings, with far worse impacts on society as a whole than Sneeko. There are literally confirmed child predators on this website who have 10 times more subscribers.
YouTube star admits to messaging 16-year-old boys. All right.
Sneeko. And there are scammers like...
He says, why does he wear those booty shorts? Bro, I'm so glad you said it, because I was thinking it. I'm like, they're purple. Purple fucking booty shorts, man. It's like, come on, man. You're going to be on a podcast. You're going to be on camera, bro. It's like, you're going to be sitting on a couch. Like, come on, man. Wear some pants if you're going to go out in public. Sheesh.
Logan.
I've made a severe lapse in judgment. Logan Paul.
Paul, who have stolen millions of dollars.
Oh, trust me, I'm that guy.
From their own fans. And there's no debate as to whether there's people who have broken the TOS more times than Sneeko has.
Is it bad advice to say, like, go outside Ted Cruz's house in the air?
Yes.
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 And at the very least, as a fellow content creator, I empathize with the fact that he lost his main channel, because he spent around 10 years of his life working on those videos, and ultimately he got to more than 1 million subscribers on it. I can only imagine
Yeah,
how
Myron's a fucking weirdo, bro.
difficult it must be to lose thousands of hours of work in the blink of an eye, and I feel bad for anyone who loses all their hard work as long as they didn't kill anyone or are some sort of predator. And I think Nick is Not Green, who made a video just to say that Sneeko should be banned, is a disgusting person.
Today I want to briefly talk about the content creator Sneeko and ask YouTube to ban him from the platform.
Yeah, I don't think anybody should advocate for somebody being banned. I just think that if it happens, you know, it happens. But like this whole like pleading with your audience to ban or not to his audience, but pleading to YouTube to ban him, I don't think someone should make a video like that.
I'd argue snowflakes like this who would call the police on someone for jaywalking are far worse than Sneeko. It's not even about free speech, it's just basic human decency, and I look at someone like this and I see a person with as little empathy as the scammers that I cover on this channel. But my issue with Sneeko's deplatforming is that I genuinely believe that there were so many things he could have done differently with his career that would have never gotten him deplatformed. In my opinion, the worst thing that Sneeko ever did with his career, aside from becoming the discount Andrew Tate, was align himself with this guy named Nick Fuentes. Bro,
Oh yeah, that was the beginning of the downfall.
You're getting paid to tell people exactly what they want to hear. That's the difference between you and me. You're getting paid to tell your audience exactly what they want to hear.
Nigga, I'm not getting paid. I'm banned from all the banks.
You are.
Cookmany says Hassan's last name is Piker. I thought it was Anabi. Hassan Anabi. No, Hassan Piker. Piker is his last name, but I think it's Hassanabi. Hassanabi is like the full name of Hassan. Hassan is like the nickname of Hassanabi. So.
Nigga, I think this is black behavior. This is like black.
If you guys don't know this guy, keep it that way. This is one of the only people I've ever seen where every single liberal buzzword actually applies to them. Not in the way like this article calling Sneeko racist is. Nick Fuentes is actually a racist, transphobic, homophobic, misogynistic, white supremacist incel.
He's also closeted as well. We can't forget that after he was done with his stream, he thought he cut his stream off and then he went back to watching his gay porn with the audio all the way up, and the stream heard it, and it's forever on video. So the allegations for him are pretty strong.
I'd be gay because I've never had a girlfriend. I think if anything, it makes me less gay. If anything, it makes me not gay, as opposed to less gay. Not that there's any gay.
I want you guys to pay attention to the hand movement, okay? Look at the hand movement of what he's doing right now, and just watch it.
I'd be gay because I've never had a girlfriend. I think if anything, it makes me less gay.
Oh, Cabo says, wait, is that true about Nick? Yes. It was, I'm trying to think where I saw it, man. Maybe it was on Reddit, but I do believe he was doing a stream. I don't even know what the topic of the stream was about. And then he cut it off, and then he went back on his other tab, and I guess the tab was already open, and he just started playing his, you started hearing noises. It was like two men like going back and forth, and he was like, it went on for like a few seconds, you know, and so that was basically what happened. And yeah, I mean, it's like a lot of people were questioning. I'm sure if you do some digging, you'll be able to find it. Cookmany came back. He says, next time you call on the call-in show, say your name is Gabe Horn. Who? I got that right away. I don't know if they will, but that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one, man. I like that.
If anything, it makes me not gay, as opposed to less gay. Not that there's any gay, but it makes me not.
He just said less gay, not that there's any gay.
Gay. Well, because think about it this way.
No, Nick, I'm not gonna think about it.
For him to disavow white supremacy is very cucked and blue-pilled. You know, totally wrong.
I can't make this up, guys, and I think there's a difference between the way Destiny, for example, platforms him, where he disagrees with almost everything he says, and the way that Sneeko does it.
This is my new friend Nick Fuentes. He's streaming. I don't know if you're streaming right now.
Oh my god. Oh no.
Because Sneeko promoted this guy to his audience heavily. I would say there's at least 200,000 extra people on this earth who know who this guy is just because of Sneeko.
A severe lapse in judgment. Sneeko, he puts people on. He connects people together. He was the one that connected Nick to Fresh and Fit, and yeah, I mean, we saw how that happened. And yeah, man, Sneeko is really he's the one that caused all of this.
And although Sneeko pretends to speak out against incels and simps and all this crap, his BFF here is literally a 24-year-old virgin. Sneeko was deluded into believing that because both of them are on the same political side, they're allies.
It's like, you're racist. I love you.
This guy thinks you're a mutt behind closed doors, Sneeko, and to align yourself with this dude...
Yeah, Nick was against race mixing, and Sneeko is a product of race mixing, so it was it was a wild friendship that they had.
Is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen a YouTuber do. So I do think Nick played a big part in getting Sneeko banned, but putting Nick aside, prior to his deplatforming, Sneeko would constantly go out of his way to just straight up insult the former CEO of YouTube, Susan Wabajak.
Yo, suck my dick, Susan. I'm still like, to this day, bro, never gonna end.
I opt out of that statement.
That is a mind-numbingly stupid thing to say, then post to the internet. And then he posts a stream called SMD Susan, which is even more stupid.
I got a warning for nudity yesterday, and there was no nudity. I had a shirt on, I was doing push-ups. And they took me down for nudity, but I think it was because the title of my stream was SMD Susan, but SMD can mean anything.
No, it can't just mean anything, Sneeko. Stop. You can Google what SMD means. Just like any other job, to go out of your way to just straight up insult the person who is essentially your boss is ridiculously stupid. If you want to thoughtfully critique some of the things Susan did, do that. There's plenty of creators who have done that over the years, and they're fine. But it's not like Susan watched that video and was like, oh, Sneeko seems like a really nice guy that I totally shouldn't ever ban. And back when he was streaming, for months prior to his deplatforming, he was saying, oh, they're gonna ban me. And then all his friends like Jadion and Abba were telling him to chill the hell out.
Everybody warned you left and right that you probably shouldn't be doing this. Nigga, you can't swim. And then you decide to go in the deep end with the sharks, found out shit's a little steep.
But he went on to do nothing differently, and he slowly became more and more extreme as time went on.
The end of every conspiracy theory, if you go down the rabbit hole, is always Jews.
K5 says, there's a lot of closeted dudes like Nick on the far right side. Remember Jesse Lee Peterson? Dude, how could I forget, man? Dude, Jesse Lee Peterson is a whole nother episode, bro. We're gonna definitely cover him, because he goes way back in terms of the whole Bond, building of a new destiny or something like that, like basically rebuilding the man or something, or rebuilding something about the man. But yeah, it ended up being a front, dude. Like he would actually he would take men into like certain I guess like facilities and stuff like that, and there's a lot of men that came forward that were, I guess, under the, teachings of Jesse Lee Peterson, and they came forward and like, yeah, dude, he used to like get in the bed with us and do all this crazy stuff with us, whatever. And real victims coming forward with their stories, not just trying to like take Jesse Lee Peterson down, but just letting people know that, hey, this guy's a freak, man. He's a closeted homosexual, and if you address him about it, like he will cut the interview. And I remember Ethan Klein did an interview with Jesse Lee Peterson, and he like brought it up. And yeah, dude, he was like, Jesse Lee Peterson entered that interview real quick. So yeah, that episode is coming.
In a video game, they control the media. In a video game, they control most of the money. And in a video game, they have for centuries and centuries.
And then he starts doing things like this. This is one of the worst clips I've ever seen. It's not funny, it's not interesting, it adds nothing to society in any way aside from making him look like an absolute clown. I mean, how do you justify reenacting intercourse with air in a room by yourself while groaning into a microphone and with a camera recording you? That is whack. He claims he got banned because of election misinformation, virus misinformation, and cyberbullying, but if he had just stuck to doing his main channel videos and kept making video essays about whatever the hell he wanted, kept doing his 1-minute podcasts while also posting whatever he wanted on his second channel, and still live streamed every now and then, and maybe even still sold the same course and had his Patreon, would he have gotten deplatformed at the end of the day? Obviously there's no definitive way to tell, but probably not, and he most likely would have surpassed 2 million subscribers by now on YouTube, and long term he would have made significantly more money while also having the ability to spread a better and more rational message to more people, even if he kept talking about the exact same subjects minus the schizo.
Look at the shirt that Fresh is wearing here. He's wearing an Andrew Tate shirt where it says Aikido on it. Like, Fresh is such a glazer, man.
Conspiracy stuff. I think Sneeko is one of those guys that would be successful no matter what he set his mind to, and if he had just set his mind to quality over quantity and rationality as opposed to quantity over quality.
Like, that's the biggest glaze thing that you could do is wear a sweater of a man that is sitting literally like 2 people over from you. Like, that's crazy. Like, talk about some male worship right here. This is what we all want to be like, right? This guy right here. Yeah, he's a total glazer.
And grifting, I genuinely think Sneeko could have become one of the greatest content creators of all time. And it's sad that we won't be able to witness that. And last thing, if you're watching this, Sneeko, I already know what you're going to say. You're a bot, which is that I look like the people on this list. If you want to see my face that badly, I do not look like Mr. Beard or Jay Aubrey, but I'm more than happy to debate you. I think you're actually in my state right now, or I'll come on your Rumble stream. We're both getting the same amount of views, so it's not like I'm punching.
Cabo says, wow, Fresh looks so mysterious with those shades on. Yeah, man, that was the whole point, bro. That's why he does it, man. He wears the shades because it's like, it's creating that mystery is what, you know, it's really going to set you apart from a lot of guys, you know, and wearing shades in the club. I mean, it's kind of like it's the little life hack for you guys, man. You guys want to draw some attention to yourself. You want to stand out from all the rest of the guys. Wear shades in the club. Girls gonna wonder what your eye color is, man. They're gonna be like, he's so mysterious.
Up, just email me and we'll set it up. If you guys like this video, I think you might like this one about Ethan Decline, or maybe this one on the screen right now. That's just what I think. I'd love to know what you guys think in the comment section down below. If you like the video, like it. If you disliked it, dislike it. And aside from
shout out to King of Nothing, man. I've actually watched his expose on Andrew Tate. I've also seen this one on Ethan Klein too. Both of them are very well put together. I just wanted to really shed some light on Sneeko because he's the topic of discussion tonight. And yeah, dude, I mean, it's kind of funny how history will repeat itself, you know, and every iteration of a grift that he wants to switch to, it's always like, okay, the audience that I've captured and grown with, they only see me as this because I've only told them this stuff, you know, my views and everything. So now he's trying to change the perspective, and people are like, no, we want you to talk more about this. We want you to, you know, be more like this and stuff. And yeah, he's a prisoner of his own content, unfortunately. K5 says, in that list of O faces, the redhead looks like a racist that rages over comics he never read. Yeah, right. Oh man, I remember that was Sneeko's. I think it was like beta list or something like that, or so it was a soy boy list. That's what it was. And he's like, all the people that I guess were coming after him and stuff. He's like, they all have the same look. You guys notice that? So yeah. All right. So the next one, I need to find. Oh yeah, here it is. Sneeko made he finally realizes he made a huge mistake. This is by Too Lazy to Try. And yeah, this was another good one. Before we start this one, I need to get my coffee. So if you guys want to bear with me for a moment. Even though Ethan has declined, he still makes FNF look foolish. Dude, that debate, man. That debate was like that they had, it was still entertaining, even though it was so easy to see what Ethan Klein was doing and try like to get a soundbite out of Fresh and Fit saying the wrong thing. It was very obvious what his whole angle. It was still funny. There were still some points that were made where, you know, I think Myron had said to Ethan, what did he say? He said something about like, it's not, men don't have the ability to find a good woman anymore. And then Ethan like stopped and he was like, no, you don't have the ability to find a good woman anymore. And it was just like, what? it was really good. Because it's true. I mean, if you have, you know, little did we know that Angie was Myron's first and only serious relationship. You know, everything that came before was just a fling. So, let me go and cue up the video. I need to go and grab my coffee. I should have brought it with me, but it's downstairs. So I'm not going to play it just yet. So you guys just hang out for a bit.
All right, so in this video, I'm going to be talking.
All right. Coke May says, I can't confirm the description of the movie Europa because you didn't watch it. Yeah, man. That was that was a good argument because that Ethan had presented to Myron. He's just like, dude, why can't you just talk about it, man? He's like, because you know, if you do, it's gonna make you look crazy. So that's why. You know, you don't want to say what happened in it. You don't want to know how many people, you know, were taken out. You know, you just want to, you know, like just go watch it. Just go watch it. That was his whole thing. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Try to put it on put it back on the starting Zoom screen, I guess. Yeah, I'll be right back, you guys. Hold on. All right, just like that, I'm back. All right. All right. Yeah, so luckily I have my coffee in here and it's still hot, so good stuff. All right, so this is a Too Lazy Try. Sneeko finally realized he made a huge mistake, and this is something I wanted to jump into. Kokomei says, anybody watch any good movies lately? I was trying to think. I have not seen any. But I don't have time for games. I don't have time for movies. I don't have time for anything, dude. It sucks, dude. All I do is work. But I was trying to think what movie I was looking forward to. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything. I couldn't even tell you what's out right now or what's coming out. Kokomei says, wow, you're almost as fast as me. That's why she let me. I only had to go downstairs, okay? I just had to go downstairs and get my coffee, so.
Talking about Sneeko and Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit and how they got carried away with trying to pander to a certain audience and how it backfired on them, because it looks like now Sneeko might be starting to regret the audience he's cultivated. Like, it hasn't been going too well for him, and recently he had... Okay,
so you guys heard that. Sneeko has regretted the audience that he has cultivated. You think this video came out, like, a couple days ago? Because he just said that in his little spiel. No, this is 5 months ago. So this is history repeating itself for Sneeko. So just keep that in mind, okay? A lot of this stuff is really just it's just a vicious cycle. You know, every time he grifts to something new, you know, he gets a new audience, he gathers a new audience, but then he sacrifices the current audience that he has.
Had to break the news to his audience that he's not actually racist.
Like, you're liberal now because you don't hate black people? Are you stupid? I've never hated black people. You switched up. Did you think that I was gonna be an Uncle Tom in the big house for you whites? No, never. I can't believe people like this is people thinking I'm attacking whites. When did Sneeko sell out? What? Did you think that I was a white supremacist? Look at me.
But Myron, I don't think will ever reach this point. Like, he still is going hard, trying to pander, but he always just constantly humiliates himself in the process, and it's hilarious. I mean, the guy's so desperate to convince people that he's based, that he sucks up to white supremacists. Like,
OJ Smoke says, Myron is so embarrassing. He always simping for white nationalists, and they treat him like dirt. It's true, man.
he wants to be accepted by them so badly that he'll join a whites-only Twitter space and try to convince the people in it that he's just like them, which is so embarrassing, especially because they want nothing to do with him, obviously. Like, they're pretty open and honest about that by calling it whites only. It's not really a secret. But also, Myron, he does think of himself as a white guy.
Some guys are different about it. Like, some dudes are like, yeah, this is gonna be funny. Eskimo Brothers is for a funny story and shit. But and then some guys are like, hell, I've noticed with black dudes, they don't like doing that shit.
Okay, so they're talking about running a train on a girl, and Myron is setting up the whole thing that, yeah, black dudes aren't really typically down for that, but white guys, he's gonna say, we, ...
White guys, we're all like, yeah, well, I said we. Yeah, but not me.
So that just goes to show that Myron has been in a train with other white guys, and that's he's fine going behind his white zaddies, dude. He's fine with that.
Hey, he's white, Dustin. He's white. He a black bro.
Hey, man.
That was natural.
I officially just stamped Myron as white.
Yeah. What I meant to say was, when I was in college,
When he was in college with his boys, his rowing team, he was a Division I athlete. All right, it was boys being boys. All right, so it's not gay. It's not gay.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
So when he joined the Twitter space, he was trying to kiss their ass and convince them that he's just like them. But of course, that didn't work. And once he left, they're talking about him afterwards, and they kept calling him the N-word and said he promotes N-word behavior.
And I agree with him. Like, we gain nothing. Like, one of these niggas comes in, they talk nice. They're like, oh, look, white people deserve their space, and can't we just be friends, and blah, blah, blah. But then later that night, they're just nigga behavior. I think it was you, Comfy, that was speaking about that guy where he's like against the Jews and all that shit. And then a half an hour later, he's posting shit like, yeah, as many bitches as you can, and just full fucking nigga behavior.
Myron Gaines. Myron Gaines.
The worst thing he said was, don't marry a girl until you're 35. What a retarded thing to say.
Yeah, what a fucking idiot. Stupidest thing ever, mate.
This is why we're talking this.
So Myron, I believe, is 35. You guys can check that for me. I'm not 100% how old he is, but I know he is around that age. So is he going to marry Angie, or is he still keeping her as a placeholder until he gets his other 4 wives?
This is what we were saying yesterday. Like, at the end of the day, they're fucking low IQ, they're low impulse control. Even if, they say a few things that are based or whatever by our standards, don't fucking fall for it. Don't think that they're on our side. Oh, based. It just doesn't happen. You know what I mean?
And Myron must just like getting humiliated, because after this, he joined again, and they just kept calling him the N-word. They got into an argument, and they eventually had to kick him out.
Hey, Myron, you're in a hostile area,
and I'm not
area,
scared
bro.
to have conversations with you guys because I'm not a pussy.
Okay, well,
you're gonna have to either kick me out or whatever.
You're not gonna have a conversation with him. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, well, this dude's so whatever. British guy, dude, I know you're mad about 1776.
Black men.
Oh, he's 35, man. Clock is ticking. Clock is ticking, man.
Like, most likely to fuck other black men.
Kick this nigger.
So he's just so desperate for the approval of white people. It's honestly kind of sad. Like, also, I think last year when he was on Sneeko's stream, he was wearing a Klan hood while he was going off on Abba and Preach. And Nick Fuentes, he later joined the stream, and even he was like, damn, this is hardcore, even for me.
I like that. I like that.
This video that
we got these niggas running like it's an employment line.
What the
What? Don't do that. I will find you, you fucking stinky looking piece of shit.
Apparently that Klan hood was designed by Angie, so that she's a ride or die for that, huh?
You go get back right here. I don't like you already as a character.
This is not
I was
representative.
born this way, you chick. Keep going, chick.
No, I don't think they do. So
you damn right there, high value man. They say more lives than your monkey asses have. What the fuck you niggas doing? Y'all sitting there in that tight ass room. I'm sitting next to a fucking monkey with dreads for a decade. You niggas
That was a little hardcore. This is a little hardcore even for me.
I'm glad you didn't show up in a white hood, Nick. That would have optics, you know?
I was gonna do the MAGA hat, but it wouldn't go as hard as the white hood. So
Nick, your followers are going to Myron now. You got competition.
that's true. Both of you guys are. It's like I'm being outdone. I thought I went pretty hard in November,
You got Myron leading the dissident right now.
Yeah, it's a couple of the Albanian and a black guy.
What the
I heard that some of y'all were raising the salute, so I decided to come back.
Let's go.
Look at Pearl. Look at Pearl right now. She's like, oh, I need to get off of this. Coke Betty says he says work your 20s so that you can enjoy your 30s, but he's struggling in his mid 30s, bro. I know, man. The thing is, he never thought that he would be here. Okay, he thought he was going to be monetized. He thought he was going to be, the #1 self-improvement men's podcast and all that stuff. And he thought they were going to top the world. He thought they were untouchable, man. But yeah, they unfortunately were not. And yeah, man, they are now scraping for pennies on Rumble. Look at Pearl. She's like, I got to get out of frame,
Poor
dude.
Sneeko. Pearl rolls out. Oh, come on.
No!
We're down. Let's go.
No.
Let's go. We're down for whatever.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so Myron is just completely out of control. I mean, people think Sneeko's extreme, but even he looked kind of embarrassed about that. And he just seems like now he's starting to tone it down a bit. Like when Myron was on his stream recently, I think just last week, you could tell Sneeko was not as into it. Like at one point, they're talking about that podcaster, Bobby Altov, and how she's been running around partying with athletes and rappers. And at first, they're both in agreement. They're like, yeah, she should be spending more time with her kids and her family. But then Myron, he had to take it up a notch, and he's like, yeah, and she's hanging around black people. And Sneeko's like, well, what's wrong with that? And then they kind of had a disagreement about it. And then eventually Sneeko's like, what was the deal with you in that whites-only Twitter space recently?
Brutal.
She's hanging out with two niggers too, makes it even worse.
Okay. Wait, what? These aren't niggers.
Yeah, they are.
She's Dominican. And wait, why is it bad that she's hanging out with black people?
Really?
Yeah.
Black girls are bottom of the totem pole, bro. You want me to lie?
Bottom of the totem pole of what? Because
in everything. They're fat. They're
okay,
loud.
okay. First off,
So those of you that ask me, does Myron hate women? He definitely has certain views about black women. And would you say that these are ratchet women? I don't think so. But it seems all black women, no matter what, they're at the bottom of the totem pole, according to Mr. Myron Gaines here. So yeah, for those of you who are asking me, like, does he hate women? I mean, shit, he doesn't even have to know you. Doesn't even have to be able to speak to you. He sees that you're not of white complexion, or it's like, it's over, man. It's a wrap.
Obnoxious. They wear fake hair.
These girls are both Spanish.
They look black or half black. They look like half breeds. Yeah.
This one here is definitely, she's Puerto Rican.
No, that bitch is black.
This is a Puerto Rican and a
black
Dominican.
and something. They're both mixed, bro.
You say this. I saw the clip of you. You got you were in a whites only Twitter space, and you got kicked out.
Yeah, they didn't want to debate. Niggas got scared. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think Sneeko might be regretting some of the people he chose to associate with. And then also later on during the stream, Myron's dog shit all over Sneeko's apartment, which is just awesome. And then
I remember watching this because Sneeko was sitting in the chair after after Myron had left, and he's just like, what is that? It's like, it smells like shit, dude. And he looks around, he's like, oh my God, like the chair, basically the wheel of the chair had been rolling in the shit everywhere. And yeah, it was funny as hell.
And Sneeko went on to Fresh and Fit afterwards and got into a giant argument with Walter.
Oh my God, who could forget this one? This was the reason why this was also so memorable was because Walter was wearing white. Walter White. Okay. And yeah, he was going all in on Sneeko. We were just talking about this, guys. Just talking about this.
Which was absolutely hilarious. And I just talked about it on Patreon. Make sure you check that out after this video. There's so many good moments from it. It was really cringy. And it also made me realize I'm pretty sure Fresh and Fit is coming to an end soon. I mean, it seems like the whole red pill space is just kind of imploding at this point. And I wouldn't be surprised if Sneeko is starting to rethink his whole career, because recently he's been getting a lot of shit from his fans and people.
How many times has Sneeko rethought his career? Okay, I mean, after he lost YouTube, after he lost Twitch, after he lost Kick, and you know he left Rumble willingly to go to Kick, and then he lost that, and then he went back, and then he had that possibility of all of his accounts coming back, even his YouTube that was gone for, you know, all that time. It came back for 24 hours, and he was just like, dude, I'm gonna do things right now. I'm gonna make sure I don't curse in my streams. I'm gonna make sure everything is good, and then it was taken within like the same 24 hours. Yeah, bro. A little dose of reality for him. Coke Benny says that shirt made him look like Akon. I remember, bro. Yeah, I mean, it was a first. You never really see Fresh wearing white, and yeah, it was just. And then for what to go down, you know, him basically, you know, going at Sneeko and failing at it. I think, you know, say what you want about Walter, he failed at trying to push Sneeko, and you know, basically all of his arguments, the way that he like even approached it, he was just like, well, you know, I think you did wrong, you know. And Sneeko was like, yeah, but I still kind of like stand by what I did, you know, like I don't have any regrets because I told the truth, you know, whether it was whether it was the real truth or not. It was from his point of view the truth, and he stood up for what he believed in, and damn the consequences. And I think Fresh's like whole point was that, yeah, but you know, you were sad when you got demonetized, you know, so that was obviously a mistake. He's like, yeah, but I don't regret it. He's like, well, yeah, I remember you saying you didn't regret it. It's like, so why are you saying this? Like, why are you saying it was a bad idea or whatever? And Fresh he got quiet. You know, like it was a long pregnant pause, and I was just like, yeah, dude, you're cooked here, bro. Like you have no debating skills, Fresh, so I don't even know why you're trying.
People he associates with, because he's denied the idea that Haitian immigrants are eating people's pets in Ohio, and he's just been very pro-Haiti because his dad's from there and he's been visiting there a lot recently. So after the presidential debate, when Trump said that the Haitian immigrants are eating people's pets, Sneeko put out this tweet where he said
The Haitian cat story is fake, just like the little British girl stabbed by the Muslim refugee who was actually born in Cardiff. It had already been verified. The cat lady was just a black American, but one boomer makes it go viral on Facebook, and now it's a presidential talking point. It's easy to pick on third world countries like Haiti for being poor, but we should not try to demonize innocent people. Haiti has been completely destabilized ever since the Clinton Foundation stole billions of dollars in charity money. This is America's fault. Are we responsible to house thousands of Haitian refugees? Obviously not. But at least we can do is blame our own people when they're eating cats. Kama says, whenever Fresh can't make a point, he'll just say, I'm gonna leave it there. Bro, oh my God. It was like his worst, I mean... I think he also said I was trolling too at one point. He's like, I'm just trolling you, man. He's like, I was just like, God damn, dude. It's like, what? Why would you waste all of our time with your bullshit, Fresh, if you're gonna like just say you're trolling? It's like, how about you just like sit there and be fucking quiet? You know? It's like, God damn, bro. So annoying. Yeah, everybody agrees. He's like, he just says he's trolling, man. It's his get out of jail free card. Like, oh, I was just trolling, man. Or anything that he says, like any bullshit that he says that we like want to call him out on. I was just trolling, you know. It wasn't serious, man. When Fresh asked, you know, the guy's like, how do you guys jerk off? He was just trolling, man. You know, he didn't really want to know, but if they wanted to come forward and let him know, I mean, that would have been that. That would have been fine. But I'm just like, come on, dude. Come on, man. Boys being boys, man. We even though we're boys, man, we don't ask questions like that.
He's fake. And then he also put out another one where he said, soon the people will know the truth about the beautiful country of Haiti, and posted a picture of himself there. And he just got absolutely
Sneeko taking L's day after day. Why is he ducking in the seat while traveling through Haiti? Low-key looks like a shithole outside.
Annihilated in the comments. I mean, pretty much everybody was making fun of him.
Aren't you Haitian? Do you eat cats? 67 IQ is considered clinically retarded. Okay. Haiti's been completely destabilized since they murdered all the white people on an island 200 years ago. Or maybe it's because they have extremely low IQs. You are so effing retarded. Holy shit. Yeah, he knew he messed up the moment he asked that.
which,
Yeah.
of course, you know, the people that follow him aren't going to be.
Why do you look like you're cowering in the car? Sneeko, please set up a studio. Please set up a studio in Haiti and do an IRL stream and prove all these racists wrong. It'd be a great content. Haiti is more well known for cannibalism, not eating cats. Oh man, that one woman ate the cat and everyone just ran with the cat eating. Oh wow.
Sympathetic towards Haiti or the immigrants from there, and then the people that.
Dude, this AI photo is diabolical. Bro, stop. Haiti is a shithole country. Haiti is a shithole before Hillary stole a bunch of kids.
Would be more sympathetic towards that.
I love how this guy Spence, he's got a picture of freaking Tiger Woods, but it's like the mugshot of Tiger Woods. That's funny.
That obviously just hate Sneeko and are preying on his downfall. So
Sneeko used his audience to normalize gutter tier racism against Indians and gains a huge Wignat audience. His father is Haitian. They are coming for his people now. Soon. Oh yeah, yeah, man.
Everybody's just piling on here. You know, he's getting destroyed, and this made him rethink his whole opinion on white supremacy.
A country that was built by white people, by white supremacy, if it changes from that, there's going to be absolute mayhem. If you destroy the ethnic majority, if you destroy the ethnicity that created the country, you destroy the essence of it.
White people created America. Like this narrative that like, well, Chinese people built the railroads. Who hired the Chinese people to build the railroads? Well, slaves they picked some cotton. Slaves didn't build America. White people did. They were the engineers, the designers, the one creating all the deals. White people created America. White people, the United States of America is a white country. It was built by white people. It was created by white people. Should be a white country. When was this ever a white country? When, like, for a couple of years, what the founding fathers, and then all these immigrants poured in immediately? White supremacy is white Zionism. It's the same exact thing. Wanting to have a white-only nation is not a white country. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. I'm sorry. I don't know why people are even trying to get this. That will never occur. Bro, you guys would fuck Hitler if you could. You think being, like, you worship the fact that you're Aryan. It's getting weird. It's getting weird. Do you think that being white is an accomplishment? We was Aryans and shit. Stop sucking Hitler off.
It's funny the juxtaposition between his statements and then his actions. Like, it's like he moves from one moment to another and he doesn't realize what came before. It's astounding.
I've come to realize, and I didn't know this, a lot of people warned me about this, but conservative ideas to a lot of people, it's just white supremacism. It doesn't go back to God, it goes back to Hitler.
It was Hitler evil.
Was Thomas Jefferson evil?
Sonic has entered the chat. Welcome, sir. Sonic, what up, hustlers? I'm in the middle of work, so I can't be on right now, but I just wanted to say what's up. I'll try to make it if I can. What's up, Benny, Cabos, K5? Welcome, my brother. Sonic, I need to go ahead and do this for you, sir. Since you are part of the hustlers, go ahead and do that real quick. There you are, sir. Yeah, man, I'm waiting for the rest of the hustlers to show up. This is kind of waiting for Exo Charles, waiting for GG Allen. Yeah, man, where are these guys on a Saturday night? I hope they're out having fun.
Switching sides.
I appreciate you guys here with me, though.
So he did a complete 180 here, and it's funny because he's supposed to be starting a podcast with Myron, Elijah Schaefer, and
that was another talking point I was gonna say. Okay, just so you guys know. Well, I mean, should I reveal everything, or do I just want to surprise you guys? One of the things I wanted to talk about to Myron on the, well, I think I told Sonic. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But I said, hey, I was gonna ask him about. Well, after I said, hey, you guys need to get some better haters, I was going to be like, so Myron, whatever happened to Controlled Chaos? Is that still happening? Just to see what he's going to say. And it's funny how, they were going to, it was going to be a whole like JQ podcast, whatever. What I found in my research from, watching all these Sneeko videos is that Sneeko is actually, he's a I think he's like a quarter Jewish. He found this out recently that he is a quarter Ashkenazi Jew, and I think it was his father. He got it from his father, and I think he was a percentage and stuff like that. And yeah, so I was like, wow. So now that he knows this, he did a stream with Aiden Ross, and I think they're going to be doing a stream in Auschwitz. That was what they were at least planning to do, and then go to Russia afterwards. So that was I thought that was kind of funny that that he finds out this new information, and now he's just like, he told Aiden Ross, he's like, hey, I'm Jewish. And then he even joked with him. He was like, hey, so does this mean that I can, he's asking Aiden Ross, he's like, hey, do you think that I'm going to get unbanned soon? Because, I just found out this information. And Aiden Ross was like, maybe actually. He's like, I actually think we might be able to make something happen for you. I was like, that's crazy, bro. Kabo says, what's up, Sada? Good luck with the rest of your shift, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah. I hope, don't get in trouble, Sonic. Appreciate you stopping in, checking in with us, whatever. But yeah, hopefully we're still on. I don't know how long this stream is so far. Let me check something real quick before we. Oh, we're reaching the 3 hour mark. Okay. But yeah, you guys know we like to go a little bit longer than that. So let's keep this going. I actually have I have three more things to cover. We're getting there, guys. It's fucking here. Put your sound to max. We are taking over with zero fucks given. Let's go. Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, and Elijah Schaefer. And I remember this this post, actually. This was the trailer to Controlled Chaos. I wonder, yeah, I wanted to ask Myron about this, because I really was wanting to reopen that wound and stuff, because I understand why it didn't happen. There was a little bit of static between Sneeko and Elijah Schaefer. They were going back and forth, and then the thing happened with Nick Fuentes and stuff. And I just remember, yeah, Myron, all of his plans, dude, came crashing down, and I'm just like, dude, this is another thing that Myron wanted to set up that just completely fell apart before he even got started.
Nick Fuentes, who all completely disagree with him on this, so I don't know if that's going to happen. Like, Nick Fuentes and Elijah Schaefer have been calling him out on this recently.
And he's always talking about Haiti killed the slave owners. Haiti's not so bad. Well, why don't you go live there, bro? Why don't you go bring Islam to Haiti? You can go be a jihadist in Haiti. Isn't that always, they always do that. They live in America, and they live in like a nice condo built by white people, in a city built by white people, in a country built by white people, and they shit on white supremacists and white people and defend Haiti. Well, they are hundreds or thousands of miles away from the giant stinking shit heap filled with trash and garbage and cannibals that is Haiti.
So we'll see if that podcast happens. Hopefully it does, because I think it could be pretty interesting, especially after all this drama. But it seems like Sneeko could be starting to regret associating with some of these people. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. And then make sure you check my Patreon account if you want to hear about the debate between him and Walter, which was...
Yeah, rip the Controlled Chaos podcast, unfortunately. That was a very short-lived dream that Myron had. But yeah, shout out to Too Lazy to Try. He always has great videos, and yeah, I pretty much keep up with all the stuff he puts on, especially the stuff he puts on in Fresh and Fit. All right, so that moves on to the next video. Next video is Sneeko is not terrible anymore. Now, this is when I think he went back to New York for the first time, and I guess all the years of living in Miami. So yeah, let's check this one out.
I think we can all agree over the past couple of years, Sneeko hasn't been on Santa's good boy list. He's been really chucking himself into pretty much any sort of controversy he can possibly get into. I mean, at one point, he was pushing the red pill stuff so unbelievably hard that if he pushed any harder, he might have actually exploded. However, ever since Sneeko kind of drifted away from the red pill zone, he slowly started to kind of become himself again. He's no longer fixated on this kind of hardcore version of life where men are the underdogs in comparison to women, and women are evil nowadays. He's gotten away from that life, and we're seeing like an older version of Sneeko come back to life, and it is truly lovely to see. I mean,
yeah, when he's not around Myron and all these others, red pill guys, man, and like he can actually get back to his roots and going back to where it all started, back in New York. I think he realized that he had a lot of there was a lot of creativity there that he was able to tap back into, because he didn't have all the distractions of the Miami lifestyle and just trying to focus like 100% on making money and smashing chicks, whatever. He actually got back to a life of being creative and appreciating going out and getting other people's perspectives and stuff, and actually having real conversations, not just trying to hook up everywhere. So yeah, it was good.
Obviously, this guy is still banned on pretty much every single platform other than Rumble and X. So he started posting some vlogs on X, and they are really nice, genuinely. It's literally like we've got the old Sneeko back. He's posting almost every day. However, a certain vlog that I want to point out in particular is his God is Good one, because he had quite an interesting interaction in it, and I just want to go through it.
How you doing?
Salam alaikum.
Right
hand, no left hand, no left hand.
Right.
How you feeling?
Good, good. Juma's already over?
Yeah.
What time is it? It's early.
12:30 start. It's over around like 1.
Well, is there a second Juma?
I'm not sure they do a second Juma here. No.
Just one? I missed it.
It's alright. You can do 2 rakats.
I'm gonna be completely honest, I don't care what you think about religion or what you think about Islam. Islam has actually saved this guy's life. I mean, obviously any religion can save a life, it doesn't matter, it's not just in particular.
I don't know if you're allowed to bring in your camera and just like film yourself praying. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if he should have done that.
To Islam. But now that this guy is focusing a lot more on the religious aspects of his life and the actual richness of it, we're seeing such a lovely change to him. I'm not going to go out there and say that religion will fix every single problem, but Sneeko is a prime example here. This guy used to be off his wazoo, and now he's fairly calm and actually quite a gentleman.
You take a flight, bro? Yeah, sure. Yo! Did you design this? Oh, yo, freak you. Oh, you're stepping up? Freak you! What up?
Something that I really love about Sneeko is he doesn't alienate himself from his fans. Like nowadays, you see a lot of creators where they meet fans and there's like a visible difference between the two. But with Sneeko, he's right in with them, they're literally like homies. The way that he acts with them is as if they're just friends, they've just bumped into each other. He already knows them.
You gotta flick up with the game, bro.
Let's do it. What are you? I thought you guys designed this or something.
Oh, nah. We just taking pictures.
Oh, okay.
That's all you do, bro.
I honestly can't blame Sneeko for them that they're designers, because they are dripped out. As a man who quite loves his clothing, I know I'm only wearing a black t-shirt right now, I can respect the drip. I really can. They have got some fantastic fashion sense. I know this may sound like some crazy next level glazing, but that cinematic scene was just beautiful. With the music, the matching up, Sneeko is a true artist when it comes to content creation, and it is such a shame that he went down that kind of dark path, because he went from a genuine artist to just this kind of awkward debater that just shouts about.
That's what I was saying, dude. That was probably his weakest point, was trying to debate, because like all of his talking points were just parroted points of other people. But he obviously stepped away from all of the like creative videos when he was in Miami, because he just had too many distractions. But once he got back to New York and stuff, is like he was able to jump back into what he was doing before.
Nothing that really matters that much. And this kind of content is a hell of a lot more inspiring than any of the content that he's made over the past kind of 2 years with the red pill debating stuff. It really is. Anyway, next up, there's quite an interesting part to the vlog. Some of you may have already seen this, but yeah, let's just get into it.
Are you Sneeko?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man, I'm a Jew and fuck you.
Fuck, oh, okay. Well, I love everybody.
Whoa, brother. What was that for? I mean, don't get me wrong, you don't have to like everyone, especially Sneeko. You don't have to like this guy. But if you see him in the street, saying fuck you to him is not polite whatsoever. And what does that really resolve? Like, if you do have a problem with him, how does that help anything?
You're like Hitler. You
What do you mean? I don't like Hitler.
You actually not?
No.
Oh.
That's no way to talk to people, saying fuck you to someone you don't know.
You shit on like Judaism all the time. You
No, I don't.
understand that, right?
No, I don't.
What a turn in events. Wow, the aggression started off so unbelievably strong, and as soon as Sneeko said, I don't like Hitler, I don't hate Jews, but brother, what are you talking about? The shifting character is crazy. He realizes that, you know what, I might have actually gotten Sneeko a little bit wrong. And this really does show what the internet is like nowadays, because it doesn't matter what someone says, a joke can always be taken out of context, or even just a sentence, and boom, people might see that clip and think, gosh, what a piece of shit.
That's the thing about attention spans, man. People, they get like 10 to 15-second clips of whatever you say, man, they base your entire personality over it, when really it's like, dude, if you guys really take the time to get to know me, you know, maybe outside of this whole YouTube thing, you know, if we communicate through like, I don't know, like Reddit or Discord or Instagram or something, you guys will see I'm not crazy, you know, I'm a pretty level-headed guy. I can also be accepting of other point of views as well. And but yeah, that whole interaction that the dude had, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. He probably saw a couple clips and it's just like, oh yeah, this guy, he definitely he hates Jews, obviously. You know, probably saw the stream with Myron and the KKK hood. Probably saw him, you know, talking about, you know, Mr. Outoff or whatever. A lot of stuff, man. So yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you know, the internet is a very vast place, and you know, you can only see maybe one or two clips or maybe a video or something. You form your whole opinion about somebody.
Do you think we believe in?
I think you believe in one God.
Yes.
I think you believe in the chosen people.
No, we don't, dude. We believe that we're supposed to follow the commandments of God. That's what the Old Testament is.
Okay, when have I ever said otherwise?
Don't you say things like believe they're better than other people?
I say you believe you're the chosen people.
Well, we're chosen to follow the commandments.
I like how this is like a genuine conversation. It's not like this kind of cringy debate thing where they're trying to trap each other and score points like it's a basketball game. They're actually just talking it through like men, how things are meant to be. Like this kind of world of debating nowadays, I hate it. It's so unbelievably cringe.
Do you want to follow the commandments? I mean,
of course I do.
No, you don't. You don't.
I want to follow the Muslim commandments.
That's fair. That's fair.
My community is called love speech. I believe in loving everybody.
Okay. Well, can you give me a hug?
Yeah, of course.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Look at that.
Dude, this altercation turned into something very wholesome, you know?
Okay, what's your name?
Brian. I'm sorry I came at you so heavy.
know.
It's just from things I've heard.
I actually really respect this guy. Apologizing when you're wrong isn't always easy, especially in the world nowadays. Like everyone is so ego driven, but the way that this guy kind of instantly reverted his statement and apologized for it, that actually takes a real man to do that nowadays. The amount of people that just refuse to apologize because they're too embarrassed to be wrong is genuinely just cringe. And this conversation shows exactly how kind of debate and altercations should be going. And it really does give me hope that Sneeko is changing for the best now. That immature guy that we saw a couple years ago, he's gone. You know, we've got a nice mature version of Sneeko, and the love that he's spreading around the world is genuinely amazing.
I think when you're offline too, I think you can be a little bit more approachable than when you're behind a computer screen or in a chat room. You know, people just wow out, you know, because they have that anonymity, they have that distance, you know, they have that like, look, I can say whatever I want to you and nothing's going to happen, man. How are you going to track me down? But when you're like in person, yeah, people chill the fuck out, man. People, you know, at the end of the day, man, we're all humans at the end of the day. And, you know, despite what you may have seen in a YouTube short, you know, like people can still be approachable, you know? So, I mean, this is a very wholesome conversation that happened.
Understand it. The internet spins things in a certain way, but I'm not a bad guy. You don't seem like a bad guy either.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel bad.
He has him on camera too, so he's like, look, you better not try anything, bro, because you know, this is going pretty well, and anything that you have, I mean, you could definitely lose your job because I got your face, man, on camera.
I don't feel bad.
Okay. One more hug.
One more hug.
Okay.
Hey,
thank you.
I hope you have a nice. Hey, have a nice one.
Have a good day.
Shout out to Brian, man. Big shout out to Brian. It takes balls to be able to change his mind like that.
The funny part about that is neither of them are embarrassed at the fact that they had that happen. They both respect each other now, and they both think that each other are probably quite nice people. And people seriously need to take influence from that little altercation there, because by just solving things calmly and respectfully, you can get so much further than just having this cringy debate aggression thing. But yeah, man, the new Sneeko is truly amazing. He's genuinely fantastic. I love to see this change in people, and I'm super excited to see what he's going to be like over the next couple of years. Hopefully he keeps on releasing these amazing vlogs and maybe even gets to a bigger scale.
I was gonna say I think as long as Sneeko surrounds himself, you know, doesn't surround himself with like the likes of Fresh and Fit, anybody from that whole red pill circle, if he just leaves all that behind and just kind of stands on his own 2 feet, I think he can be great. He may never ever be monetized again. That might never ever happen for him, but at least he can continue making content, and you know, the audience that he still has, whatever, that still rocks with him, whatever, they'll still support him, you know? So I mean, I think that says something, and if anything, it will just continue to grow. So And who knows? There might be some chairs that switch over at YouTube headquarters, and maybe people will catch wind of the good acts or good things that Sneako has done, and who knows? With his connections to a lot of people in the industry, he might be able to probably put out a feature film of his own and maybe do something that's really inspiring, and maybe he might get his opportunities back. So who's to say, but the ball is in his court. He just needs to make sure that he, doesn't surround himself with the people that were able to get him out, to take him off of his focus.
Maybe he'll even get unbanned on a couple platforms. That'd be kind of badass to see. For the people that still want to hate on this guy, you can judge someone for their past, but you should really focus on the present. But yeah, man, that's about it. See ya.
Yeah, so that was a good one I wanted to show, because that one was a little bit more current. And so hold on, let me see. So Sneako is not horrible anymore. He's got a little bit more, a little bit more mature, and he's not hanging around. In the past. I think when he is not hanging around certain influences, he doesn't really have to parody all of their talking points. Let me see. So this is the video actually I was getting ready to play. It's called Sneako is Back. This is one that came out a day ago. This is by Abba and Preach. So this is going to kind of the video that I played earlier that I didn't want to play because it was probably a Rumble thing. But I think these guys, they shortened just the point that I did. And maybe they didn't get a demonetized thing. Maybe it will just be cut. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Straight from the kingdom of cooking.
I think the ultimate challenge for my 20s is going to be shifting away from social media and all the politics that I've got myself involved in to be able to make what I really want to make. I think we've yet to see an artist come directly out of the social media world, and I want to be the one to do it. When I was streaming the other night, my community started saying that art is liberal and gay. In streaming, I've cultivated an audience that shares little to no interest with me besides UFC and all the dude activities that are popular in media. Most of the people that watch my streams only like movies like The Joker, Fight Club, The Matrix. I spend so much time in galleries and museums because nothing else instantly gives me so much inspiration. As I get older, I come to realize that there's really nothing more uninteresting than talking about than money, business. Many men are afraid to discuss anything else or step foot in a place like this because art is supposed to expose and highlight our vulnerabilities. I love streaming, but part of the reason I hate it is because you end up becoming a jukebox for people who want to hear the same talking points over and over again. Especially when your audience is 98% male. They want to hear discussions about women and self-improvement so that listening to you feels like they're progressing, but most of them never apply any of it. They just like hearing the greatest hits. Sometimes streaming now feels like being a 7-year-old rock star who's playing hits from the 80s. I'm beginning to understand why bands like Radiohead refuse to play their most famous songs like Creep. I'm a widow. Yeah, maybe in 1993, but it's time to grow up.
Okay.
Thoughts?
When was that taken?
Huh?
When was that film?
A week or two ago.
I mean, it's a flip-flop. The way I would characterize this character is...
Preach is basically saying the same thing I said. He's like, dude, he grifts so much, he changes his perspective so much. It's almost like, is this the time we're really going to take Sneako serious, time is just gonna have to tell here, That's all we can do. We just have to wait and see what he does, because he can change again. We've seen it happen so many times, So you just have to wait and see.
He's a crock. He's not a flip-flop. He's a flip-flop company. He's been making his money on flip-flopping like that. And it's not so much like, oh yeah, being on the fence or being, you're leveled. No, you're in between. You're centered. No, is that it's from one extreme to the other. It's not no leveling. It's always like boom bop, boom bop, boom bop. Whatever we not said about this kid, it's the same thing that repeats over. It's a cycle that repeats itself, and then he's gonna go into another tangent. It's just that.
So you don't support your fellow Haitian brother?
No. And there's a lot of people a lot of fellow Haitian that I don't support. You don't.
Yeah, I kind of see Preach's perspective. He's like, look, man, we've seen Sneako say all these outlandish things, and of course, yeah, he has paid the price by having these opportunities taken away from him. So why should we believe him now that he is on the right path now? Who's to say that he won't stray from it again? And it's a reasonable response.
Support your fellow African.
Africa's a continent.
I don't care.
But my fellow Ethiopians, I support them every time I see them.
No, that's not true.
Go.
That's not true.
Go Weekend.
Johnny.
Hey, Abel, I see you do your thing.
That's right. Johnny Somali's fucking Ethiopian.
She's Somalian. That's not the same thing.
See how all of this all kind of circles back together. We got Johnny Somali back in the picture.
No, he's not.
Yes.
Anyways, all that to say, no, it's just what else are you gonna see? It's just a flip flop. One thing doesn't work, you switch it up. It doesn't work. You explored everything and you done pissed off everybody with that lore. So you switch it up. So like what else? What else is new? How many times did this guy flip flop?
Well,
How many times did this guy flip flop? How many times?
How many times do you have to flip a pancake when you're making it?
Maximum twice. Because a pancake got two sides. Motherfucker, this pancake is burnt.
What a visual.
It is. It's burnt out, played out. You know, some people might say it's growth. There's nothing wrong with changing your opinions. I think when you change your opinions that much in 4 or 5 years, I have to question whether or not you should be giving any advice.
Yes.
You know, listening to Sneeko is funny because it's watching somebody water a garden and then plants grow and being like, yo, fucking stupid plants. Like, bitch, you planted some cactuses. Come to find out the bitches stink. Yeah, your audience thinks art is gay because you made them think that shit's gay. Yeah, your audience only likes UFC and all the other shit because you told them hypermasculinity is the best thing possible. Being a man is about being able to defend yourself, this, that, and the third.
You explained to me that the masculine man is supposed to protect, but you can't even protect yourself?
Okay.
That's kind of, it seems to me like you're failing at.
Oh, color me surprised. They don't like art galleries.
It's like, hello, see?
Now you're doing the Muslim grift.
And even if the people that are calling me a Muslim grifter, even if I am grifting and everything that I talk about is promoting Islam, it's a net positive for the world.
Congratulations. Art in Islam, a lot of it is haram. Yes.
A lot of it.
If you rep...
Traditional Islam prohibits the use of human or animal representation in religious art, whereas Christianity permits these images. Oh, interesting. Did not know that.
Animated things, that's considered haram. Like, you're doing all these grifts, and then you're getting mad at the people coming to follow you for them adhering to the beliefs that you told them to adhere to.
No. It's you are pissed off whenever they are not into something that you shame them into thinking.
Yeah.
It's not even so much that, oh yeah, it's really a thing that, like that's what I'm into. No, you shame people when they don't think like you.
Yeah, when he was on the whole, like, Muslim grift for like the beginning stages of it, you know, that whole thing about like, oh, I can't hang out in the hot tub with these OnlyFans girls anymore. You know, I can't sleep around and have like extra girlfriends and stuff. And it was just like, no, dude, you can't smoke. You can't listen to music. He was doing a lot more complaining in the very beginning when he was started with his whole Muslim thing. And I guess now he's realized that, okay, you know, like, there are things that matter a little bit more than, you know, humanly, earthly pleasures, I guess you could say. And there's a lot more to life than that.
Also, I'm going to give the other take. Yes, arts are liberal. You guys made fun of all the liberal arts.
Why are artists such as painters, authors, actors, and directors often liberal or left-leaning? Artists are often creative types who are aiming to break the mold and see life through a unique perspective in order to further their art. They literally want to see the world in a new avant-garde ways.
Students who went to school for that shit, arts are liberal.
It is.
It's about self-expression. It's about pushing boundaries. Conservatism is about the opposite of that. That's why all the greatest artists come from hyper-liberal places. Vast majority of the time, at least in them as personalities, they generally are. Think of your favorite artists. They dress flamboyantly. They dress oddly. They sing about things that are complicated, things that are taboo.
Or even when they don't come from that, they are the polar opposite from where they come from.
That's the definition of being progressive. You know, this makes me think of like when a woman says, "I want a traditional man who's progressive." It's like, okay, what the fuck are we talking about? You want a conservative man who's progressive. You want him to pay all the bills. But at the same time, you want him to tell you that go get a job, girl. You don't have to clean up the house. You don't got. It's like, how do you guys? You are the exact same thing. You cultivate a conservative audience. You're shocked when they don't like liberal things. You know, it's not liberals telling you not to play video games. It's conservatives.
You want something that is washed. That's when you say something like that. You want something that is washed.
Yeah.
I want a white nigga. He's gonna be washed. Chances are. No.
Crazy watches. This guy's talking about I go into an art gallery. Yeah, your audience is never going to go into an art gallery. Vast majority of them are not. When have I ever heard anybody in these red pill spaces ever talk about the fact that they go to art museums, that they have any kind of culturally enriched lives? No, they talk about going to the gun range. They talk about training for a boxing match that's never going to happen. They talk about all kinds of goofy ass shit.
I like how they faded in Byron Gaines here. Because, yeah, it's true. I mean, it is an act, you know, of just trying to upkeep your masculinity and your image and, you know, just always being this like masculine alpha presence and stuff. And, you know, it's like being the same guy off camera as you are on camera, and maybe being a little bit more unleashed on somebody else's podcast than how you are on your own podcast. You know, you just want to continually maintain that facade. And yeah, I mean, I think the guys that are like Myron, that have to like try to be heterosexual alpha men, you know, it's like you can tell it's an act, man. It's like no one. You could just be who you are, man. But the fact is, he has to try so hard, and yeah, man. Especially when, you know, something like a boxing match between Alvin and Preach, that they say, hey, it's already been 2 years since this whole conflict, whatever. If it hasn't happened yet, it's not going to happen at all. So I don't know why you keep teasing like it's going to happen. But, you know, it's just to basically talk trash because he knows that there's no point of it actually happening.
They talk shit about sex workers, and then they get them pregnant behind closed doors.
Oh, man, these shots, man, these shots. I mean, yeah. I mean, taking advice from either one of those guys is I mean, I think I covered a lot of it in the last stream, but yeah, I mean, Fresh telling us to, you know, not pay for box, you know, that he doesn't pay for box. I'm like, dude, everything you do is paying for box. What are you talking about? And the only prospects you have are going to be your escorts, your P stars, your, you know, your prostitutes, all that stuff. You know, he's like, look, he even said on Andrew Tate's podcast that if he wants to do that, if he wants to spend his money on that, that's his business. I'm like, bro, you shouldn't have said that. Because there's people out here actually donating to you, you know? Now they know where their money's going.
It's all a facade. And Sneako's coming here talking about, oh, my audience, they just want to hear me talk about women and dating and self-improvement, but they never want to self-improve. Yeah, we told you this movement is a scam. All this talk about
the red pill is just taking advantage of lonely men. That's all it is, you know? Has it helped a few men get on the right track in terms of taking care of their fitness, taking care of, you know, their interactions with women and stuff, as far as like not simping and stuff, you know, like actually building a net worth for themselves, you know, making themselves attractive to other people where they don't have to do the chasing. There are a few people that have actually benefited from that, and there are people that are they just listen to the advice and they just keep listening to it and they never take action. And I think that's going to be the majority of the audience that does it. And then there's people that just listen to them for entertainment, and they're just like, they laugh at them because they're like, dude, you got this all wrong. That's not the right approach. And I think that's kind of the camp where I fall in.
Self-improvement is all a facade. It's like it's LARPing for red pillars, you know? It's like when those little niggas go in the park and they grab a sword and shield and pretend they're a warrior. You guys are pretending you're like some kind of version of masculinity that's really supreme. It's not real. None of it's real. Everyone pretends in this field. And that's why you get called gay for dancing, but somehow sleeping in bed with a bunch of dudes is not gay. It's fine. None of it needs to make sense. No one...
Dude, it always comes back to that. You know, the fact that we were not Division I athletes, okay? We never played sports at a high level, okay? So you guys don't know anything about being brothers in arms, you know? You guys got to go through, you guys struggling together, working towards the same goal, okay? Yeah, I mean, you're laying in a bed with a guy and stuff. I mean, it's just boys being boys, man, at the end of the day. Come on now. It's not gay, man. It's not gay. Coke Betty says, there are a few people. I'm one of them. Yeah. You know, that's what I'm saying. There's a few people that can take certain lessons, but the thing is, you don't take it all. You take certain things, you stay away from the extreme stuff, you know, like don't live with your girl, whatever, you know. Certain things, there's certain lessons that you don't have to take it all, you know. Certain things that are good in terms of investing money, you know, maybe getting into real estate, stuff like that. But just understand that, you know, they might be able to, you know, give you a direction to go, but it's really up to you, you know, whether you want to go all the way with it or not. I mean, it's ultimately up to you. And there's a lot of variables that they probably don't talk about as well. So you just got to keep all that stuff in mind.
He's even pretending it makes sense. We're all just pretending it's all. I'm like, okay, none of this makes sense. But you can't deny that you play into the nonsense. You cultivate the nonsense. Then you go sit back like, oh, why are these audience members, all they want to do is hear me talk shit about women? Yeah, because you guys made that the main selling point.
You cannot provide anything other than pussy. That's all you got. You got a mouth, you got pussy, but that's it.
No woman wants to be in an equal relationship. Women are submissive. They're here to nurture and we're here to provide.
You guys cultivated a gender war, got them all inflamed. Come to find out, these guys don't want to talk about anything other than shitting on women. I don't know. I, for the life of me, think the red pill movement has got to be one of the funniest things, and all the people who are adjacent to this, from Andrew Tate to this fucking goofball, every single one of them, I find them highly entertaining because they cultivate these areas and then they get surprised Pikachu face when it blows up in their face. Andrew Tate out here talking about how he trafficked women, how he pimped them out, treating them like hoes. Now, what does he want to do? I'm a great Christian, or I'm a great Muslim man, treat women with respect. It's like, guys, did y'all not hear yourselves? You guys not even gonna address what y'all said? No? Okay, we just gonna pretend you're something different? Okay. It's highly impressive. And I will say this, I feel like people on that side of the spectrum get so much leeway to be logically inconsistent, to change up their entire rhetoric, and none of it has to make sense. None of it has to make sense. But then they look at a liberal and it's like, well, facts don't care about your feelings. It's like, God damn, nigga, have you seen the facts in your history?
It's Comic-Con. I said it before.
It's Comic-Con?
Yeah, because whenever you do a Comic-Con, and that's what he's doing. He's like perfect con artist con. You know what I mean? That's what it is. It's a regroup.
Con artist con?
Yeah, because it's a regroup of con artists, but it's like a Comic-Con, like it's a convention. Okay, right? But the thing that happened is that from one convention to the other, you could switch your costume up all you want, and it's fine.
Yeah.
I thought it was in the Marvel universe. No, right now it's Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, yeah, Batman.
You know what I mean? So with their inconsistencies, they are very consistent.
Yeah.
They're consistent as being inconsistent, and it's all like.
Damn. I feel for Sneeko though.
I don't.
Sneeko getting cucked by versions of his past self. This man can never escape the cucking.
He did that to himself.
He did.
I can't feel bad for someone that goes like this. That's you. I can't feel bad because you got hurt. You slapped yourself. Dumbass. Why am I going to feel for you? Stop slapping your goddamn self.
And he said, what else did he say? He said, all these guys do was want to talk about money. Bitch, that was you.
That was you.
There's a lot of distractions for sure, but it's not, bro.
This is the distraction. I'm telling you that you are the distraction from being a good person right now.
I'm distracting. I'm a bad person. And I'm encouraging bad people.
Yeah, no, you're encouraging bad behavior.
I want to be the master of my own universe. I want to be the best person I can be and be able to buy whatever I want.
How are you the master of your own universe when you see something flashy and that's what's pushing you to earn more money, to open more e-commerce shops? Yeah, you're the male Kim Kardashian. That's the whole point. Telling people that they need to, you got to start a business, you got to do e-commerce, you got to get 20 girls, you got to get the cars, you got to get the buildings.
Kim Kardashian is encouraging, like, you get famous for nothing, to be a thought, to just put on makeup and say nothing and you can be famous. I'm encouraging people to be the best version of themselves.
Be famous for nothing and being a thought. The male equivalent to that is saying, try to make a YouTube channel and be funny and trade crypto. It's the same thing, but for men.
You were telling people the most important thing is accumulating wealth and getting money and getting these girls.
And you kept
and you associated with people who constantly sold that thing. You mad at your audience because that's all they care about.
You didn't just say that. You that was propaganda.
Bro, y'all tell people all the time a lot of their self-worth is determined by how much money they make.
And then you surprised when they self-worth is...
Right? Women are never going to take you seriously unless you have a lot of money. And now it's like, oh, why do all these guys want to talk about money? Because, you know, that's what you told them is important.
Wow. Okay, so you could decide, do you want to make more money and then not tell the truth and not have convictions, or do you want to tell the truth regardless and make a difference in the world? If you want to make more money and run around with celebrities and sell your soul, that's fine. It's really a choice of, do you want to sell your soul or not? But that's not you should not say it's a mistake to have conviction.
See, you change your opinion nowadays. You change your opinion nowadays.
Even Fresh knows he flip-flops.
Why all these plants that I watered growing? Stupid.
Yeah. I just want to find me a clip. Find me a clip of where these guys say it's good to be culturally enriched. It's good to go to art museums and art galleries and go to conventions.
You're not going to find it, dude. They're like, no. Get money, disregard women. That's all it is.
Find me one. It's just funny. And then at the end of the day, we're gonna get called fence sitters, but at least I can say one thing: we're consistent. You niggas switch sides of the fence every chance you fucking get. You call me a fence sitter all you want, bitch. I done seen you hop over this fence like you're supposed to live in the middle too.
Oh, that reminds me. So, as you guys probably know, Sneeko has a Japanese dragon on his arm. And he said that in that video where he was talking about, going to the art galleries and stuff, before that, there's a portion of the Rumble video where he's talking about how he's always hated that dragon tattoo because he got a scar on his elbow right where the tail of the dragon is. And he said that he hated it because when he got the tattoo done, he took a bunch of Percocet to basically get through it, because it was like an 8-hour session to get the tattoo done. And he used to tell girls that, he got this scar on his elbow from like a motorcycle accident and stuff, when really he actually got it from hopping over a fence. And I guess he hopped over a fence and his arm like came down on the spike part of the fence, and that's how he got the scar, which is kind of symbolic for Sneeko, because he likes to hop over fences. He likes to hop over fences and change his perspective. And I just thought it was kind of a funny little symbology there.
All of a sudden now you want nuance. Wow, I want to be a conservative, but I actually really like art, and then you know what it sounds like? Sounds like you're on the fence, no? Sounds like you might be not as conservative as you thought.
It's not on the fence, because eventually he's gonna give him 2 weeks. Give him 2 weeks, a nap and a glass of water. He's gonna change his tone again.
That's what I said. Only time's gonna tell. We got to see where he goes from this art appreciation grift that he's on now. Maybe it can sustain itself, but we shall see. Coke Benny says Percocet is for severe pain, not for getting a tattoo. Well, that's what he. I guess that's what he took, man. He wanted to make sure that he could get through the 8-hour session. Which, I've gotten tattoos before. I don't think he understands that. After a while, the adrenaline kicks in, and the poking of the needle, it doesn't hurt as bad as the first time. But yeah, as far as that tattoo, yeah, he said he took Percocet to get through it, because it was a lot of detail in there, and but yeah, it was just, I don't know. He says he regrets the tattoo, but I think the name of the video is called "Live Without Regret," and that was one of the stories that he had about the whole tattoo.
Stop. It's getting old. Yeah, 2 weeks of nap and a glass of water, and then he's gonna be like, "Brrr!" It's been that. So,
where did this guy start? At first, he started as like a really artistic person, then said art was gay, and then really focused in on the whole red pill stuff. Then he went to like the anti-vaccine stuff. Then he went into like, I'm not religious. Then he became religious. Then he went away from like the necessarily religious stuff and going back to like, art is great. I don't know why these men are just want to be hyper masculine.
That's in the span of 3 years, bro.
Just like, God damn.
In the span of 3 years. And yes, you can grow.
I ain't never seen a man who puts on values the way women put on makeup. It's crazy. But I digress. Anything else you want to say about our good friend Cucko? Actually, why don't we look at some of the reactions before we go? See what the audience thinks.
They're like, boo, hey yo, you that got punched by a frog.
Someone said, sounds like Sneeko needs a safe space for his art. Someone said, he's moving on to his next exploit is all. Sneeko went from cuck to conservative, far right to Muslim, whatever else that led him to art to now. Someone said, yo, you created that audience, my guy. It's all on you. Shut up.
Cook Manny says, what a pussy. He needs a narcotic to get through a tattoo. Yeah, bro, that's what I said. When I was like, when I heard the story, I was like, oh, wow. Like, because I know when you get tattoos, you're never supposed to like be drunk either. But I know people sometimes they get drunk and get tattoos. You're not supposed to drink, and you're definitely not supposed to be taking any pills, whatever like that. Something about thinning out the blood too. I don't know, but yeah, they're like, don't do that. It's never good to do that. Just go in there, take the pain. If you got a big tat that's gonna take multiple sessions, you gotta be a man and get through it, man. That's the whole thing about a tattoo, man. But yeah, he says he kind of feels like he cheated at the whole thing. And yeah, if you guys want to go see it, the name of the video, I don't want to put it on this one because it'll definitely get copyright claim from Rumble. Which, you know, I'm already kind of preparing myself for certain sections of this video to probably get copyrighted by Rumble because of all the Sneeko stuff. Hopefully I can cut some of that stuff out and maybe be able to save it for clips. We'll see. I'm not counting on it though. This might just be it.
Yeah, shut up. Yeah, shut your ass up.
So it's the rebrand is going crazy. Generational rebrand.
They know. They fucking know. It's been like that.
Oh no, it's the consequences of my own actions.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
Didn't one of you guys say that earlier? Consequences for your actions?
Oh no! Oh my god, is it me abusing myself? Yeah, I guess everyone's kind of got the same take. He's a bozo then. He brought this kind of lack of expression audience to his own page by spouting bullshit. Ain't that the case though? What did he always do when people were not talking about worldly events? When people weren't talking about politics? You guys are fucking losers. You're talking about nonsense? You guys want to do comedy? You want to laugh? You want to do art?
Then
you guys are just too afraid of Jews. And now what does he want to do? He want to be staring at Jewish art. Hey, if you don't shut your ass up.
But just before that, he was doing comedy. You understand what I'm saying?
He did some open mics.
He tried. He did an attempt. That didn't work. Boom. That didn't work. Right back to this bitch. It's like, yo, the rebrand is hard. Going hard in the motherfucking paint. Get it? Paint.
No, I think ever since Sneeko got punched and lost half his tooth, I think he started realizing, bruh, this movement don't get me no bitches.
Maybe that bouncer knocked some sense into him.
Dude, I just realized, holy crap, dude. Like, I'd never realized this before, but the painting behind them is Sneeko getting punched by the frog. I never realized this until just now. Like, I remember seeing the frog in this little, like, pose where he's about to punch, and then, like, if you look over here, you see Sneeko getting punched by the frog. Like, I wonder if that is Sneeko or not. It looks a lot like him. Maybe that's something that I didn't notice until just now. That's hilarious. That's funny. You guys see it now? You guys got to see that. That's crazy.
Maybe, because I didn't hear much about Sneeko since then. I guess he's been praying. Anything else?
Nah. Definitely not.
Let us know what y'all think.
All right. So the last thing I want to show you guys. Well, hold on. Hold on. Make sure this thing doesn't play here. There we go.
Today's topic is blast from.
There we go. All right. So
from the kick.
Hold on.
Of cuck.
Sorry about that. All right. So the last thing I'm going to talk about is the red pill, the business of exploiting lonely men. Now, this is something that I wanted to end the whole stream on, because I'm pretty sure everybody in here knows the difference between red pill, blue pill, and black pill. That was another thing I wanted to talk about from Wheat Waffles, but I think everybody in here has a good grasp of all of that stuff. So let's just go to the red pill and the business of exploiting lonely men. I think this is kind of a good video to end off on because, you know, it kind of ties everything together, you know, in terms of, like, I guess the appeal of red pill and how, you know, some people that are drawn to it. I would say with the increase of, you know, single mothers in this country, raising young men, and then not having that strong male figure in their life, you know, men are just, they are turning to the internet to, you know, find people that can give them advice on how to, you know, operate in this world, especially in the dating market and stuff. So let's check this one out. Red pill, the business of exploiting lonely men. Here we go.
If there's one thing that the internet has taught me, it's that you can monetize just about anything.
Ice cream so good, yes, popcorn. Ice cream so.
The NPC grift was crazy. I remember seeing this on TikTok with this woman here who was getting crazy amount of money and for acting like an NPC. There was also the other guy that looked like Miles Morales that was walking around in the Spider-Man uniform, just acting like an NPC, and there are a few others, man. And it was really crazy how it was taken off on TikTok, and I was like, wow, these people are really making money. It's crazy.
Feel good.
Imagine my lack of surprise when people monetized the epidemic of sad and lonely men.
Hustle University is the greatest thing that exists on the face of the planet.
That's what I want to teach you on this course.
Unplugging from the matrix of fitness and game.
And you might be thinking, oh, how big is this? Well,
Does Myron ever look? Does Myron ever not look zesty when he talks with his hands? Hold on, let's go back real quick. Just in the dude is zesty, bro.
Imagine my lack of surprise when people monetized the epidemic of sad and lonely men.
Hustle University is the greatest thing that exists on the face of the planet.
That's what I want to teach you on this course.
Unplugging from the matrix of fitness and game.
And you might be thinking, oh, how big is this? Well, business is booming. Dozens of people, loads of YouTube channels that are earning millions of dollars a year selling a lie.
The red pill is OnlyFans for men. That's what it is. It really is. Give your money to us because we will show you how to text girls, how to, get your fitness and money on point, how to invest in crypto and all this stuff. And I'll teach you how to be a man, because, you definitely don't have it from growing up as coming from a single parent household. We'll be your daddies, your online daddies. Cook Betty says that you can monetize anything except Myron Gaines. Oh man. Yeah, dude. And apparently Myron, he started his whole debrief thing. I guess he's not doing well, he was gonna be doing, I guess, Myron Gaines X, whatever, but he's doing Fed Reacts, or I guess no, he changed Fed Reacts to Myron Gaines X, and now he's doing the debrief. So yeah, I mean, he's just gonna keep doing more and more shows, but I still wanted to ask him. I was like, dude, are you gonna be doing the Controlled Chaos, man? We still gonna be doing that, or is that just not gonna happen anymore? Just reopen that wound.
Claiming to have answers to a very real problem, but just making everything worse. So let's go on a journey together. I'm going to put on my Morpheus cosplay and hand you that red pill. We're going down the rabbit hole of truth. I'm red pilling the red pill and breaking these lonely, desperate men out of their Andrew Tate worshipping mind matrix. One thing that is impossible to ignore when discussing the rise of internet ideologies and movements is that of misinformation and bias within the media. Clickbait-driven headlines and manipulative algorithms often make it difficult to know where to get reliable information. That's why I've been using Ground News.
The ad read.
A website that combines news from around the world in one place and provides context that mainstream media does not, like political affiliation, source ownership, and factuality ratings. They are a small team working to hold the media accountable, and they are sponsoring this video. For instance, let's search Andrew Tate. On the website, we can see there are almost 500 stories published on him in the last 3 months. Ground News shows the top articles and even blind spot stories that are underreported by the media. Look at this story. Apple removing Tate's app. Only 33% of coverage on this story is coming from the right, making a blind spot for anyone who doesn't get their information from these sources. It's interesting to see some sources headline the claims, calling the app misogynistic and a pyramid scheme, while others say Apple was slammed for keeping the app. Ground News makes it super easy to understand where even your own bias might be. It is an important resource to avoid living in a bubble of algorithm-driven coverage. Go to ground.news/Kira and sign up through my link. Get 30% off unlimited access to data-driven information through my link before October 15th.
The Tate cells, we also call them tater tots. That's another one.
What is the red pill? How did we get here? Why does it exist? And who cares? All very important questions, but let's tackle them in order of importance. So what is the red pill? The red pill has been many things. Originally, it was an allegory for transgender, according to the creator of the term, Lily Wachowski, who popularized it in The Matrix. However, and very ironically, now the red pill is used by a group of predominantly men who
one fun fact about The Matrix and the red pill, there was a character in the original Matrix that was supposed to be transgender, that was supposed to be female in the Matrix, but then when the character was in the real world, it was a man, and that character was the name of Switch. It was the blonde woman. But I think in the movie they ended up keeping it just as keeping her as just a normal woman. But I thought that would have been very interesting. But I think it might have been too soon to have something like that. Coke Penny said, or Tate Tards. That's a good one. Yeah.
co-opt it as an ideology around how to live life, specifically about the real truth of society and their place within it. This mostly pertains to masculinity, conspiracy theories, making money, and women. The red pill is also not the only word that this movement goes by. It can also, in many popular spaces, be substituted with the word manosphere. If you've not heard of these things, you might be surprised to learn just how huge this movement is. So the question of how we got here comes down to one man, sort of.
Am I successful? Am I competent? You know, am I achieving things? Am I respected? If you start to look at these indicators of your life, you're going to end up being happier.
Now, I do need to say that Andrew Tate himself has said he isn't red pill and that he finds the whole concept and most of the people involved to be cringe, but his unwillingness to co-opt the term is irrelevant to the reality, and that is his talking points are almost identical to the whole space, and his popularity is what has accelerated the movement. And I do mean accelerated, because even without Andrew Tate or any other manosphere figurehead, this was an inevitability in modern society. We were already headed down this path. Andrew Tate was never the cause, he was simply the most prevalent symptom. Why do I say this? Well, let's answer the question of why it exists in the first place. It'll probably only take you a few minutes to Google search if you've not already seen these very shocking statistics when it comes to the rise of loneliness in men, especially young men. This is the real epidemic that is going to claim more lives than any contagious disease, and it's eroding the very foundation of modern society. For the record, this problem does not just envelop men, but it is more prevalent statistically for a multitude of reasons. On the face of it, men have less friends than ever before.
Okay, so we have a new person here. Lynn Colin KN. Bro, since the change of Myron, what do you think of him? I believe you should take every pill's belief or advice with a grain of salt. Only the surface level of these pills have some truth to it. I agree with that statement, actually. It really is. You have to cherry pick the points out of it that is so far right or so far left. You know, you have to learn to form your own opinions, you know. For most people that already know my story and stuff, like the time that I was even introduced to the red pill, I was already out of the dating game. I was already married for a few years. I already had, you know, a child and stuff. And, you know, I have a very solid relationship, and, you know, it's a very loving relationship. And, you know, it started out with long distance, and it's still solid to this day, you know. And I don't think it's rare, though. I think it's very possible for every man to have a loving, long-lasting relationship, and it doesn't have to be in a point where, like, oh, I have a one-side open relationship, you know, and that's how that's the way to live. Like, honestly, man, it's like, if that works for some people, but I am of the belief that if you are in a one-sided open relationship and your woman allows you to sleep with other women, she doesn't care about you that much. She just doesn't. You know, maybe you have the net worth or whatever to keep her there, and she's fine with living a life of comfort where she doesn't have to work, and all you have to do is give her a credit card so she can just, you know, watch Netflix all day, go shopping online all day, and just, you know, just pamper herself all day. Sure, I don't know any woman that wouldn't want to turn that down, but you got to understand, if that money's not there, that's going to be a huge factor of your relationship still standing. You know, it's almost 100% dependent on your money still being there. Will that woman be there if the money runs out? It's kind of hard to say, you know. Whereas in my relationship, I've had ups and downs, and I've had time where I had to be out of work, you know, and my wife, you know, she stood by me. She stood by me, and, you know, when she could have easily just left, but, you know, when you have that solid foundation, and, you know, you've had so many memories and so many good times and stuff like that, that we take our vows very seriously, you know, through sickness and health, and good times and bad. There are a lot of people that do not even believe in marriage, you know, but you know, when you find someone, you mean, you just know, you know, but it takes time to get to that point where you just know that this is a solid person. You have to, I mean, I've said this before on previous podcasts, you got to take the time. And a lot of people, especially today's youth, they don't have the time to just put in time to work on somebody, whatever, or not to work on somebody, but to, you know, to build with someone, you know, because they think that women want to be with men that are already built already. You know, nobody wants to build with their man. They just want to have a man that's already built. Which, yeah, I mean, sure, there are women that are going to be like that. But if that's the kind of woman you want, you know, maybe that's what you're choosing. Lincoln came back and said, totally agree, bro. Your points are really good. Myron has really thrown himself in a black hole of believing all women are created to destroy men. Yes, I mean, he believes that the marriage system is set up to cut men in half, you know, and he has a very fear-based mentality about it, where I said, like, look, if you go into your relationship with your woman thinking that I'm never going to marry her because she's just going to use the system against me or whatever, so that's why I'm going to, you know, marry her in the church if we ever go down that path, or I'm just going to keep her around, you know, until she ages out, and then I'm going to trade her in for somebody new. You know, it's like, I don't know. I just think you're treating women like a tool, man. You know, like you're just treating women like they're subordinates, you know, they're lower life forms than yourself. And Myron has come on air and say that. He said that, you know, he doesn't view women as equals. You know, he doesn't view women as even like worthy of listen. He's like, I don't listen to women. You know, women don't tell me what to do. I don't even like listening to women just talk, you know, which is like, okay, well, that's a little something else too, man. It's like, you might not just like women altogether, but, you know, the fact that he's just like, no, I'll never be loyal to a woman. You know, I'll never, like, no, he's like men show loyalty in different ways. And in terms of like, you know, providing and protecting and stuff. But that's, you know, when he goes into that whole providing and protecting, he also has the caveat as that, oh, but I would never live with her though. You know, like I'd come see her twice a week, you know, but I'd need to have my own space so I can, you know, be on my grind and keep that masculinity and stuff. Cause if I'm with my woman, I'm going to get soft. And I'm like, dude, that's a problem you have, you know, like that doesn't happen to normal men. You know, men can still wake up every day, understand what their purpose is, wake up, go to work, take care of business, you know, fight for their little bit of change in the world, money in the world, come back and take care of their family with it, you know, and they can still maintain their masculinity. They can still have their, you know, masculine things that they do. They want to take care of their health. They want to take care of their body. They want to work out and stuff like that. They can still do all of that stuff, you know. You don't get soft because you're around women unless you just can't be around women. You know, that's a problem that he has. But, you know, I think it all comes back, you know, to his adolescence. You know, he didn't get any action with women, you know, so he kind of developed a little bit of a hatred for them, you know, or a contempt, something that's a little bit beyond hate.
They spend less time socializing with the friends that they do have.
But Lincoln, I don't know if I'm saying your name right. Welcome to the stream, man. Very, very, you know, it's good. It's good to, you know, meet new people. And, you know, just, I'm glad that, you know, we kind of do agree with each other in terms of like, yeah, it's good to listen to everybody's point of view, you know, like people that are black pill, people that are blue pill, people that are red pill. It's good to take in all the information, you know, it's really good to, like, you know, have an open mind for this stuff. But it's when you start parroting ideas that you lose your own. You know, you lose your own perspective because you're just all about parroting somebody else's, you know, and I think that's, you know, that's kind of what Sneeko does. You know, don't be like Sneeko either. Kokomei says, by soft, he means flaccid. Yeah. Dude, okay, so I'll let you know. One of the shirt ideas was women. It was gonna say Fresh and Fit podcast on the back of the shirt, and on the front it was gonna say, women make me soft, men keep me hard. I thought that would be a funny idea for a Fresh and Fit t-shirt. There's a few others. I'll read them before the stream ends, but that's just one that maybe I just thought about that.
Than ever before. They're virgins for far longer, have sex less frequently overall, and they are self-deleting at an alarmingly high rate, with numbers trending upwards greater than ever before. They're also less likely to seek mental health assistance, more likely to turn to drugs or substance abuse to cope with these factors which don't even play into the self-deleting stat, and are overall becoming increasingly disenfranchised with the world, or most importantly, their place within it. So, to answer the question of why Andrew Tate...
Lincoln came back, he said, exactly, bro, your point of views are wise on taking everything with a grain of salt. Dude, you have to. Dude, we live in the information age, okay? So you got to learn to filter, certain information and understand that, yeah, there's always going to be some type of angle, like even on YouTube, people are going to be, they're going to be selling courses, they're going to be leading with the cars and the women and the nice clothes and the fancy watches and stuff. And they're going to lead you in with that. And they know that that's what everybody wants status. Every man wants, women throwing themselves at him and having like this jet setting life. But you have to understand that the way that Andrew Tate got to where he is in terms of, making his money, it was by typing for girls on web chats, like Chatterbait stuff. Like he was the one that was typing to all these men, trying to fleece them for money and stuff. And he was taking the money and giving women, the little bit of money that he said that wasn't going to be taxed. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Couldn't be me. Maybe some men can put their egos aside and act like a girl and type to a bunch of men and stuff like that for hours and hours and stuff like that. But I couldn't do it, man. I couldn't do it. Not like that. I'd rather do an honest living, bro. But I mean, I'm not going to say everything that Andrew Tate has said is not applicable in some form or fashion. Yes, you should go to the gym. You should take care of your health, because that's the most important thing. All this money that you strive for, all these cars and houses and stuff like that, it can all be gone tomorrow, man. It can all be gone. Nothing that we truly own in this life is truly ours 100%. It can always be taken away. But, your health, that's the most important thing. So him saying, go to the gym, take care of yourself, a strong body is a strong mind. I agree with that. But Andrew Tate is not the first man to say that. There's many men that said that before him, and the fact is, like, I think I've said this before in past live streams, is that every, not just red pill guru, but every like lifestyle guru has cherry picked other people's ideas and has repurposed it as, a package for you to buy online as a self-help course. And, there are people that are going to fall for it. All the information is at your fingertips. It's just a matter of, knowing what to discern from. So, but yeah.
Why the Red Pill? Why the Manosphere? Sneeko, podcasts like Fresh and Fit, the Red Pill Godfather, Rollo Tomasi, and many others exist. It's very simple. It's because they need to exist. Supply and demand. These people didn't just appear for no reason. They arrived at the right time with the right message. And that is obviously not me giving them my rubber stamp of approval, as I believe each one of the people I just listed, as well as the majority of the Manosphere space, is a counterintuitive detriment to young men's lives. For reasons that we'll mostly go over in the next section, this is just me saying that this movement didn't arrive overnight for no reason and brainwash hundreds of millions of men. The male loneliness epidemic was already here. It's a cancer eating society. The Manosphere presented itself as chemotherapy, bringing with it total destruction of the body, but without the added benefit of potentially eradicating the cancer. Not to say there are no good...
Cookmania says, fun fact, Andrew Tate video on the screen was actually sponsored by Twix. Really? I didn't know that. You're talking about the one where he's sitting with Aiden Ross when Aiden went to go see him in Dubai? Lincoln said, I'm a 20-year-old man and I want to grow as a man who takes care of his own. And I'm working hard on building a solid financial, physical, and intellectual foundation of my own, to be honest. Hey man, I respect it, brother. I really do. The fact that, you know, you're still at the beginning of your journey, bro. And for you to already have this mindset, dude, you're light years ahead of a lot of people, you know. The fact is, man, you wanting to take care of, you know, your health and stuff, is very important. Don't ever stop learning, you know, don't ever, you know, and then, you know, teaching yourself about, you know, finances and stuff. I mean, you're at the perfect age, man, that you should be doing all that stuff. You know, there's a lot of guys that are your age right now that are going out every Saturday night, going to the club, drinking and stuff, even though they're still under the age of 21, man. They're going out to drink, you know, they're just partying, bro. They're young, trying to chase girls, you know? And yeah, the fact is, man, you seem like a guy with a solid head on his shoulders, man. I salute you for that, man. I'm glad you came to the stream, bro. I like seeing people like this, like that, like you, man. That's awesome. Good job. He came back. He says, exactly. And the health part. Absolutely, brother. That's good, man. You give me hope, man, that, you know, you guys still have your own mind. You know, you're not so easily influenced like some of these other people here. You know, you don't want to blindly follow anybody. You just want to, you know, you want to keep your morality, because only you know what's best for you. You know, don't let anybody on the internet influence you. You know, you ultimately know what is best. And, you know, that's how I operate with my life. When it came to, you know, the career that I have, the job, the wife that I have, you know, the life that I have, you know, it's all been on my own, you know, and did I ever take any type of self-help or online course, whatever, to get where I'm at? Absolutely not. You know, you can get there on your own merit and your own goodwill, man. As long as you got a good head on your shoulders. Sure. I mean, have we all done some shady stuff? Have we all, you know, maybe experimented a little bit with, you know, maybe like drugs and alcohol and stuff like that? There's a time and place for all of that. But if you're a strong-willed person that, you know, is able to see that does not serve your soul, that's just going to kill some brain cells, you know, like I don't drink at all, man. And I've never had a DUI. I've always been like the guy to drive all my friends around and stuff like that as the designated driver, you know, because I just like being in control. I like, you know, I like being able to remember what I did, you know, whereas a lot of people are just trying to get blitzed out their brains, man. And, you know, they get through their lives like that. That's how they cope, you know, but it's no, man, I'm glad you came into the stream, man. I really am.
Pieces of advice from any of these people, or a well-rationed person couldn't learn a few real truths from these spaces, such as eating right, exercising, socializing, and trying to better your situation financially. But these few truths are things almost anybody could tell you without the added baggage of what is adjacent to the grift of these male self-help gurus. I'm of course talking about conspiracy theories and hatred.
Obesity comes from you Jews affecting our media
I'm
with
the
your
reason
fucking...
you're fat.
No, you guys bought McDonald's and all that shit.
One of the very few men on earth I do trust, good old Alex Jones, he said this 2 months before 9/11. They don't.
Lincoln came back. He's like, I can't lie, bro. I was amazed at your take on how much Fresh contributes to the Fresh and Fit pod, and I was more impressed when I found out you were married. To be honest, a lot of people discourage marriage, and just yeah, dude, I know, man, I know. Well, because I think the general fact is that. Yeah, I mean, if you go in with the fear-based mentality that, yeah, I mean, anything you get it. I mean, you could apply it to like getting in your car and driving to whatever destination you're going to, man. You could possibly get into a crash, you know? Knock on wood. Knock on some wood. That anybody that's in this chat right now, you guys get in your car and something bad happens. But if you go in with that fear, I'm not saying that, you know, manifesting thing is real or anything like that, but if you live your life in fear, you will be held back in some way or portion. You know, you got to be able to take a risk You know, not saying that getting your car is taking a risk, whatever, but I mean, it is. In a very small way, it is. And I think that's also in the relationships that you develop with people, you know, people that you want to grow a life with. You know, you're taking a risk doing all of that. Marriage is a risk, you know, but then again, everything's a risk. You know, you could be eating some bad fish or some, you know, bad meat or whatever. And that's it for you. You know, you take a risk every day when you step out your door, but you know, you got to know how to manage risk, and you got to know what is important to you. You know, don't ever take your eyes off your goals. Don't ever, you know, compromise your values to appease somebody else's. You know, just be your own man. Be your own man, and you know, don't be so influenced by trying to keep up with the Joneses, you know, and try to be like better than the next guy. You know, you're gonna get there in your own time. You know, and I think that's another thing that happens, man. People, they see how young these influencers are and how they're already making millions and millions of dollars, you know, doing what they do, and people are just like, man, I want to get there too, you know. But they don't see all the work that it took to get there. You know, all the sleepless nights and all the times when they were unpaid to get there, you know, but also they might have paid for courses. They might have had, you know, a circle of people of connection to where they could, you know, fast track a lot of that stuff. A lot of that stuff isn't really said, you know, all you see online is the finished product for some people, you know. Some people are still a work in progress. This guy right here on screen is a work in progress. But, you know, as far as, you know, the other people that are, you know, successful, quote unquote, you know, we never hear from their beginnings. You know, we only hear what they tell us. So, you know, you can only, yeah, like I said, man, you can only take whatever anybody says in terms of advice. Even people that are like, oh, I can teach you how to make $1 million in a year. I can teach you guys how to make 100K a month. You know, it's like when you say things like that, yeah, you're going to get a lot of people's attention, but it's not achievable. Not everybody's going to achieve it. But if you have a course that you're selling at $50 a pop with the potential of making 100K a month, yeah, a lot of people are be like, dude, $50 is nothing. I got that right now. I could. What could I lose? You know. And the thing is, it just takes a couple thousand people to take the bait, and yeah, you got a good amount of money. You know. It doesn't have to work. You know. It'd just be like, well, the reason why you didn't make it is because it all fell back on your effort. You know, and it's an easy out. You know, a lot of it is very general advice. For those of you that don't know, I might have already mentioned this before, but I am in a Telegram group, and with, you know, a lot of people from the Length of Girth, Reddit, people that, you know, they actually have a lot of courses, a lot of books and stuff like that. All the stuff that these guys put online, as far as the Red Pill, they have it. They have it in like MP4 files or MP3 files, whatever, that you can listen to for completely free. So, like, you don't have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars or whatever. Any book that you want to read, any course that you want to have, it's in this Telegram group. And I've listened to it just in, like, background noise while I'm working, and it's all general advice. It's all stuff that you've heard from other people, from other places before, but it's all just neatly packaged and repurposed, you know? And I'm not saying it's bad advice. I'm just saying it's regurgitated advice. You know, and a lot of it is common sense. But I mean, I think some people need to have their hand held, you know, to be able to get through things, you know, to learn things. And yeah, everything from like learning about crypto, learning about real estate, everything is in there. And so, yeah, I mean, the whole point of that is that, yeah, the information that is paid for, that is like, you know, you think this is like sought after information or whatever, and it will change your life. No, that's it's not going to change your life by you knowing something. It's also, it has a little bit to do with connections as well. It's not about what you know, it's about who you know. That's very important as well.
want you to be masculine. The biggest threat to their agenda is an independent, free-thinking man.
And to answer the last question of who cares, well, I know on social media nobody really cares about the fact that young men in particular are suffering, because it's cool to be inclusive and empathetic to everybody, except for those you deem to have power as a group, despite the fact that most average men have little to no power at all over their own lives, let alone society. But you should care, because this is a reflection of that society. Not just that, but you probably have men in your lives as well that are struggling with things like this. Could be your brothers, fathers, sons, cousins, friends, or old acquaintances. I don't think it can be simultaneously true that we say everybody should get help, they all deserve compassion and understanding, but then demonize a clear growing trend that could bring economic and societal downturns just because it's cool to shit on men online. Which would probably sound better if it wasn't me, a man, saying this, but I am, because it is important. The rise of the Tate cells, as well as the growing incel movement, hatred of women, conspiracy nuts, and a whole other host of issues exist because as a society, this issue is prevalent and persistent. I think society in general is too busy looking at the surface of those, idiots who follow this stupid rhetoric to understand the reason that they do is because they're lost, and these people are telling them that it's okay. These grifters that are making them believe all these crazy wild things are the only ones who are compassionately speaking to these men. They're making them believe, and the truth is, they are speaking pure lies, designed almost entirely for personal gain and enrichment. So let's talk about the real red pill. The reality of the matter is, the red pill does have some merit when taken at face value. There have been shifts in society that resulted in vastly different circumstances for everybody, but especially for young men. For starters, society has moved beyond where most people live, and if they live where society now does, they then lack the skills to interact in the real world.
Yeah, what I will say about this fact right here is that we are probably the most connected through social media than we ever have been. You can reach out to anybody in the world, and maintain a connection with them because of social media. But then when it comes to the real world, everybody is so isolated. Everybody's in their own little bubble, man, with their phones and stuff. Almost to the point, like even in driving cars, people cannot hand down their phone and stay off of social media, man. Like I see it all the time. Like even though I live in a state where it's a hand-free state, you can't have your phone in your hand. I see hundreds of people driving with their phone in their left hand or in their right hand, and they just can't put it down. They'll be at a red light, and then the light will turn green, and they're still sitting because they're just still scrolling. I'm like, dude, get off your fucking phone, man. But like I said, it's an addiction for a lot of people. Some people are just terminally online, and I have to take a step back. Like I think it's good that I only do this like once a week because it actually keeps my peace of mind kind of sane. I know there was I think, who was it? Was it Kavos? Maybe it was Kavos. He said, I'd like to see, it might not have been Kavos, but he's like, I wish I didn't have to wait until Saturday to get another video from you. And I was like, yeah, man, I'll see what I can try to do, whatever. But then I realized, dude, my work schedule does not allow for me to make more videos than once a week. But also for my peace of mind, I think it's great, man, because I can actually spend a good amount of time with you guys, give you enough content for pretty much the whole week when you think about it, because I don't think everybody's really going to like sit through this whole thing. To those that do, I appreciate you, but sometimes it takes people a while to get through these videos, and I think it's kind of good. It kind of spreads it out a little bit. But yeah, I honestly think that there is a lot of value in kind of detoxing from the red pill. At least that's what I'm trying to do. As far as, put the message out that, yeah, you guys don't have to follow all this stuff 100%. You can actually take the time away from it and realize that not every woman is out to get you. Women are women can be great. They can be great support systems for you. And if you are in a relationship already, it's like do not be with someone if you don't want to be with them for long term. I don't understand this whole like, oh, we're in a situationship. It's like, no, man, don't do that. Don't waste your time. Don't waste her time. Lincoln Lynn, Lynchcolin. I don't know how I'll say your name, man. I hope I'm saying it right. I'm sorry if I'm butchering it this whole time. Yeah, those make $100K a month in a year courses, really made mostly for gullible people. That's why I love to read Jim Rohn's books. He spoke how everything takes years on and to make that great wealth. Well, absolutely, man. I would say the whole, it's not really about attaining wealth also. It's also about like keeping your money, you know, and also investing it, making it work for you, moving your money, you know, and investing in places where it can grow, you know, because I think what a lot of people don't understand about money is that, you know, you can accumulate money from trading your time for money and then putting that in a bank, but then you're going to lose that amount of money over time. And unless you have your money working for you in investments and, you know, stuff like that, you know, it's not gonna, you can't grow it overnight, you know? And I don't know, man. It's like everybody says like, hey, hop on this whole crypto trend, you know, and, you know, Dogecoin and all this other stuff. And it's like, man, it's like, you just want to be careful, you know, because a lot of people I think are trying to drive you to invest in a certain coin. It might not be, you know, Bitcoin. It might be this like meme coin or something. And then so you get in early on it. And then what you don't understand is that, no, it's all being pumped up so that it can be rug pull for you. You know, like people don't understand that don't know anything about crypto. They get sucked into like these people are just hyping you up. Like, look, man, we're actually going to make sure that everybody that gets in early on this is going to make a ton of money. You know, they use like these situations to just be like, hey, man, trust us, okay? This is not a get rich quick scheme. You know, we're gonna make sure that everybody here is taken care of. And you're just like, they're making it sound really good. You know, it's sounding really good. So then, you know, what do? You're like, you know what? I got a nest egg of $30,000-$40,000. I'm gonna go all in. And then what do you know? The thing gets rug pulled, and then all your money's gone. Your life savings, man. What was that one chick? Hawk to a coin. Dude, that was the whole marketing scheme. That was to get people that had no idea what crypto was all about, to introduce them to it, to possibly keep them on and, you know, go on to other meme coins and stuff like that. But just dip their toe in the whole cryptocurrency. The whole thing got rug pulled. What they didn't know is that there was, you know, a lot of insiders that had, you know, a lot of coins that they didn't pay for that was completely like sold upon the coin launching. And then a lot of people that invested that just skyrocketed up, man. It was rug pulled, and people that they lost tens of thousands of dollars. So yeah, you just got to be careful, you know. Just got to be careful about where you put your money, where you invest it, man. You're right, man. Make it work for you, but, you know, just make sure that you have vetted properly. Like in anything in life, make sure that you ask the right questions. You do as much research as possible. You know, you vet for your relationships. You vet for where you want to put your money, bro. Because yeah, I mean, all it is just more time that you got to do to earn that money back again. I'm not saying that, you know, you can't make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes, and there's going to be a little bit of risk involved in everything that you do. But don't get caught up in the analysis either. You know, analysis paralysis is a real thing, and a lot of people, you know, they just overanalyze stuff and they just never make a move because they're too afraid. So
that as a sentence doesn't make sense, right? Let me explain. Society for most young people, as well as for most lonely people, exists online. Their society exists on social media. But where is it that they need to be in order to actually better their situation? The real world with real people, face-to-face interactions and social situations. This problem is compounding. The more time people spend online, whether as an escape from the pressures of real life because they don't feel that they fit in, or for comfort, the less social they're going to become, the more awkward any potential interactions will go, and of course this leads to them being less and less likely to find the meaningful friendships or relationships that they need to live happily and normally. It's the self-fulfilling prophecy. And this is the problem that gets worse for the younger generation, especially after lockdowns where people have grown up on social media, hang out in person less, homeschool, go to college online, work remotely, date using apps.
One thing I'm very like happy and fortunate to say in my life that I've never had to use a dating app. I understand that that is the norm. That is the reality of a lot of young men. That's just how people live their lives now. I honestly, I feel really bad for people that have to do that, you know, because that's just the world we're in now. You know, girls don't want to just meet a random guy. That's scary for them. They'd rather just, you know, get the rap sheet first, you know, see their profile, see what they're all about, see what they can offer, and then they'll make the choice. You know, they'll pick the best choice out of all of them. And yeah, it sucks, man. This whole thing about like going out and meeting people and stuff, it's like people don't do that anymore. You know, maybe they do in certain areas of the country that are not so not like a major city and stuff. Maybe like a flyover state in the middle of the country, maybe it's still like that. But as far as dating apps, man, it has become a normal thing. And yeah, I hope to God that never ever have to deal with that, because I said this before. I was like, dude, if you find a girl in a dating app, you've already lost, you know, because she's probably been on there for a lot longer than you think. And she's probably dealt with a lot of bad stuff, you know. Women are just using dating apps to funnel men to their OnlyFans, and men are just on the dating apps just to hook up. You know, I think it's like the extremes of both. You know, I don't think anybody is on dating apps like looking to find a genuine relationship. Maybe like a 1% chance between both sexes and stuff, but I think for the majority, man, it's hookup culture online all the time, bro. And yeah, there's a lot of risk in finding a girl off a dating app, dude.
And generally skew towards hobbies that isolate them further. To put it simply, they spend less time with real people and therefore are less confident or capable people in face-to-face society, which is where they probably have the highest chance to meet people who are going to give them the things that they're missing in life and remove that loneliness. A lot of people nowadays have either grown up not learning how to socialize because of social media and the internet age, or they've forgotten, whichever one it is, they currently are not equipped with the tools to navigate the real world. You only have to look at cultures like Japan, where they literally have a word for this, ikikomori. We also have words in the West, neets, incel is obviously one that people throw around a lot when people are just, you know, really bad at talking to women, and of course are involuntary celibate.
Lincoln says, what do you think about the Pop the Balloon shows on Finding Love? Bro, I think all of that is just for show too, man. Because I don't think any of that, I don't think any of them actually like get together for real and actually form like actual relationships. A lot of it's just entertainment. I think it's brilliant because a lot of people, they get a lot of entertainment out of it. But from aside from entertainment, I don't think it's not really an effective way of finding love. I don't think so. I just think it's funny, man. I've seen too many videos of guys, you know, they'll hear a woman out, and then the woman will pop on them, and then she'll ask her like, hey, why did you pop your balloon? And she's like, oh, it was just, you know, the way he was dressed, it was his fit, whatever. And then she'll ask him, she's like, oh, why did you have your balloon pop? He's like, well, I wanted to hear what she had to say and stuff like that, you know, but I mean, since I'm popping, can I ask you a question? And she's like, yeah. He's like, do you have kids? And she's like, yeah, I got 2. And he's just like, oh, good. I'm glad you popped, because I would have popped if I knew that. It's just like some men don't want to be with women that have kids, you know, but that's another reality of the show, is that people that are doing that, they are either, you know, people that have kids or people that are like 38 going on 40. And, you know, if they're on a dating show, it's for a reason, man. You know, if a woman is it's crazy. I've seen people where like there was an age gap too, like in their children. So the guy was like, look, I have I have an 18-year-old daughter, and then I have a 9-month-old son. And you're like, dude, you're on a dating app? You're on Pop the Balloon? What the hell? You know? So it's like, it's kind of like, it's bad on both sides for men and women, you know? It's like, okay, so you got a baby daddy over here that, you know, is still on the dating market and everything like that, but he has a 9-month-old at home. And he's over, and then, you know, you got women over here that are just like popping men's balloons just for the way they're dressed, you know, not necessarily like the way they look either. They're like, no, he looks very, you know, they're like, oh, I would, he's definitely the person that, you know, I typically would go for, but the way he's dressed, she's like, no, I couldn't do it. You know, it's just weird. And yeah, you just said Pop the Balloon is very shallow. It is, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like there's no, it's all surface level, you know, it's entertainment. It's not literally trying to put people together. That's not what it's for. It's for entertainment at the end of the day. And it is, it's damn entertaining, you know, just to see people really put themselves out there like that. Now, I guess, I don't know if you have Netflix or not, but there's a show called Love is Blind, which is kind of a little bit opposite of that. Well, I mean, it's sort of like Pop the Balloon, but different. It's like, you know, they got these two people in these pods that's like, there's like a frosted glass wall in between them. So they can tell when the other person's in the other room, but they can't see them. So all they do is communicate with one another. You know, and they find out information about each other just strictly through communication. They have no idea what they look like. And they do this over a couple of weeks. You know, they really build a solid communication with each other. And it's almost kind of like old school, getting back to like getting to know people like on a really deep level, rather than just like being so superficial about what they look like, you know? And then I think after like a couple of weeks, man, like they start pairing off, you know, they're like, look, I had a really good conversation with Stacy, and I can't wait to see Stacy again. I can't wait to talk to her again, and, you know, and continue where we left off. And it's like, they actually have like that old school, like longing for each other to, you know, to want to hear each other's voice and stuff, where, dude, I mean, do you think that's what goes on today? Like, no, people want to see what you're all about. They want to see your lifestyle. They want to see what kind of car you drive. They want to see what kind of, you want to see your teeth. You want to see what you look like. They want to make sure that you're over 6 feet tall. They want to make sure you got a six pack. You know, if you don't have any of those, if you don't meet any of those, you know, or if there's one thing that you don't meet, I'm sorry, but it's a pass, you know. But the thing about the Love is Blind show is that, yeah, people, they're actually like having meaningful conversations with one another. And, you know, it does happen where, you know, somebody will say, yeah, I'm kind of a party girl, whatever like that. And they're like, oh, okay. So, and then they just choose not to see each other again. Like a man will be like, okay, I don't really want a party girl. I'm trying to find a wife, you know, I don't want a party girl, you know. So then they'll stop talking, and then somebody else will be like, hey, you know, I'm just trying to find something, you know, quick or whatever. I'm not trying to find anything serious, whatever. So then they pair off, you know. But it's once they finally meet each other, it's usually a lot deeper of a connection, because they've already had this multiple conversations with one another. They know everything about each other, and then when they finally see each other for the first time, it's a lot more deeper of an attraction, because like, not only are they already attractive people, they're attracted to each other on a deeper level than that. And they usually get married like right after that. You know, that's usually kind of like the whole thing of the show, is that, you know, the guy ends up proposing to the girl after like the 4th or 5th week or something of them having these conversations. They're like, yeah, I want to be with you because, you know, we just Then they finally see each other, and then it's just like, yeah, man, it's like, I'm all in. Like, I definitely want to be with her. Not only did I have a great conversation with her, but she's a smoking 10, you know, like, holy crap. She's even more attractive to me because now I know everything about her, you know? And I'm just like, dude, I like shows like this, you know. I'm not saying that I only know of the show, but I just like, I think that's a great thing to have, is a solid foundation of communication first, you know, where it's not based off of looks, you know, it's just based off of who are you, you know, you're literally getting to know somebody. And I think that's great, man. It's a great show. Lincoln came back. He says, may I ask a question, bro? I have some friends I used to go with at high school, and now I hardly see them because they go to different colleges and they do party sometimes and they drink. And drink. They really don't have. I think it's probably a continuation, maybe. I have some friends I used to go to high school, and now you barely see them because they're in college. I have the same beliefs I have towards a life. Is it wise to cut them off, or is there a way I can keep them on the loop without cutting them off? Well, depending on where you live and stuff, I mean, if you guys are still like in the same city or town, whatever, I mean, you can still stay connected, you know, if you guys have like a group chat or something like that. And, yeah, I get it. People, you know, they like to go out and party and stuff like that. But then again, you know, people, they start getting into their careers and it is tough. You know, sometimes you hang out with people every day to maybe it goes to a few days a week, whatever. And then, you know, sometimes your life takes off and you're doing a lot of stuff and you got a lot of balls in the air in terms of things that you got to take care of. And then same with other people, you know. What is your question though? Is it wise to cut them off, or is there a way I can keep them on the loop? Oh, you're in the same city. You know, it depends on you, man. Honestly, this is what I will say for my own situation is that I had a circle of friends. We were close knit. It was probably about 10 of us. You know, we were all had similar active lives, you know, of, you know, taking care of ourselves, you know, going to the gym and stuff like that, but also, you know, taking time to go, you know, hang out and stuff, go to movies and, you know, just go to games and stuff like that. But then, you know, as time gone on, you know, we definitely had that time together became longer and longer from when we would see each other again. And now I still have probably about, out of those 10 friends, I probably have about 3 of them that I still communicate with on a regular basis. And those other guys, you know, that I used to hang out with all the time, you know, they have wives, they've moved out of state, you know, some of them moved out of the country. And it's because of social media that I can still stay connected with those people. But you know, it's just kind of the thing about growing up though, man. You know, and you know, I got my wife, my kids and stuff and my career and everything like that. So it's like, yeah, I mean, life goes by fast. You know, sometimes it'll be like a couple years, maybe like 2 or 3 years where you go and you hadn't spoken to this person, but then you speak to them again, whether it maybe be like a post on like Facebook or like Instagram or something like that. And they send you a message. And you're like, dude, it's good to hear from you again. You know, it's like you kind of pick up where you left off. It's going to be like that. It's going to be like that all through, you know, your 20s, 30s, 40s, you know. I have friends that I've had for more than 20 years, man, that check in with me every once in a while just to see how I'm doing. You know, they're like, look, man, I know it's been a couple years, man. I see you with your kids and stuff. Or sometimes they're like, dude, I caught a YouTube short that you did. And I was like, oh shit, I haven't heard from this guy in a couple years. So like, yeah, man, they'll reach out to me. And same with me. I'll reach out to people that I haven't talked to in a while, you know? And sometimes, you know, you just gotta kind of have to touch base with people, you know, not necessarily cut people out of your life. Just gotta kind of let life do that itself, you know? But if you see that there are people that are bad influences or people that are kind of stagnant in their life, you know, maybe those are people worth cutting out, you know, because maybe they don't suit your direction in life. You know, if someone all they want to do is, you know, sit around and, you know, smoke weed and, you know, maybe they're doing the same thing they were doing 5 years ago, maybe that might be a good candidate to cut out of your life. You know, maybe you need to start surrounding yourself around people that are more aligned with, you know, your vision of your life. You know, and that will just happen. It happens like that. I know it sounds cruel, bro, but you know, it's just life, you know, and sometimes you won't have to do the cutting out. Life will do it itself on its own. So thanks, man. Appreciate the advice. Hey, bro, I'm happy to help, man. I'm happy to dispense it when I can, man, but I can only speak for my own life. And, yeah, man, you know, it is sweet. It is sweet when you can, you know, reconnect with an old friend. And, but you know, I'm meeting people every day I'm meeting new people all the time that, you know, they find me through, you know, that Fresh and Fit video, or they find me, you know, just out in the world and stuff like that. I'm actually having people now, they actually see, they're like, dude, I saw that video, whatever. I'm like, dude, that's crazy, man. Like, I didn't even tell you I didn't even tell you I had a YouTube. You know, they're like, no, it's cool. It just kind of popped up. I'm like, that's cool, man. But, yeah, man, just, all I can tell you, bro, is just, you know, take life at your own pace, man. And I understand it's hard. It's hard, you know, letting go of, close friends, you know, but it's tough. It's probably the toughest. It was really sad for me, man, because I had friends I hung out with every Monday for a solid year, man. And yeah, dude, it was rough. It was tough adjusting to that. But you know, other people fill my life. You know, I got my kids, got my wife, and I got my other close friends. So yeah.
Losers when people don't have friends and can't seem to get into good social situations. This is a problem that transcends barriers of culture. This is how you know it just exists, and it's growing in popularity just due to the way that people interact with the world.
The thing about Japan, the hikikomori, whatever, where people are just like isolated, you know, and they just don't want to leave their house. It's like Japan has all of these conveniences for single people in terms of like, if you want to have the girlfriend experience, you can go to a cuddle bar and go pay a girl to lay beside you, not have sex, but just lay beside you and give you that little girlfriend experience, you know, if you feel lonely. In Japan, they also have this thing where if you want to be a creep and you want to have like a girl's underwear or whatever, you just got to go to a vending machine and there it is. It's kind of weird, man. Japan's on a whole nother level when it comes to loneliness, man. They've really monetized it. But yeah, it's kind of wild. And how do I know about this? Because my brother went to Japan, not because I went. I heard somebody else tell me about it. My brother.
This, of course, plays into the next problem, which is dating in 2023. Most people believe that due to the shift of society being online, there is no alternative to meet potential friends or romantic relationships without dating apps. Instead, they find themselves swiping on Tinder.
I remember I saw the video for this. Actually, it was a different contraption, but it was still a hot dog, and it was swinging the hot dog around to where it was like swiping left, swiping right. But I guess this works too, where it just taps on the arrow. But yeah, that's what men have to do. They just swipe on everything, and I think there's a limit to it. They swipe on everything, and just to see what will match. You know, they don't even care. You know, because they're like, whatever matches, I can sort through it from that. And it's crazy. That's how it's gotten. You know, whereas women, you know, they I think from the data, they said that women swipe right like 1% of the time. You know, I don't even know if swipe right or swipe left. Swipe left might be they approve, or swipe left might be like they don't approve. I don't know. Whatever it is where a woman will actually approve of you, it's like 1%.
Where statistically and common sense dictates results are directly tied to one attribute and one attribute alone: attractiveness. Let's be honest, most of us are not that good looking, and on an app that is basically unhealthy fast food, of course people are going to pick the tastiest snacks. There isn't nutritional value there that they care about, because they're there for a quick bite, and whatever looks the nicest is going to be picked. The common sense thing here is that this has nothing
One
to do
second,
with
you
women
guys.
or men.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. All right, y'all, I'm back. 1 second. Sorry about that. Okay, Cabo said swipe right is where they approve. Okay, thanks, man. See, I don't know this stuff.
And, of course, the red pill does present it as such, where women only want a 6 foot tall Giga Chad. This just has everything to do with the fact of the matter. If you show someone 10 people without any real indication of other redeemable or disqualifying traits, asking them to pick from the list using exclusively only their physical appearance, of course the result will
Cookmany says, I was discussing the cuddle bar with my friend and we both thought it was a stupid idea. But when I brought it up, the idea of a girl cosplaying as our own favorite waifu, then our opinions changed instantly. That's funny. Yeah, man, it's just crazy how the thought process of, okay, like the Japanese, they understand the isolation factor, and they understand how, you know, people are going to be socially awkward. So they're like, look, we're going to offer this service for you, you know, to get just the basic need of having somebody next to you, you know, and it's only going to just charge whatever you want for it. And people are like, yeah, this is fine. This is all I need. I don't even need that. I don't need like anything extra. I just need just that, you know, because it's like loneliness can be crippling for some people, you know? So I just, yeah, but yeah, the whole role playing aspect. Yeah, that definitely adds to it. But look at these stats here. Suit photos received a swipe right 2% of the time. I think they said before this, they said, any person wearing hats in photos, it was like a 90, I think it was 95 or 98%. Hold on, let's read this again. Photos with hats cause a negative reaction 99% of the time. Yeah, because you're just like, what are you hiding? You know? So
other redeemable or disqualifying traits, asking them to pick from the list using exclusively only their physical appearance. Of course, the result will mean the most attractive people get the most results. This leads to men becoming disenfranchised and thinking that women only want them if they're this thing that they are not, which essentially removes all of their responsibility in the situation, because what are they going to do? Grow taller? Get more attractive suddenly? When you take the problem out of somebody's hands and their own ability to influence it, of course they're going to turn to things that are external and start blaming the people that are making these decisions, because they can't blame themselves, can they? Obviously there is a factor that society has moved forward for women as well, giving them greater opportunities for careers and for pay. This has essentially killed the one main selling point every man on the planet had in the dating economy of old times, which is an income. Now men are required to bring more to the table than just a paycheck at a time when men seem more lost in their own value than ever before. Also, because of healthcare increasing, it means that women can have children later, so they're not rushed by biology to have children when they're very young, which means they're going to mature and make better decisions about which type of people they're going to have in their life for the long term. Now, is this the common man's fault? Sure, somewhat, a little bit, because everybody can change and they all bear responsibility for their own circumstances to an extent, but it's also just the way society now exists, and it's kind of happened without anybody really paying too much attention until the problem now exists. And realistically, it's not a question of right or wrong. All of this and much more leads to the bigger overall problem of why the red pill and manosphere has grown so exponentially. What do I mean? Well, in just about every walk of life, it's easier to blame something that isn't you. If you are this average unsocialized man who has little to no friends, no luck with the opposite sex, life's passing you by and you just don't know what to do about it, you've got no confidence, and your options for who to blame are yourself or society, chances are you're going to blame society. It's just easier to do. It's the self-defeating reality that if you do make the choice to blame society, it's going to change nothing about the circumstance and only send you down a path of manosphere, which is going to be further self-destruction, but that's what people are doing, whether knowingly or not. Now, of course, there are a million social stigmas of talking about problems or opening up emotionally to people, which for whatever reason is frowned upon as a man, but even less likely to happen since, again, statistically men these days have less friends, and with the growing manosphere influence, those friends are more likely to tell you to stop being a pussy and watch a video about Andrew Tate with Giga Chad music in the background, because of course that will fix all of your problems. Talking about them would be something only a beta male does. You obviously can't talk about it on social media either, because if I've seen anything about this, it's that people are just going to come in and say you don't deserve to have problems, because you're probably just a man. So of course, when nobody's talking to you, nobody's listening to you, nobody's really representing your problems, when somebody shows up who...
And one aspect I do want to speak about is just the amount of riches and pleasures and conveniences that we live in. Not everybody, of course, but just at least in the Western world, a lot of people take advantage of running water, having a bounty of food, having a roof over their head. Now that we have taken away the hunter-gatherer aspect of men having to go out and fight and stuff for their food, and everything is just so convenient. Now people are taking the mindset of they're shifting their mindset to more of a like, okay, now there's more problems that we have to tackle with, because now that the survival isn't the issue anymore, now we need to focus on, what is making, what is our purpose? What do we definitely have to strive for that will make us feel whole, and the problem is, through materialism, through, trying to get as much money as you can and stuff. Yeah, I mean, that is going to be kind of an endless hole for you. The stuff that you try to obtain, once you attain them, they don't really have much value after you attain it. It actually goes down in value, if anything, but also just it's the chase. It's the chase for the certain things that we try to strive for, that once we attain them and once we reach that goal, there's always something more that we want. So I think there's a little bit of, what's the word? I guess it's a little bit more correct to go through life as kind of a minimalist, someone who doesn't really need much in order to feel happy. Just having the simple things in life, and also, having relationships, having memories, having moments and stuff, rather than just trying to have, endless wealth. It's a lot more fulfilling. I would suppose, than just the endless hole of just trying to fill your life up with endless amounts of stuff, after a while, I think all that saying where they say, the stuff that you own ends up owning you. I think that's a very true statement. We all want to chase success. We all want to, own the things that we want in terms of like the cars and the houses and all that stuff. But I said this in past live streams, is that, everything that we work for and everything that, we strive for in this life, it's all going to either end up in a trash heap, or it's going to end up in somebody else's hands. That house or that mansion that you work so hard to get in, it's eventually going to be with somebody else. Somebody else is going to be living in that house, after you're long gone, and the car that you drove, it's going to probably eventually get traded in. Somebody else is going to be driving it, or it's going to end up in a junk heap somewhere. But yeah, just the idea of materialism and how it does take over a lot of people's minds, and they think that, oh, if I just get this car, or if I just get this house, or if I just, travel to this place, then I'll feel like I accomplished something. No, there's always something after that. So
looks like they're in shape, who looks like they're a really masculine man, who's doing all the things that you want to do, who lives the life that you would love to live, and he's the only person talking to you, of course you're probably going to listen. And these are just some of the factors that led us to where we are today. I'm sure there's going to be more, but I could be talking about this all day without addressing the next point, which is that the red pill is just capitalism and greed from lying narcissists who are LARPing as the saviors of young men, while instead just causing them harm. The advice they give is terrible for 97% of their audience, meaning that they're selling out the vast majority, and the 3% who wind up becoming wealthy following their advice will make the situation even worse for the other 97%. It's a toxic wasteland of a few useful pieces of life advice wrapped up in hate that will poison an impressionable man's brain into becoming a worse person, and therefore even less likely to ever find a woman who would want anything to do with them. Now, if there's something else the internet has taught me, hate is a very powerful tool. Once you recognize that the easiest way to build influence is to turn one group against another, you will see it in everything that people do online. Politics is probably the most prevalent one. It's us versus them. We are the righteous, they are the evil. Everything we do is okay, everything they do is bad. If we do the same things, it's for good reasons, but they're doing it for bad ones. Every conflict is black and white. Why? Because it's easy and it feels good. The barrier for entry to this conflict is super low, it's way more accessible than any form of nuance would be, and it's easy to digest. It simply works. And that's exactly what the manosphere has done.
Especially with the red pill, when the arguments and stuff and the division between men and women is black and white, it's easy for people to choose sides. You know, if you choose the side of the women, then you're a beta male. But if you choose the side of the men, then you're for the manosphere, you're against feminism and stuff like this. When it's like, no, there you might have attributes of both. You know, you might believe in equality and stuff for women, that women can have the freedom of choice and all that stuff, and be able to, you know, choose whatever they want, whether they want to go, you know, work or stay at home and stuff like that, you know. But choosing a person to be with for the rest of your life, you know, you don't necessarily have to make that choice to be with that woman. You know, you don't have to have this one-itis for this masculine woman that wants to go out and conquer the world. You know, maybe you want a woman that's a little bit more simpler than that. You know, you gotta understand that not every man, every woman is for every man. You know, and I think that's another thing that happens is that, you know, men, they want to try to change women to suit their needs when you just need to find a woman that is willing to get on your program.
To convince these men who already were willing to believe things because they didn't want to blame themselves. They've told them it's team men versus team women. They use anecdotes of when a woman does something bad or wrong and pretend as if they're not anecdotes at all, that there can't be good women and bad women, like there's good men and bad men. It's just all evidence that women are built this way and they are the problem. So they're making everything simple by design, and I can't say for sure that all the people doing this are lying or grifting, but I can say that given enough time, each one of them gets caught living a contradictory life to what they tell their audience to live. Whether it's saying paying for sex is for losers and you shouldn't do that, and then being caught.
Myron goes on sugar baby websites and pays women for box. Walter gets perma-benched NBA players to tell their drug-addicted groupies to have sex with him. Oh, man.
On sugar baby websites trying to find women.
K5, I'm taking my light skin ass to sleep, man. Take care. Hey, K5, I appreciate you coming out to the stream, man. Yeah, dude. Hey, I wanted to tell everybody here, happy daylight savings. Okay, we are springing forward, so make sure your clocks are forward an hour. Okay, it probably already happened automatically if you're on on your phone, or if you have like a watch and stuff, a digital watch, but. Yeah, all your other clocks, make sure you put them forward. Okay, we lost an hour because of spring.
To pay
appreciate you coming through, man. Appreciate that.
Out with.
You approached me on a sugar daddy website and asked me to be your sugar baby, and then couldn't afford my allowance.
Never did.
He couldn't afford my $10,000 allowance a month and said, haha, that's funny. Why don't you just come on my podcast instead?
Or saying sex workers like OnlyFans girls are the bane of society, and you're platforming them constantly, which results in their audience subbing to them and making them more successful. Or of course having
great. Hey man, I appreciate you coming through, man. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot, man.
Those women on the podcast and having sex with them, yet calling them 304s, which is the red pill slang for hoes.
There's Walter again, trying to look mysterious with his sunshades indoors. But hey, he knows a guy that goes to bars, man, and he wears shades just like this, and women are all over him because they want to know what color his eyes are.
Or maybe it's when they say that single mothers are used goods and they're worthless, but then get caught being married to a previous single mother who they lied about and said that her daughter was his niece because he was just too ashamed to admit that he loved a single mother and her daughter.
Oh, Donovan Sharp, you and your lies, bro. We already know that Donovan Sharp is a huge liar, bro. Huge. He was just like, and I lied to you guys. Like, it's just crazy, like how we watched that one stream of his, and like I said, I don't normally watch Donovan Sharp, but I did it for the research, And yeah, man, this guy lied to our faces like twice, and he admitted to it twice. But who knows? He probably lied to us a lot more. He just didn't want to. He only wanted to fess up twice.
A 13-year-old niece that stays here at least twice a week.
And so as we now look at her application on the screen and go to the section describing her household, it states, do you have dependents? Yes. Does dependent live with you? Yes. Dependent's age, 10 years old.
Or of course when they call out girls for being fake and having plastic surgery and using makeup, but then get hair plugs, liposuction, fake teeth, and use makeup on their own podcasts. Maybe it's saying that men should never settle for a girl who has had a lot of sexual partners, but sleeping with every attractive woman that they can.
A lot of girls are hoes. A lot of girls don't deserve a relationship. A lot of girls don't deserve marriage. And I know this is kind of controversial, but this is what I tell guys. I tell them you need to be at least 35 years old, have had sex with 50 girls.
Thus creating a world full of their alleged biggest problem and fucking up for all the guys they're supposed to be helping.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but if you go through with the sleeping with 50 girls thing, man, that's going to be bad for a lot of women. A lot of women are basically, you're wrecking a lot of women doing that. If every man's doing that, it's not going to be good. You're going to damage a lot of women, and it's just going to be women that are going to be for the streets.
The entire red pill space is basically rules for thee and not for me.
Ooh, I've said that many times. I think I have a couple YouTube shorts where I'm saying those exact words. Rules for thee, but not for me. We are the exception, okay? So do as we say, not as we do, okay? We're the exception.
Some of the funniest claims that you can disprove immediately, just if you've lived a real life at all, are that women are more than happy to let their boyfriend or husband cheat on them, so long as that man is high value enough, meaning she will share her romantic partner out of fear that she couldn't get anybody so good, ignoring the fact that this person would then not be good to most women because they're not just out to use you as an ATM and live that life.
A woman lets you sleep with other men, sleep with other women. If a woman lets you sleep with other women, dude, she doesn't care about you, man. That's just the truth.
This is not how adult relationships work with the vast majority of people. Essentially, the whole red pill seems to be a way to justify living the life of a teenage boy's dream, sleeping with a different Instagram model or OnlyFans girl every night, telling everyone who disagrees with the red pill that they are a beta male, blue-pilled soy boy. But this is a lie. The whole red pill is a lie. You only have to engage with the simplest concept to understand that. For example, these guys preach that the way to break free of all your problems is to become a high-value man, meaning that you're in shape and wealthy. The percentage of people who are in shape and wealthy is like 3% or lower. So by that definition, it cannot happen to 97% of their audience, meaning they're giving very specific advice to a very small number of people, but the vast majority of people are listening and it isn't solving any of their massive problems, it's actually making it worse. Maybe if you are a multimillionaire who's in good shape, you can treat women the way that they do. But the problem is that when the vast majority of their audience is hearing that advice and seeing how they live, and then they're treating women the same way, that's not helping them, that is hurting them. And since the title of this video will be something about how incredibly successful and profitable the business of exploiting lonely men is, let's look at how successful it is. Fresh and Fit is probably the biggest self-help guru red pill podcast, and they're pulling in tens of millions of views per month on just YouTube alone, which used to be, before they got demonetized, easily over $50,000 a month just in ads, without product placement, without donations from their fans, without their courses that they sell, without their other platforms like Rumble. And you don't have to go far to see just how low effort and low class this space can be in terms of the people that can pull in millions of views, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions a year. I mean, just look at this dude. He's a VTuber of a low animated JPEG vampire who never shows his face, and his entire content is reacting to women on TikTok, telling his audience of bitter, angry and lonely men that all the women on the videos are used up 304s who no one will ever love, and how it's all their own fault. It's basically not giving anybody advice, just a space to come where they can point at women and say, haha, that's your fault, you didn't love me, so it's good that you're upset and bad things are happening in your life. It's plain and simple people just feeling content to live in hate. In the real world, the solution to men's problems don't need all.
It's funny. Some people will think that that's what my content is, that I just hate, that I get all you guys together once a week so that we can hate on somebody, when really that's not the case at all. If you guys, for people that are on the outside looking in, you know, and just see me as like a hater, you know, if you obviously don't have the attention span or, you know, anything really to devote time to actually seeing the whole thing. You know, you would see that, oh, we're actually a little bit more measured for responses around here. We're a little bit more free will thinking. You know, we're not like the kind of people that will, you know, lash out just to lash out, man. We actually have some things to say, and we're all pretty decent people on this side. Lincoln said, even though I am not inspired or even find Andrew Tate as a role model, I find it genius how he profited so much from lonely men that need to find something to define them as a true man. Well, you got to remember, he's the one that started with the whole OnlyFans, well, not the OnlyFans thing, but I guess the campsites, you know? So he was creating these guys, and then he turned around and double dipped and came around and be like, hey, I can teach you how to not simp for women. You know, like, even though he created the market, he created the solution for that market. So it was genius, man. And then, you know, he's like, hey, I can teach you guys how to be successful. I can, you know, if you guys just want to join my university, I can show you how you can be successful, make a lot of money, whatever. Basically, it's just going to be making a bunch of clips of my content, spreading it out, growing my influence, and you guys can keep a little kickback from it. I mean, it was genius. It was genius because he was like, look, you guys are going to mass market my image and my influence, and you're going to get a little bit of kickback from it. It worked. Worked like a charm.
All of this, and it definitely doesn't need all the conspiracy theories, anti-Semitism, racism, and other nonsense that gets platformed at the same time by all these podcasts and manosphere grifters. Obviously, I've acknowledged the problem is real, that there is a growing number of men who are really struggling with how to live their life. But there are things that they can do, and I'm also sure that these platforms or these people do sometimes give good advice, and people have made positive steps in their life due to that advice and would claim that they've been helped by Andrew Tate and the Red Pill and things like that. I'm not saying that that's not possible, but there's a limit to the advice that they're giving where it goes overboard into very, very unhelpful things. Of course, you should definitely go to the gym, you should eat right, you should sleep at a regular time for 8 hours if you can. Most importantly, you should find hobbies that put you in the real world with your peers. Work at socializing, find people who like the things that you do, and of course treat people like they're individuals who deserve to start out with a blank slate of who they are and not with a list of preconceived and negative attributes that some guy on the internet told you were true while profiting from doing so. For every negative anecdote that you hear, you can also just find a positive one too. So this is actually a huge problem in society now, and if you were paying attention, you saw this coming a long time ago. Even before Andrew Tate showed up and accelerated the movement forward and into the mainstream, there were communities just full of hating women, like the Red Pill subreddit, the incel forums. These things existed and were growing exponentially in popularity. So where does all this end? Well, who knows? The issue is that this problem is yet again turned into another internet war where it's us versus them and people are drawing lines in the sand, not understanding that this mindset has gotten us nowhere close to solving societal issues and just reinforcing the positions of each other, making it easier for the people exploiting the male loneliness epidemic for their own gain, while making everything orders of magnitude worse for the people involved, who are essentially just the victims. So that's the insanely profitable business of exploiting the male loneliness epidemic. Thanks for watching.
Yes. That will conclude today's stream. Shout out to, hold on, Kira TV. That was a very well documented video, and I hope you guys, I mean, you guys have a better understanding of the red pill and how at least I perceive it from the outside looking in. To those of you that are still trying to find your way in this world, you know, just understand that you need to surround yourself with like-minded peers, people that have similar goals to you, and they'll help you get there. To To everybody that came out to the stream, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Kavos, Coke Benny, thank you so much for your support. Lincoln, it was nice to meet you. I hope I didn't butcher your name too much. K5, I appreciate you coming through. Until next time, guys. I'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks so much, and make sure you like the video if you haven't already, and subscribe if you guys want to stay up to date with more of my content. You guys take care. This is Camp Hustle 1. Out.